a special service rebroadcast featuring the most popular dance orchestras in America for all you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations. Here comes the Bandwagon.
The one and the only, Duke Ellington and his orchestra. You know, it's the first time that the old bandwagon has caught up with the Duke in person. Believe me, he's been with us in spirit ever since we first started rolling. Yes, Duke, your compositions have made up a large portion of the bandwagon's cargo ever since we first hit these airlanes.
That sure is mighty nice to hear, and I only hope we can play other people's music as well as you've presented ours.
Well, I'm sure I wouldn't lose any sleep worrying over that. And I'm sure the composer of Canteen Bounce feels the same way as Duke Ellington and the boys get underway. And here it is, Duke Ellington, the orchestra, and Canteen Bounce. How many of you passengers would applaud if someone stepped out on a stage and announced Edward Kennedy Ellington? Now, I'm sure the house would come down if you heard Duke Ellington announced, and yet, believe it or not, they're one and the same.
Sometimes I wonder. You know, it seems to me I've never been anything else than Duke. I hardly know the other name myself.
Well, now, I understand that you've had the name Duke since you were, well, about 12 years old.
That's right. But a publicity man once tried to tie it up with my taste in clothes. But you know that a kid of 12 doesn't go around looking like a Duke.
Well, I suppose you're right there, Duke. However, it could be the reason today. You know, I've never seen you when you weren't immaculate and dressed in perfect taste. But then let's stick to those early days for a while, Duke. Tell me, how did you get into music?
Well, I don't think I got into music at all. I think music got into me. My first intention was to go to art school and study fine art.
Man, for my money, what you're doing today is mighty fine art. But what happened to change you over?
Well, when I was in high school, I worked as a soda jerker in a place where they had a pianist. When the pianist was off, I got to fooling around on the piano.
Now, wait a minute, Duke. Do you mean to say that your brand of piano playing is the result of fooling around, as you call it? Didn't you take any lessons?
Well, I had a little elementary piano and harmony, but I was afraid to go too far with the conservatory training for fear I might spoil whatever I had that was original. I feel that way about an art student who spends hours copying old masters. They're apt to become just imitators.
Well, your compositions have certainly justified your viewpoint, Duke, so I'm not going to try to argue with you. But, you know, we can't spend too much time talking about music when we've got you here to do something about it for us. So I'd like to hear more about your early days after we've heard Betty Roche and your arrangement of Hayfoot, Strawfoot.
foot, 5 miles more. Then with a smack goes my pack on the floor. Come on, doggies, don't get sore. Get hep, hep, hep in your step. Hip foot, store foot, 4 miles more. After the tramp is a calf cotton store. Come on, doggies, don't get sore. Get hep, hep, hep in your step. The sun grins with glee, and I start to shrink. I can't grin like he. I'm carrying everything but the kitchen sink. Hey, foot, store foot, 3 miles more. Where in the heck is this mechanized for? Come on, doggies, don't get sore. Get hep, hep, hep in your step.
I can see they like that, Duke. We can't go much further in a program featuring Duke Ellington without having the Duke play one of his own tunes. You know, after such hits as Mood Indigo, well, it don't mean a thing if you ain't got that swing, Sophisticated Lady, Solitude, I Let a Song Go Out of My Heart. I can go on here all night this way. Anyway, we've come to expect hits every time a tune appears with Duke Ellington's name on it. And not only do we expect it, but believe me, we really get it. So here's the tune that's sweeping the country today, played by the composer with his own orchestra, Duke Ellington's Don't Get Around Much Anymore. Ah, yes, the music of the Duke with Johnny Hodges featured with his saxophone and don't get around much anymore. You know, I'd like to hear more of the early days when Duke Ellington was just sort of fooling around on the piano, as he calls it. What else were you doing then, Duke?
Well, like I told you, I had art on the mind. After high school, I won a scholarship to Pratt Institute to study art. But the nearest I came to it was painting signs, and there, again, I ran smack into music.
Oh, well, wait a minute here. Pull over. How did sign painting and music get together?
Well, when an organization came to me to paint a sign advertising their dance, well, you can make your own guess.
I see exactly what you mean, Duke. You know, speaking of signs and that sort of thing, this has nothing to do with it, but your son's been getting around the country a bit for Uncle Sam these days, hasn't he?
Oh, that's right. I'm mighty proud of Mercer, too. He was at Camp Dix for a while, and now he's at Camp Croft in South Carolina.
Well, I also understand that until he became Private Mercer Ellington, he was following in his pappy's footsteps. How about that?
Well, following, but not too closely. I guess Mercer feels about music as I did. He wouldn't let me teach him, and maybe it's better. He studied at Juilliard Institute, and with some very good private tutors, too. How would you like to hear one of his songs?
Well, Duke, I'd say that he's a chip off the old block, and that's good enough for the bandwagon, especially when that old block is Duke Ellington.
If you don't mind, I'd like to dedicate it to Mercer and all his buddies, because it's a tune with a mighty good thought. He calls it "A Slip of the Lip Might Sink a Ship."
Sounder advice was never set to music, Duke. Let's hear Mercer Ellington's tune with Ray Nance doing the vocal honors. "A Slip of the Lip Might Sink a Ship."
Don't talk too much. Don't know so much. Now, Jack, don't be so hip. Flip the lip might sink a ship. Don't see too much. Hey, boy, don't you jive so much. Now, Jack, don't be so hip. Flip the lip might sink a ship. Walls have ears. The night has eyes. So let's be wise. We'll trick those nasty, nasty spies. Don't talk too much. Don't know so much. Now, Jack, don't be so hip. Slip the lip might sink a ship. Way down. So bodacious, be no glacier. The lip might sink a ship.
years, there are few men who in their own lifetime are lucky enough to receive recognition and acclaim for their efforts when they've held to ideas that were very new and very radical. Now, our guest, Duke Ellington, is one of those lucky few. Duke came to New York in 1923 with a brand of music that no one had heard before and 5 mighty good musicians to play it.
Well, I couldn't have done it if those boys hadn't had faith in what we were doing, too. 3 of the 5 are still with me.
Man, and how that little band has grown up since then. First came the old Cotton Club in Harlem. Then Flo Ziegfeld featured them in Showgirl. And then came the European tours, didn't they, Duke?
That's right, one in 1933 and another in 1939. During the last one, we played 31 cities in 32 days in Sweden.
Well, all I can say is that's a far yodel from the little boy who was a soda jerker down in Washington, D.C. And I can bring that up to date by touching lightly on the concert in Carnegie Hall early this year, where the Duke received a plaque signed by Stokowski, Rodzinski, Damarosh, and many others. That was when he presented his musical parallel to the history of the Negro race, titled Black, Brown, and Beige. Right, Duke?
Yes, that's right. I hope to soon have a book out with the same title, which will further explain the music.
Well, we'll be looking forward to that book, believe me. But right now, I'm looking forward to some more of that mighty good music. You know, ever since you were announced for this program, Duke, the old mailbag has been swamped with requests for just one thing.
I sure do. We'll sure do our best to help you out.
Well, it seems all of your old fans want something out of the old days, when you first began to attract attention out of the Cotton Club. One of those numbers that started all the other band leaders taking notice to that new type of music.
Well, there's one tune that I think is typical of those days. It might be a bit dusty, but perhaps we can polish it off. An old arrangement of Ring Them Bells.
Ah, that's the ticket. Well, there's your answer, Duke. And from the responses I observe here in the studio, folks, I'd say you picked the perfect tune, Duke. Duke Ellington, the orchestra, and Ring Them Bells.
presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, do the men in your family think flavor is the most important virtue of the food you serve? Well, you homemakers know that nutrition is equally important. And that's why Parquet, the quality margarine made by Kraft, is so popular with so many American families. For Parquet margarine is a wonderful red ration stamp value in both flavor and nutrition. It requires just 5 red ration points a pound, and it has a delicate, appetizing flavor that really satisfies. As a spread for bread and a seasoning for hot-cooked vegetables, I think you'll agree that Parquet flavor is just about tops. Cakes and cookies taste better when made with Parquet margarine, too, because it's a real flavor shortening, and you like it for pan frying because it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. What's more, Parquet is highly nutritious. In fact, it's one of the best energy foods you can serve, and it's a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. So for flavor, for economy, and for good nutrition, ask your dealer for Parquet, Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, on to Summerfield and the Great Gildersleeve. It's the last day of May, just 4 weeks before his wedding day, and Gildersleeve is a busy, busy man. This morning, while others make preparations for the Memorial Day exercises, the great man is in his study, straightening out his affairs and clearing the decks for matrimony. So we find him now with pen in hand, laboring over the composition of a mighty document.
I, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, being of sound mind and body, do hereby devise and bequeath...
Uncle Mort, excuse me.
Yes, Marjorie?
Come out and see it.
Come out and see what?
The flag. We've got it up.
Oh, well, a little while, my dear. Right now, I'm very...
Come on. You aren't doing anything, and it looks so pretty.
Not doing anything. My dear young lady, I happen to be engaged in one of the most solemn duties of a man's lifetime. Do you know what I'm writing?
Oh, fool. Everybody think it was your last will and testament. Now, come on.
But, hey, let go.
Come on.
Well, let me put down my pen first. I don't know what there is such a rush about anyway. I've seen the flag before.
Well, we found a new place for it, and we want you to see it.
Oh, where?
We hung it from the roof.
How did you ever get it up there?
And Leroy climbed out the attic window. Come out in the yard and tell us if you like it.
Well...
We want the place to look nice when the parade goes by.
Oh, and Leela's coming over, too.
Good. So then. And Bertie's planned a wonderful lunch. There. Do you like the flag, Jerry? How does it look to your artistic eye, Unc?
Well, it looks fine, Leroy. Only for heaven's sakes, be careful up there.
Don't worry. Isn't it pretty? I think ours is the prettiest house on the street, don't you?
Yeah, but I wish Leroy would get down off that roof.
Hey, I'm a tightrope walker. Look, everybody. A great concolino. Leroy!
Leroy, get off of that railing.
I can't look.
Young man, you get in off that roof before I come up there after you.
Are you kidding?
Leroy, you heard me.
Okay, I'll be right down.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Be careful now, my boy. That crazy kid.
Honestly, what comes over, boys?
I don't know. It's a wonder to me he's lived as long as he has. Oh, that reminds me. I got to get back to work. Call me when it's time for the parade.
Oh, we won't be along for an hour yet.
Parades, tightrope walkers, more interruptions. People just left me alone till I get this will finished. Will. Leroy's the one who should make the will. The great concolino. Oh, brother. Let me see now. I, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, being of sound mind and body, do hereby devise and bequeath to my lawfully wedded wife, no, to my dearly beloved wife, my dearly beloved wife. Come in, beloved.
Hi, Gildy.
Yep, Hooker. What do you want? What on earth are you dressed up for, an admiral?
I'm leading the parade today, Grand Marshal. Just stopped over to ask if you wouldn't join us.
In the parade?
Yeah?
You mean march?
Yes.
On foot?
Well, I suppose you could go on your hands and knees.
Oh, no, Judge. I'm not much on marching. My feet.
You've got to, Gildy. All the younger men are gone this year, and we want them to have a nice turnout.
Well, I guess I can certainly keep up with you old goat. I'll tell you, I'll do it on one condition.
What's that?
If you'll help me with my will.
You're drawing up a will?
Sure. Got a little start on it right here.
Let's see it. I, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, being of sound mind and body. Gildy, mind if I ask a question?
What?
What makes you think you're of sound mind?
Huh?
And look at that body.
Never mind the priceless wit, Booker. You don't want to help me, don't.
Now, Gildy, I should be delighted to draw up your will for you at any other time. Right now, I've got to get down to City Hall. How about this afternoon?
Well, all right, then.
See you down at the parade. Oh, Gildy, there's one thing that just occurred to me.
Yes?
On second thought, you might prefer to have another attorney handle your will for you.
Why, Judge?
Well, I don't like to bring this up, but we're old friends, aren't we, Gildy?
Yes, we are.
We've been through a lot together, haven't we?
Yes, we've been through all that before, too. What's on your mind?
You may not be aware of this, but under the law, it is illegal for persons witnessing or drawing up a will to be beneficiaries. I merely mention this.
Why?
Well, we're such old friends, and we've been through so much together. I just thought, if you should want to leave me some slight remembrance.
Judge, I'm going to leave you a lock of my hair.
Time you were starting for the parade?
Keep your shirt on, my boy. Parades never start on time. Isn't that right, Ben?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. I thought we were just going to watch it go by the house here.
Well, you are, but I'm going to march in it.
Oh, I didn't know that. What war were you in?
I was in World War I, Ben.
Oh, sure. Did you get to France, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I should say I did, my boy. Paris. I wonder if you'll get over there.
I suppose I might.
Yes. Well, if you do, I wonder if... Leroy, will you go help your sister for a minute?
Help her what? She ain't doing anything.
She's not doing anything.
But that's what I said.
Never mind. Go away. Go upstairs and bring down that picture of me in my uniform so I can show Ben.
Okay.
And tell Marjorie to hurry down here. Ben will walk out on her.
Yeah, fat chance.
What was I saying, Ben?
Something about France, I think.
Oh, yes. If you should get to Paris, my boy, I want you to go to a certain number on a certain street and ask a certain party if she remembers Monsieur Gildersleeve. Beau Yank, she used to call me. Will you look her up, Ben?
Sure, Mr. Gildersleeve, only I can't speak any French to speak of.
Well, when I first met her, I couldn't either. But inside of a week, comment ça va, parlez-vous français, l'amour toujours l'amour. You get the idea?
Oui, oui.
Oh, she was a lovely creature, Ben. And her mother. Oh, boy, how she could cook. I think you'll like her, Ben.
Oh, sure.
She's a blonde, just 28 years old in 1918. Let me see. That would make her
53.
It's not possible. Oh, my goodness, how time flies.
Here's the picture, Unc. The boy commando in person.
I don't care to see it now, Leroy. 53. Poor Mimi. I can't believe it.
Oh, gosh, Unc, what's the matter?
Nothing. Go help Marjorie.
For Pete's sake, aren't you through talking about Paris?
Leroy, you're getting too fresh. Oh, that's Mrs. Ransom. We have a little signal. In here, Leela.
Hello, everybody.
Good morning, sweetheart.
I think the flag out in front looks just beautiful.
Leela, I've got a surprise for you. I'm going to march in the parade.
Why, Throckmorton, how exciting.
Would you like to see his picture in uniform, Mrs. Ransom?
Leroy, give me that.
Oh, now, Throckmorton, I want to see it. Oh, why, you were cute in your uniform.
Cute?
Wasn't he, Ben?
Well... Just let it go, my boy.
Well, I don't understand the insignia on your uniform, Throckmorton. Beauregard used to have Leachy on the shoulder.
Leach? Oh, well, I didn't go into the Army at the top. I went in as a private and won my promotion the hard way.
How'd you come out, Unc?
Corporal. Well, I got to get started if I'm going to be in the parade. The boys are assembling behind the courthouse at 11. Goodbye, Leela. I'm off to the war.
Oh, wait a minute, Throckmorton.
What's the matter?
You're not going to march in the parade in just that little old business suit, are you?
What else?
Well, your uniform, silly.
Oh, I couldn't, Leela.
Oh, but you'd look so distinguished.
It would look out of date, Leela. The uniforms today are entirely different.
Oh, Throckmorton, you never do anything I ask you.
I do too, Leela. I just don't know where my uniform is.
I know, Unc. It's up in the attic.
Leroy.
Oh, good for you, Leroy. Please, Throckmorton, for Leela.
All right. Leroy, you come with me. Little sharp eyes. Well, which trunk is it in, Leroy?
This one over here, Unc.
That one? I haven't got the key to that. I guess we'll just have to let the uniform go.
Don't worry, Unc. It's open.
Mothballs. Come on, Leroy. Fish it out of there. I haven't got all day.
Here's the pants. Gosh, they look a little small, Unc.
Yeah, well, this stuff shrinks, you know.
Yeah?
Yeah. Besides, mothballs will shrink anything, Leroy. Well, I don't find any puttees in here. Maybe we just better let the pants go.
Okay, here's the coat.
Blouse, Leroy, blouse.
Oh, blouse. Well, anyhow, it looks as if the mothballs cut that down, too.
What did I tell you? Well, I think maybe I can get into it, though. Here, hold my coat.
Okay.
Probably be a little tight, but it'll sort of give a military effect. See? I got it on.
Yeah, but can you button it?
Oh, of course. You ought to remember that when I was in France, I weighed several pounds less than I do today.
Are you kidding?
George, it feels good to get back in the old uniform. Come on, Leroy, let's show the ladies. Well, folks, what do you think of it?
Throckmorton, what in the world happened to the trousers? They were shut off.
Leroy, quiet. No puttees, Leela. Can't wear them without puttees.
Oh, well, the coat looks awfully military. I think you'll be the handsomest man in the whole parade. I honestly do.
Oh, well, that's all I wanted to know, Leela. Well, I'm off. I kiss your hand, fair lady.
Oh, don't bend over.
Well, I'm glad I didn't try to wear the pants.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. Meanwhile, instead of saying more about Parquet, the quality margarine made by Kraft, I'd like to say right here and now, hats off to the man who sells Parquet, your neighborhood grocer. If point rationing is causing you occasional headaches, remember that rationing is a major problem for your grocer hundreds of times each day. In fact, he deserves real credit if his disposition isn't tattered and worn, what with getting to work so early in the morning to arrange his stocks for you and working far into the night every night to sort his stamps and plan his ordering. He has endless records and reports to fill out, too. Yes, your food dealer is an important workman on the home front, and he merits the help and the cooperation of all of us. You see, most of the foods he buys and sells are rationed to him, too. He has to budget his ration stamps in order to buy many of the things you buy from him. So why not help yourself and help him at the same time by planning family menus several days in advance and by shopping early in the week and early in the day? Your friend the grocer will appreciate it. Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. Clad in the conservative business suit, he's marched valiantly in the hot sun, and now he's arriving at his home to claim the soldier's reward. In this case, a share of the delicious lunch which Bertie's promised. But our hero's a little late, and the house seems strangely quiet.
Marjorie, Leroy, where is everybody?
Is that you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Of course it's me, Bertie. Where is everybody?
Well, they waited for you, Mr. Gildersleeve. They waited about 2 hours before they had lunch. You've been marching all this time?
Oh, yes, Bertie. I marched so far, my feet are killing me. And I'm so hungry, I don't care.
Well, you just sit down and take your shoes off, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I'll warm up a nice lunch for you right away.
Thank you, Bertie.
What did you march so well, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, it wasn't all marching, Bertie. We stood there in the park for a couple of hours listening to the speeches. But it certainly was impressive. Makes a man think, Bertie.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to be remembered by everyone as a man who did something for the city.
Well, sir, you the head man at the waterworks.
Well, I'm Summerfield's 16th water commissioner, yes. But a few years from now, who'll know it? That's what I've been thinking about some sort of a monument for, Bertie.
You mean like a statue?
Well, I don't know. You think that'd be good?
Oh, no, sir. I don't care much for statues.
Huh?
Now, you take them 2 statues in the park. Every time I walk past Abraham Lincoln and standing there, I feel sorry for him.
Why?
Because he's been standing there so long.
Yes. Well, what about the statue of General Fremont? Don't you like that?
No, sir. Every time I go past that, I get mad.
But why?
Because he's got a horse and I'm walking. And he ain't even going nowhere.
Yeah, you're right. I'm afraid you just don't like sculpture, though, Bertie.
Oh, yes, I do, Mr. Gildersleeve. You know what I like?
What?
That fountain in front of the courthouse with the water spraying down and the goldfish swimming around down below. I like that.
So do I. By George, a fountain, Bertie. For a water commissioner, what could be better? With a little bronze plaque on it. Not too little. Let's see. This fountain presented to the city by Summerfield's 16th water commissioner, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Then maybe some short, dignified statement like, he served his fellow townsmen well.
Sounds mighty pretty, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, sir. I can hear the water splashing in the fountain right now.
So can I. Oh, my goodness, the gravy's boiling over.
Yeah. Gravy? Bertie, I'm starving.
Well, hang on, Mr. Gildersleeve. You can't starve to death till you get that monument.
Yeah, you're right, Bertie. I'm going to have Judge Hooker put in that fountain in my will right now.
Throckmorton, let me ask you something. Why are you suddenly in such a sweat to make a will after letting it go all this time?
Well, for one thing, I think it's a man's duty to make a will, for one thing.
Yeah? What else?
Well, Leela mentioned it once or twice.
Oh.
And anyhow, I think it's a man's duty. You can't tell. Things can happen. Here I am about to get married.
Gildy, it strikes me that you're preparing for marriage as if you were preparing for the next world.
Now, see here, Hooker. That's not true.
All right. Sorry. True, but I shouldn't have said it.
Yes.
I'm sorry. If I'm to draw up this will, I'm going to require certain information.
Such as what?
Well, to begin with, how much money have you got?
Don't you wish you knew?
Well, I've got to know.
What for?
Gildy, if you want me to help you with your will, you've got to take me into your confidence.
Well, all right, Judge. What do you want to know?
I ask you, how much money have you got?
None of your business. If I tell you, you'll tell everybody in town.
Gildy, what passes between a lawyer and his client is strictly confidential. You know that. Come on now. How much have you got?
Cash?
Cash.
Well, in the neighborhood of $500.
In the neighborhood?
Yes. Small neighborhood, isn't it?
It's all right, Gildy. We're neighbors.
Oh, you too?
I'd be lucky if I could put my hands on $300 right now.
Well, to be perfectly frank with you, Judge, I've got just $275. And that's not counting the bills that'll be pouring in tomorrow.
Isn't it terrible?
Terrible, the way things are. A man's lucky if he can stay out of jail.
Now, let's see. The insurance. Now, what about the rest? What about Leela? Of course, she has her own money.
Yes. I'll tell you what I thought, Horace. I thought it'd be nice to endow a small memorial.
Memorial?
Yeah, a fountain, perhaps. A memorial fountain.
Memorial to what?
Well, to the two of us. Me being water commissioner, I think a fountain would be kind of appropriate, don't you? You know, with water coming out.
Throckmorton, may I ask what you propose to endow this fountain with?
Well, with my residuary estate. With the $275. Don't you think you could buy a fountain for that?
Wouldn't be any Niagara. I think you'd be lucky to get a bird bath.
Oh. You do, huh? Well, you know, Judge, you may think you're joking, but a bird bath isn't such a bad idea.
Oh, now, Gildy.
I mean it. I've always been fond of birds. Birds like me, too. They come right up to me sometimes. And Leela's crazy about birds. She's got a little bitty wren that's building a nest in her front porch right now. Every morning she goes out and peeks at it. Yes, sir, man could do worse than have the birds remember him. Birds are man's truest friend.
I thought dogs were man's truest friend.
I'm not building any dog bath. Horace, how soon could you get this will drawn up?
Well, that shouldn't take much time. Of course, we need witnesses. I guess I'd get my secretary for one.
Oh, and Peavy. Peavy, do it. I know he's open this afternoon because Leroy's working for him. Do you think you could get it ready?
What's the rush?
Well, I'd just like to have it, Judge. I'm going over to Leela's tonight, and I'd sort of like to surprise her with it.
You'd surprise her, all right.
Hi, Unc. Hi, Judge.
Hello, Leroy. How's the drug business?
Pretty quiet. The chief is out in the prescription room, and you know what that means.
What? Leroy, that's no way to talk about Mr. Peavy. I'd like to see him for a moment, please.
Oh, gosh, Unc, can't I wait on you? I never get a chance to sell medicine. But with you, it wouldn't matter if I made a mistake.
I disagree, my boy.
Oh, just try me, Unc. I can find you anything in the store, practically.
Then find Mr. Peavy.
Honest, Unc, the chief doesn't like it if I bother him about something I can handle myself.
Leroy.
What?
Wake up the chief.
Oh, all right.
Maybe we shouldn't bother Peavy if he wants to sleep.
What nonsense. Peavy sleeps 24 hours a day anyway. Oh, hello, Peavy. I hope we didn't interrupt anything important.
No, I'll just take care of you, gentlemen, and then I can get right back to it. How are you, Judge?
Fine, thank you, Peavy.
I saw you, gentlemen, in the parade this morning. Thought you both looked very dashing.
Well, glad to do our bit, Peavy. How does it happen you weren't marching? Someone told me you were an ex-soldier.
Yes, sir. I was in the artillery. 49th Field Artillery, USA.
Well, I'll be darned. Were you a gunner?
No, I wasn't a gunner. I was in what you might call the transportation end of the artillery.
Oh, what's that?
I commanded a platoon of mules.
You? That's hard to believe, Peavy. Why, the mule is the stubbornest animal known to man.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Although a mule has a mind of his own, I'll admit. But they're hard workers.
They are?
Yes, they're hard workers. And they're loyal. Every mule in my platoon was just as loyal as a jackass could be.
Gildersleeve, can't we get down to business here? I haven't time to listen to Peavy's military experiences.
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm just running on. What can I do for you?
Well, you won't make a penny on it, Peavy. We just want you to witness Mr. Gildersleeve's will, if you don't mind.
Glad to, Judge. Glad to be of service. Oh, Leroy.
Yes, Chief?
This is the type of service I was telling you about yesterday. Institutional type.
Oh, yeah.
Have you got the document with you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Right here, Peavy.
Get away, Leroy. This is none of your business.
Unc, did you leave me anything?
You've been amply provided for. Sign right here, Peavy.
Unc, will you leave me your pistol that's in your bureau drawer?
No.
Oh, please, Unc.
Now, Leroy, remember lesson 1. The customer is always right.
Oh, sorry, Chief. I forgot.
All right. Now, here, Judge.
That's it.
Richard Peavy. Here you are, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I hope your will gives you the same lasting satisfaction as mine is giving me.
Well, I hope so, too.
I executed my will in 1913, naming my wife as sole beneficiary, and I've never wanted to change a syllable of it. Neither has Mrs. Peavy.
Well, I can imagine. Well, much obliged, Peavy. We got to be running along now.
No, I'm going to close up here myself in a minute. Leroy, you want to go along now with your uncle?
Are you sure you can spare me?
I think so.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Chief.
Good night, little beaver.
But soon there'll just be two of us. Soon you and I will borrow the moon, for just the two of us, sweetly and so discreetly, we'll be completely alone. No other world, only our own. Now we must be contented
the two of us. Yes, we can have our sweet scented dreams that will come true of us. For presently and pleasantly, our hearts will be in tune. So soon, maybe not tomorrow, Leela, but soon. Leela.
Yes, Throckmorton.
I made my will today, Leela.
Oh, did you, darling? How nice.
Yeah, have it right here in my pocket. Leela, you know something?
What, darling?
Guess who's in my will?
Oh, I couldn't.
Go on, Leela. Guess, will you?
I couldn't possibly. I'm too happy to guess. I'm too happy to care about anything.
Well, then I'll tell you, darling.
Yes, you tell me.
You know that little bird that has a nest in your porch? You know the one that sings under your window every morning?
Oh, Dickie Bird. I call him Dickie Bird.
Yeah, Dickie Bird. Now, Dickie Bird has been provided for, Leela. It's all right here in the will.
Oh, Throckmorton, that's just like you to remember little birds.
See? It's all written out right here.
Oh, darling, you have to explain it to me. I don't understand about wills and complicated things like that.
Oh, well, sweetheart, in memory of both of us, I'm leaving money for a municipal bird bath.
Oh, really, Throckmorton? You're the most thoughtful man. Now, did you say bird bath?
Yes, dear.
You're leaving your money for a bird bath?
That's right, honey.
All of it?
Well, not all of it. All that's left after taking care of the children.
You mean to stand there and tell me you've made a bird your residuary legatee?
Leela, I thought you didn't know anything about wills.
Well, I wasn't married to a lawyer 7 years for nothing.
But, sweetheart, I thought you liked birds.
I do, Throckmorton, but you're nothing but a cuckoo.
Leela gets all upset over a bird. Leela, can't you take a little joke?
You mean you were joking?
Of course, darling. I'm not going to build any bird bath. Tell me, how would you invest the money?
Well, when I'm in doubt about a financial problem, I always ask myself, what would Beauregard do?
Beauregard? Well, have you asked Beauregard what I should do about this?
No, but I think I know what he'd say.
What?
He'd say, Leela, child, you'd look lovely in a mink coat.
Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was under the direction of Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, inviting you to listen in again next Sunday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
You women are looking for extender recipes these days and all kinds of ways to make the less plentiful foods go further. Well, do you know about the product called Kraft Dinner? All by itself, a package of Kraft Dinner gives you a swell macaroni and cheese main dish fast. Enough macaroni and cheese for 4 people. And for it, you put out just one single red ration point. Now, if you have a little meat or some leftover chicken or seafood, you can extend it by adding it to the Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese. Or you can mold the hot Kraft Dinner into a ring and in the center serve your small amount of meat or what have you, creamed. Each package of Kraft Dinner holds a quick cooking macaroni and some Kraft grated to put cheese flavor through and through the fluffy macaroni in a jiffy. Get some soon so that you can cook a macaroni and cheese dish in 7 minutes or use it as an extender of less plentiful food. Remember, it's Kraft Dinner. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Let's Flakes program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our special guest this evening, Deanna Durbin. Ladies, are there by any chance icebox raiders in your home? Or don't I have to ask, because aren't we all? Well, fellow icebox raiders, just remember this. Hands off any in-between meal snacks of meat or cheese these ration days. Instead, help yourself to a tempting bowl full of Grape Nuts Flakes and milk. Grape Nuts Flakes are not rationed, and they're always one swell treat to eat. It's the distinctive malty-rich Grape Nuts flavor turned out in crisp, toasty brown flake form. And you'll find Grape Nuts Flakes just as grand tasting at mid-afternoon or midnight as they are for breakfast. So now, a wise word to you homemakers. If you'd saved on ration foods all around the clock, always plan to have on hand several of those big 12-ounce economy-size packages of thrifty, appetizing Grape Nuts Flakes. Gentlemen, for the last time this season, we bring you a man who for the past 35 weeks has either entertained or bored you with his comedy. A man whom many of you will hate to see leave the air, and an equal number will jump for joy.
I don't know why you should be nervous on the last program. I can imagine the first one, yes. Go ahead, Don.
Well, so here he is, folks. A man the whole world is anxious to hear, but on the other hand...
Never mind, Jack Benny, applause. Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny, who thrills or nauseates you, as the case may be, talking. And just think, Don, this is the last time this season you'll be putting your sweet, lovable boss on the pan.
Oh, that's right, Jack. Time certainly flies.
It sure does. What a season we've had. 27,000 miles of travel, playing camps from San Diego to Bangor, Maine. Gosh, Don, I'm so exhausted I can hardly stand up.
You look fine, Jack. You seem to be standing there very firm and upright.
That's the microphone, Don. I'm the wreck that's hanging on to it. I tell you, Don, if I didn't have starch in my underwear, I'd fall right over. What a season.
Well, Jack, we younger members of the cast feel the strain, too.
Wait a minute, Don. What do you mean, you younger members of the cast? I'm not much older than you are.
Oh, you must be, Jack, because I remember when I was just a child in Denver. My mother used to take me to the Orpheum Theater to see you.
Well, Don, that doesn't prove anything. When I started out in vaudeville, I was just a baby. I was a child prodigy.
But you walked out on the stage wearing a tuxedo.
I don't care. There were diapers underneath. And that flask on my hip had a nipple on it. But getting back to our programs this year, Don, we sure have covered a lot of territory. Chicago, Baltimore, New York, Montreal.
Oh, speaking of Montreal, Jack, didn't you borrow $5 from me during our visit there?
Then Ottawa, Toronto, and back to Chicago.
I said, didn't you borrow $5 from me during our visit to Montreal?
Then Camp Custer, Michigan, and finally home again. What a trip.
I said, didn't you borrow $5 from me in Canada?
Yes, and as soon as I get some Canadian money, I'll pay you back. Oh, hello, Mary. Am I glad to see you?
Hello. Say, Jack, what are you yelling at Don for?
Well, in the first place, I didn't like the introduction he gave me. Let me ask you something, Mary. Do I bore people?
Certainly. Who said you didn't?
Nobody said I didn't. He said I did.
Oh. Say, Jack, I bet you're glad we're going off the air tonight. You really look worn out.
I am tired, Mary. Radio is a pretty tough grind.
Well, it's tough for all of us.
That is tougher on me. You don't have to come in till noon on Sundays, but I got to be here at 8 a.m. when the orchestra boys rehearse.
Well, it's your own fault. Why don't you let somebody else sell them coffee and donuts?
Because it's my concession and I can't get a guy to run it. By the way, Mary, after the show, I'll sell you a dozen donuts at a sacrifice. A lot of Phil's boys had hangovers this morning, and all they wanted was coffee. Thank goodness next Sunday I can sleep.
Oh, by the way, Jack, what are you planning on doing this summer?
Well, Don, my doctor advised me to go away for a while where it's quiet and peaceful.
Say, Jack, why don't you go to my uncle's sanitarium?
Oh, has your uncle got a sanitarium?
Yes, it's called Dr. Livingston's Rest Home for jitterbugs who can't quit dancing after the music stops.
I must tell my cousin Boo Boo about that. But I have other plans for the summer, Mary. I'm going to the Low Sierras.
Pardon me, Jack, you mean High Sierras.
I'm going to the Low Sierras.
For heaven's sake, Jack, high means altitude, not price.
Oh. Then I'll go to the High Sierra. The price. The altitude will be good for me, you know.
Say, Mr. Benny, this being our last program...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, this being our last program...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, I'm doing as well as can be expected.
What do you mean?
Well, who expects anything of me?
Oh, that's right. Now, what did you want, Dennis?
Well, this being our last program, I thought I'd ask you for the $10 you owe me.
What $10?
The $10 you borrowed from me in Boston. Do you want to pay it?
Well...
You'll have to wait till he gets some Massachusetts money.
You'll have to wait till I remember I borrowed it. Now, Dennis, when did I ask you for that $10?
Don't you remember you wanted to buy a wallet to keep your money in?
Yes.
So I gave you $2 for a wallet and $8 to put in it?
Oh, that's right. I'll give you the 10 later, kid. And now, Dennis, this being the last program of the season... Gee, the last program. Next week, I'll just be walking past the bank. Oh, well.
You can still wave to the president. He's always sitting out in front of the bank in a rocking chair.
Yeah, he used to own a store in Brooklyn. But no kidding, it doesn't seem possible that this is our last show. It is, though. Yes, sir, it's aloha and goodbye. All right, Don. Aloha and goodbye.
Oh, Jack, not on our last broadcast.
Don, aloha and goodbye.
But this one is so obvious, the child could figure it out.
Don, read what I wrote. Now go ahead. First, aloha.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you're at your grocer's, why not buy a package of toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes? You'll find the price is not a ha-ha or even a medium aha. In fact, it is very aloha.
Okay, that's aloha. Now, goodbye.
Oh, Jack.
Don, goodbye.
Oh, very well.
Very well.
Grape Nuts Flakes in the big 12-ounce economy size package is an excellent value.
Don, it's a goodbye.
It's a marvelous investment.
Don, it's a goodbye.
It's an intelligent purchase.
Don, goodbye.
All right, so long.
Don, come back here. We had to walk out. Now our listeners will never know what I was driving at. Oh, well, sing, Dennis.
That's beautiful.
set that glow. I'm not a great poet, but this much I know.
With Everything That's Beautiful, sung by Dennis Day, who rhymes with work, shirt, and clerk. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Mr. Benny, I just thought of something.
What is it?
How come we're going off the air tonight and Fred Allen is staying on the radio for 4 more weeks?
Well, I think I can explain that to you, kid. You see, Fred Allen's sponsor figures that Allen ought to stay on the air until he gets a laugh. And he's got 4 more weeks to prove that he's a comedian. And I've got a hunch that on the last show his pants will come down. There'll be a sign on his underwear saying, "Smile, darn you, smile." I hope that answers your question, kid.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Quit panning Fred Allen. If you ask me, I think he's the funniest guy on the air.
Do I hear a voice from the cornfield? What was that you just said, Phil?
I said that Fred Allen's the funniest guy on the air.
Oh, yeah?
And he's a great ad-libber. Many a time I've seen him stand up on the stage and reel off gags without no script.
Without no script, huh? Phil, let me ask you something. When you noticed Allen standing there without any script, did you also notice that he kept his right hand in his coat pocket?
So what?
He's got a joke book there that's printed in Braille. You ever put heavy gloves on that guy, he couldn't open his mouth. Ad-lib comedian. Let me tell you something. There are very few of us left.
Oh, I suppose you're an ad-lib comedian.
Yes, I am.
Go on. You stubbed your toe yesterday, and your writers had to cue you to say, ouch.
Ouch has been overdone. I said, gosh ding it. Well, so much for Allen with his baggy eyes. Allen's face looks like a baby kangaroo peeking out of a side pocket. Now, where were we?
Don't forget the special poem I wrote for our last broadcast.
Oh, yes. Let's get that over with, too. What's the title of your poem, Mary?
Aloha and Goodbye.
You stole that from me. Go ahead and read it. Go ahead. Don't be nervous. Just read the poem. Go ahead. Go ahead, kid. Read it, kid.
I say...
All right, go ahead.
I say aloha and goodbye. I feel so sad that I could cry. We surely hate our show to close, but when you gotta goes, you gotta goes.
Nice rhyming there.
We have traveled near and far. We've traveled by plane. We've traveled by car. And I guess that you have heard, we have even traveled by bird.
By bird?
We took the lark to San Francisco.
That's a train. Go ahead. It's a train. Go ahead. Yeah, please.
We've been in the desert where the heat was so great that it melted the teeth out of Jack's upper plate.
That I don't remember.
We've been in Toronto where it was 20 below, and Jack lost his lowers in a street full of snow.
Well, so much for my mouth. Is that all?
No, there's one more verse.
Oh, one more.
Yes.
Go ahead.
We'll be back again next fall when the frost is on the pumpkin. We hope that we will please you all, and our program won't be stunk in the air.
Thank you very much.
Well, Deanna, I'm awfully glad you dropped in on us tonight. Gosh, I haven't seen you since you were a little girl working on Eddie Cantor's program.
That was quite a while ago.
Yes, it was. See, remember how I used to drop in at rehearsal once in a while and hold you on my knees?
Don't try it now.
Oh, I won't. And here you are on my program. Deanna, do you like working with me as well as you did with Eddie Cantor?
Oh, yes, Jack. Of course, you're much younger than I expected.
I just love this girl. What was that? What was that you said, Deanna?
I said you're much younger than I expected.
Well.
You must have expected Trader Horn.
Oh, be quiet. Oh, by the way, Deanna, you know the members of our cast, don't you? Mary, Phil.
Sure. Hello, Mary.
Hello.
Hiya, Diana.
That's Deanna. He never gets the name right. Look at that. And this is Dennis Day, our singer. Say hello to Miss Durbin, Dennis.
Hello. Hello, Dennis. Hello. Hello, Dennis. Hello.
Dennis, say something. Get going.
Will you marry me, Miss Durbin?
Not so fast. Don't mind him, Deanna. Huh?
Well, Dennis, that was awfully sweet of you, and I appreciate it very much, but I'm already married.
Gosh, I meet the only girl in the world for me, and she's already the only girl in the world for her husband. I worry about things like that.
Oh, Dennis, for heaven's sake, you'll get another girl.
Not me. I'm going to take poison.
All right. By the way, Deanna, you may not be aware of this, but I nearly played opposite you in your latest picture, Hers to Hold. They were thinking of using me for your leading man.
Well, that's Hollywood for you.
No kidding, Deanna. I really was going to be in the picture, but they picked Joseph Cotton for the part.
Well, someone's got to pick that cotton.
Mary. Cut that out. Well, Deanna, we're all anxious to hear you, well, Sulky Pants is back. Hello, Don.
Hello, Jack. Say, how about introducing me to Miss Durbin?
Not until you say what I told you to.
All right. Grape Nut Flakes are a good buy. Glad to know you, Miss Durbin.
There. That's that. Now, Don, stop pouting. Pulling those liver lips are hanging way out over the audience. And now, Deanna.
Well, liver is hard to get nowadays.
Now, Deanna, we're all ready and anxious to hear your song, so, Oh, John, that's probably Rochester calling about the party.
What party?
You know what party. I'm giving a farewell dinner for my whole gang and several big movie stars. Gerry Cooper, Robert Taylor, Barbara Stanwyck, Claudette Colbert, Rodney Dangerfield, and Stella Bugenhaven.
Who are those last two?
You never heard of Rodney Dangerfield and Stella Bugenhaven? Didn't you see Pangs of Passion for Adults Only? Go to the movies once in a while, sister. I'm coming. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, how are the arrangements for the party coming along?
Fine, boss. The butcher just delivered the meat, and we got lucky hamburger.
What do you mean, lucky hamburger?
I found a horseshoe in it.
That meat's for Carmichael. For the party tonight, I want you to fry that chicken that's in the refrigerator. It looks very tender.
Oh, it was.
You mean to say you ate that whole chicken?
All but one wing. That got away from me.
Well, then we'll have to serve the hamburger. By the way, Rochester, what about our guests tonight? Have any of the movie stars arrived yet?
Well, Mr. Taylor and Miss Stanwyck called and said they wouldn't be able to come on account of a headache.
They have one headache between them?
Uh-huh. And Mr. and Mrs. Gary Cooper called, and they were very anxious to find out who you were.
I see.
Then Miss Claudette Colbert phoned, and she wanted to know if Herrick had been used yet.
I see. So none of the movie stars are coming, eh?
Oh, yes. Mr. Dangerfield and Miss Buckingham have been here since noon.
What?
They're country folks, boss. To them, dinner is 12 o'clock.
Well, tell them to make themselves at home. See you in a little while, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
How did those donuts I made go over with the orchestra boys today?
Not very good, Rochester. The holes were a little too big. In fact, Frankie, Phil's guitar player, was wearing one around his head to keep his derby from slipping down.
I see. Well, it's the last show, boss. You can have the last gag. Goodbye.
Goodbye. And now, folks, Miss Deanna Durbin from her Universal picture, Hers to Hold, will present for the first time on the air, Say a Prayer for the Boys Over There, written by Jimmy McHugh and Herb Magnuson. Go ahead, Deanna. And especially on this occasion. Not long ago, folks, we looked upon Memorial Day as a day of painful memories from which time had removed the pain and left only beauty. But this Memorial Day is different. Today, Valley Forge and Bull Run and Gettysburg and Chateau Theory come marching out of the past, and we see them clearly again. Because marching at their side are the men of Bataan and Pearl Harbor and Corregidor and Wake. Someday, time will erase the pain of the memory of Bataan and Pearl Harbor, as it once erased the pain of Verdun. But tonight, the gold stars are too new and bright, the wounds in our hearts too fresh, and the pain too sharp to forget. And thus, Memorial Day becomes more than a roll call of our honored dead, and a roll call more of the living. And the living must step forth to answer, and they must say, all these men from 1776 to 1943, they died for me. So let me work, and let me buy the bond. And let me, with the helping hand of God, make the sacrifice that tells the soul of each one of these men, you did not die in vain.
You might say our government nutrition program, the Basic 7, is our springboard to good health. For the Basic 7, the 7 different groups of foods our government urges us to eat every day, was created to ensure a better fed and hence more efficient America. And the Basic 7 is a program that's as simple and workable as it is wise. For instance, one Basic 7 food that's plentiful, thrifty, and not rationed is whole grain cereal. And that spells crisp, toasty brown grape nut flakes, or whole grain Basic 7 cereal. Now, milk and fruit are also Basic 7 foods. So when you serve malty-rich grape nut flakes with milk and luscious fruit, you're getting 3 foods from your daily Basic 7 in one nourishing, grand-tasting dish. So help yourself to better health. Do as Uncle Sam asks, live by the Basic 7.
And so we come to the end of the last program in this Grape Nut Flake series, and we'll be with you again next fall. I want to thank Deanna Durbin for her gracious appearance here tonight. Also, my appreciation to our listeners for the many years of sharing our program with us. Thanks to my cast and my writers, Bill Morrow and Ed Baloyne. Happy summer to everybody. Good night, folks.
Sunday, June 6th, the half-hour drama Those We Love moves into the Jack Benny time for the summer. You'll enjoy Those We Love, for it's an exciting and romantic story about the sort of folks who might be your next-door neighbors. Make a note on your calendar and don't miss Those We Love next Sunday night at this same time. Hey, boss, man.
The makers of Chase and Sanborn Coffee and Tender Leaf Tea present Edgar Bergen, Ray Noble and his orchestra, Dale Evans, the sportsman, our guest, the star of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Madame Curie, Walter Pidgeon, and Charlie McCarthy.
Really, Dale, you're the one, really.
Well, what are you laughing at, Charlie?
Well, I guess it's your hat, I don't know. It's not only off the face, but it's out of this world.
Well, Charlie, it's good for frightening away hiccups.
Well, I'm glad it's good for something. What is it, a Scaparelli reincarnation?
You mean creation.
Do I now? Why?
Yes. Well, Charlie, reincarnation is the belief that nothing really dies.
No.
Yes. A thing may be killed, but it's reincarnated and comes back to life again.
No.
Uh-huh.
You mean like the Rummel plan?
I'm always doing something for the boys. I'm always doing something for the lads if it adds to their joys. Now don't tell me it's a rum thing if I'm out with them nightly till 3. For I'm always doing something for the boys, 'cause they're doing something for me. And that's the reason why I'll say bye-bye for a month out to sing for the boys. Nebraska, Kansas, Iowa, Kentucky, and Illinois.
You'll ride in a Jeep and you won't get much sleep.
Well, who cares? You won't hear a peep out of me. Give me a honey lamb who fights for Uncle Sam. I don't care if I'm out until 3.
That was Dale Evans singing Ray Noble's arrangement of Something for the Boys.
Shiner, is there anyone finer?
Charlie, why are you singing?
Well, it's something different. Black eye, Bergen.
I see.
Boy, what a glimmer. That's what I call a king-sized mouse.
Well, now, please, now. A swollen eye is no laughing matter.
No, it isn't, no.
It feels like the RCA building.
Mm-hmm. It looks more like the Rainbow Room.
Oh, it does. Well, never mind that, young man. Where's that piece of steak I asked you to get for my eye?
Well, I couldn't get it, Bergen. We only had 4 points.
I see. Well, you could have brought something.
Yes, but I thought you'd look funny wearing a can of sardines over one eye.
We won't bother with your jokes if you don't mind.
Very good. But don't blame me, Bergen. It's your own fault for getting mixed up in a kid's baseball game.
I see. And what's wrong with that?
Everything.
I merely tried to be one of the boys again.
You? One of the boys again?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You did?
Yes. I just wanted to recapture my youth.
Oh. With the head start it has on you?
All right. Well, now, Charlie, we're just going to forget everything what happened and everything about my black eye.
Uh-huh.
We're not going to mention my black eye to anyone, are we?
Aren't we?
No.
Oh, I didn't know.
Hello, fellas. Oh, Edgar, I say, what's the matter with your eye?
Well,
Eddie Weddy got hit in the head.
Yes.
I must say, old chap, you really have a beaut.
Yes.
Where'd you get it?
Go ahead, Bergen. Yeah. Tell him how your vision lost the decision.
Yes, I will.
Oh, come on, Edgar. What was it?
Well, it happened this afternoon at a ball game, Ray.
Oh, a ball game.
Yeah.
I say, how jolly. You know, I'm simply crazy about baseball.
Oh, are you?
Especially those St. Louis Robins. They're wonderful.
Yes.
St. Louis Robins.
Uh-huh.
Yes, they're good, yes.
Aren't they?
And so are those Brooklyn Duckers.
Ducky, aren't they?
Yeah, they're nice too, yes.
Who was playing in today's game?
Well, it was Dugan's Wharf Weasels versus McCarthy's Barrel House Rats.
Don't seem to remember those somehow.
Bergen was the umpire.
Well, you see, there was a dispute over one of my decisions.
Uh-huh.
And somebody hit me in the eye with a pop bottle, Ray.
No, yes. I say. I said, that isn't cricket, is it?
No, it was baseball, but...
They should respect an umpire's decision.
After all, there are two sides to every question.
Yes, but you were wrong on both sides.
Oh,
Yes, but Edgar, just what happened?
Well, the whole team jumped on me, Ray, and then someone up in the stands yelled, "Kill the umpire."
Kill the umpire?
Yes. I'd like to find out who that was.
No, but Edgar, who threw the pop bucket?
Well, I don't know, Ray, but suddenly I saw it coming at me, and then everything went black.
Especially your eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Bergen.
Well, Mortimer, come in.
Hello, Mr. Bergen. Want to buy a hot dog?
Well, Mortimer, say, didn't I see you selling frankfurters at the game today?
Yeah, that's right. I got the hot dog obsession.
Oh, hot dog obsession.
Yeah,
I see. Yes, well, everybody loves hot dogs.
Yeah, I guess it's just puppy love, yeah.
How many dogs did you sell at the game?
Oh, I guess it must have been around, I guess about 2 liters.
What?
I mean, about 2 dozen.
2 dozen, yeah. Well, that's quite a lot.
Yeah, sir, yeah. If all the dogs I sold were laid end to end, it would be a lot of baloney, wouldn't it?
Well, how do you sell your hot dogs? I say, how do you sell your hot dogs?
Well, with mustard.
Yes, I know, but I mean, how much do you charge for your hot dogs?
Well, let's see,
Well, don't you remember?
Remember what?
Well, what do you charge for your hot dogs?
Well, you just asked me that.
Well, you didn't answer.
Why shall I answer the same question twice?
I don't. Incidentally, Mortimer, did you happen to see the riot at the game today?
Yeah. That was exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, where were you when the fight was going on?
I was up in the grandstand.
You were?
Yeah, I was yelling. Oh, boy.
Yeah. What were you yelling?
Kill the umpire. Kill the umpire. Kill him, then I don't care. Yeah.
Oh, so you're the one.
What?
Don't you know I was the umpire?
No.
How can you be so stupid?
Well, I study nights.
You study nights.
Well, I guess that's why everybody's talking about me.
Oh, they're talking about you now.
Yeah, I'm famous now.
Mm-hmm. Famous for what?
Well, who do you think they're talking about when they say, did you hear about the moron who... Oh, no.
So you're the moron they're all talking about?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, and you're proud of it?
Yeah, sure. It's recognition like that makes a fellow want to go ahead and do bigger things.
Is that...
More and more in these times, coffee lovers are learning that the weight of coffee is not so important because flavor doesn't come by the pound. You can't weigh flavor. You can't weigh freshness. You can't weigh satisfaction. And yet, these are the things that make good coffee the great drink that it is. When you stop to think, it's flavor that you're really buying when you ask for coffee. It's more flavor and better flavor that times like these demand. So while supplies are curtailed and rationing necessary, get all the fresh flavor you can. Ask for Chasen Sanborn coffee. The blend we're making today has never been surpassed for richness of flavor at any time in our history. It's coffee made for days like these, when 1 cup must do the work of 2, perhaps of 3 or 4. Besides, you know that boost we expect from a cup of coffee comes hand in hand with this full, fresh flavor, wholehearted and satisfying. So bear in mind, as you pay out your precious ration stamps for coffee, that it's only the weight that's limited. You're entitled to all the fresh flavor you can get. So get all the flavor you can. Ask for delicious Chasen Sanborn coffee every time.
Give the right kind of girl the right kind of song, and you've got Day 11 singing The Right Kind of Love.
The right kind of love is all that I need to lift me from my misery. My worries would end if someone would send the right kind of love to me. The right kind of love is so hard to find. It's rarer than pearls in the sea. I tried and I tried, but just can't decide the right kind of love for me. What I'm looking for in the one I adore isn't diamonds and rubies and such. He just has to be kind of crazy for me. Now please, is that asking too much? I'll work and I'll slave, I'll skip and save when I find my man, yes sirree. Won't heaven be kind and help me to find the right kind of love for me? Now I don't care if he has curly hair, if his eyes should be brown or blue. He just has to be kind of sold on me with a heart that is mellow and true. I'll work and I'll slave, skimp and I'll save when I find my man, yes sirree.
Will heaven be kind and help me to find
the right kind?
Heaven be kind.
Then the right kind of love to me.
Right kind of love to me.
Again.
What is it, Charlie?
Why is Walter Pigeon wearing a beard? Huh? Do you know?
Yes, he's growing it for Madame Curie.
Growing it for Madame Curie?
Yes.
Won't she look silly wearing a beard?
Well, no, it's for a picture.
Aha, cinema. Yes, I see. Say there again.
Yes, Charlie.
As long as Mr. Pigeon's our guest today, I wonder if I could interview him for my school paper.
Well, I suppose you could.
Huh?
If you don't take too much of his time.
Oh, no, I won't do that. It'll just be one of those thumbnail sketches.
Thumbnail sketches.
Thumbnail, yes, that's
Well, I think that could be arranged. Charlie, Mr. Pigeon might enjoy it.
Yes, he might, yes. He's over there, Durgan. Ask him if he'd mind seeing the press. Yes.
Okay. Oh, Walter.
Yes, Edgar?
Walter, Charlie would like to interview you for his school paper.
Oh, well, that's very nice. What sort of an interview would you like, Charlie?
Well, I think the kids would like, the story of your life.
Well, now I have two versions. Which one would you want?
Well, I don't know. What's the difference?
Well, in the number one version, I'm a hard-working, industrious young man with many virtues.
Yes. That's it's pretty dull, I think. And the number two version?
I tell the truth.
That's more like it, yes. What do you say we use the truth for a springboard and ad-lib from there on, huh?
All right.
Now, you go right ahead and I'll take notes, huh?
Okay, Charlie, where do we start?
Well, let's start from the beginning. Name?
Walter Pigeon.
Oh, of course. How silly, yes. Age?
Don't we all?
Yeah. No. What I mean is just when and where were you first born? Yes.
I beg your pardon, Charlie. Well, I was born in St. John, New Brunswick.
St. John, New Brunswick, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Oh, that's up in Canada.
Yes.
Oh, good. That's not. When did this great historical event take place, roughly?
It was quite a while ago, more or less, to be exact.
More or less to be exact.
Yes.
Well, I think that's rough enough, yes. Can you tell us something about your childhood? Some interesting event or something?
Well, I remember one time we had a baby at our house.
Well, congratulations.
Oh, no. It wasn't anything really, Charlie. It was me.
Oh, I see. Boy or girl?
It was a boy, naturally.
Oh, yes.
That's how I started out, as a little boy.
No.
Yeah.
Well, so what? Most of us do.
My mother didn't.
Oh. Yes. Well, there's a good point, yes. Now let's get back to your childhood, huh?
Good. I haven't been back there in years.
Yes. Now, tell me something about yourself as a child, huh?
Well, now, let me see, Charlie. For one thing, I was a brilliant student.
Yeah.
And a very intelligent child.
I see. Brilliant intelligent, huh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Very intelligent.
I see that. I'll put down smart Alec. Yes.
Why, do you know, at the age of 2.5, I was reading detective stories?
Is that so? 2.5, huh?
Yes, 2.5.
Detective stories, I see, huh? Well, I'll put down criminal tendencies. I suppose you had a happy childhood?
Oh, yes, indeed. But, unfortunately, I was too young to realize it.
Oh.
So I was sad most of the time.
What a pity.
Mm-hmm.
Why were you sad?
As a baby, I found life rather dull and monotonous.
Uh-huh. Dull and monotonous.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I see. All right. It's dull and monotonous. Well, I'll put down as a baby you needed a change. Mr. Pigeon, what did you look like, if anything?
I beg your pardon?
What I mean is there anything you could be compared to?
Well, now, let me see. Of course, I was unbelievably handsome.
Yeah. Well, I don't believe that.
Oh, you don't, eh?
No.
Well, I was. I had my father's eyes,
Yeah.
my father's nose,
I see.
and my father's mouth.
Well, that must have left your father with a pretty vacant expression.
I mean, I was the spitting image of my father.
Oh, spitting image, I see. I'll put down as a boy you chew tobacco.
You will not.
Now tell me something about your boyhood days, huh?
Well, I spent a great deal of my time hunting.
Uh-huh. And were you a good hunter?
Oh, was I a good hunter?
Oh, boy.
Charlie, I was the champion of Canada.
Oh, I see. Champion of Canada.
Yeah.
Well, I rather expected that here. Just what did you hunt?
Mostly moose.
Oh, mostly moose, huh?
Mostly.
Mostly.
No, well, I used to catch them in a trap.
Oh, you did?
Do you know that I had the best moose trap in Canada?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the best one. Yeah.
The very best one.
You never heard of mediocre, did you? No.
It doesn't exist in my life.
No, I see. Is that where we got the expression from that moose trap about build a better moose trap and the neighbors will bat you on the head with a door?
Yes, I started that.
Oh, you started that. That's fine. But how did you get them into the trap, though?
Oh, it was very simple. I used to call them.
Well, what did you say? Please come here, moose?
Oh, no, Charlie. I knew the mating call of the moose.
Oh, sure.
And when I called to them in my rich baritone voice...
Oh, sure.
They'd come from all over.
Uh-huh.
Charlie, would you like to hear the mating call of the moose?
No, thank you. No. We don't want this place cluttered up with mooses. What else did you hunt?
Oh, all sorts of wild animals. And I was also a fisherman.
Fisherman? I don't have to ask how good you were.
Oh, no, of course not. No, I was the champion fisherman of Canada.
Uh-huh.
I used to fish for whales.
Whales?
Whales, you know.
Yes, of course, naturally. Did you invent a whale trap, or did you call them too?
Oh, no. Now, Charlie, this may seem to you a little bit incredible, but I used to catch them with my bare hands.
No. Easy does it.
Well, they only weighed 6 or 7 tons.
6 or 7 tons.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
Well, you must have sort of leaned toward the muscular slightly.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhat. Even today, I can lift an anvil or bend an exile or an axle
stretch
or
the
a...
truth.
Are you trying to insinuate that I'm a common liar?
Mr. Pigeon, you're the champion.
That is entirely different.
Now, Mr. Pigeon, let's get on to your career, huh?
Oh, yes, my career.
Yes.
Well, now, one of my first jobs was with a stockbroker in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
I sold securities.
I see. How were you as a salesman?
Well, Charlie, I don't want to brag.
Well, why not? This is no time to change.
Well, I tell you, Charlie, I studied all the stock market trends and all the history of all the stocks.
Yeah?
And with all this valuable knowledge and, of course, shrewd speculation...
What happened?
I managed to lose my shirt in half the usual time.
Well, it's a wise stock that knows its own par.
Oh.
I just threw that in. How did you happen to enter the theater?
Well, while I was in the investment business in Boston, I studied singing on the side.
I just threw that in.
The north side.
North side. Mm-hmm.
What do you mean, which side?
I don't know. You started it. Say, I didn't know you were a singer.
Oh, yes.
Well, would you care to give us a little demonstration?
Oh, no. I couldn't do that.
Oh, but you could.
No,
you must be the best at it.
No, I'm not.
Well, why not?
Well, I just can't sing in front of people. I have to have a shower.
Well, if you need one, take one.
What do you mean?
Oh, come now. How about just a little?
No,
a little ditty.
Well,
oh, sure.
Just a short one, huh?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Now, let's have it quiet. Nice round tone.
Quiet, please.
Quiet, please. Quiet. Shush now.
Quiet?
Yes, sir.
Many brave hearts are asleep.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. That's fine.
What do you mean that's fine? I haven't finished yet?
Oh, yes, you have.
What do you mean I have not finished?
Oh, yes, you have. A moose just stuck his head in the door.
The shopping demands of these times make guesswork hazardous. Shop wisely is the watchword now. Know what you're buying. For instance, to get finer tea, more temptingly fragrant and richer in flavor, the first requirement is small, young, tender tea leaves. The kind you get in Tenderleaf brand tea or in improved Tenderleaf brand tea balls. The young tea leaves, up high on the plant out toward the ends of the branches, are the ones you'd pick for yourself if you had a tea garden. You'd never choose older, coarser leaves from the bottom of the tea branch because the finer flavor you want, the more fragrant bouquet are in those tender top leaves. So get that kind when you buy. Tenderleaf brand tea comes in packages, 2 convenient sizes, and in modern filter paper tea balls. Either way, you enjoy finer tea, and in Tenderleaf tea balls, the added pleasure of modern, efficient service. In fact, Tenderleaf tea balls are America's favorite, outselling every other kind. Now, sometimes, under the stress of present conditions, your grocer's supply of this finer blend may be exhausted. In that case, please understand and try again. Always ask for Tenderleaf brand tea or Tenderleaf brand tea balls.
Charlie, do you realize that this is the last Sunday our gang will be together until next fall?
Yeah.
This is our last broadcast for the summer.
Just thinking we'll be away until September.
Yes.
You know, I'm gonna miss the old gang around here.
You know, Charles, I'll miss you too, old chap.
Well, thank you, Mr.
really
Noble.
will, yes.
Do you know, Mr. Noble?
Uh-huh.
Everybody's gonna chip in and buy me a nice going-away present.
Oh, they are, huh?
Yeah, I think it's so nice.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yes. Why don't you start the idea of going around?
Well, as I was saying, Charlie, goodbye, boy. Sure,
Edgar, I hear you may be going overseas to entertain the boys this summer.
Yes, Dale. First, we're going to go. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. It's military secret. Yes, yeah, what are we going to do? Hey, we're just going to sit around. Military secret.
Edgar, are you going to take Charlie with you?
Well, I haven't definitely decided yet.
What do you mean, definitely?
Well, the chances are I shan't need you.
Oh, shan't you now?
However, if you're smart and behave yourself, I may take you.
Yeah, and if you're smart, you'll take me whether I behave myself or not. And it just so happens I'm already packed, my little portmanteau.
Oh, you have?
Yeah. You mean you're all ready to leave? Yeah. Just as soon as I wash out a few hankies, I'll be ready to blow.
I'm sure going to miss you, Charlie.
Are you, dear?
Uh-huh.
May I kiss you goodbye?
Well, I can't see any harm in that.
Oh, I wish you could. A harmless kiss doesn't sound very thrilling. I don't know.
Oh, Charlie, stop that wolfing.
I guess it's going to be pretty dull around here without me.
Well, I'm afraid it won't, young man. There'll be plenty doing here this summer.
What do you mean?
Well, among other things, Paul Whiteman is going to fill our spot.
Yeah?
Yes.
Well, he's got plenty to fill it with. Who else is going to be here?
Dinah Shore.
No.
Yes.
And I had to take shore leave at a time like this.
Well, you see, there'll be plenty doing here all summer.
In other words, folks, this summer, if you don't get to the shore, just listen to our summer show, and the shore will come to you.
Starting next Sunday, and every Sunday until September 6th, when Edgar and Charlie will be back, Paul Whiteman and the makers of Chase and Sanborn Coffee and Tender Leaf Tea will present our big new summer show starring Dinah Shore with Bill Goodwin, the Whiteman Orchestra, and a list of distinguished guests on these same stations in the United States. Our guests will include Burns and Allen, Red Skelton, Victor Moore and Billy Gaxton, Henry Bussey, Johnny Mercer, Hoagie Carmichael, and many, many others. And our first guest next Sunday will be Eddie Cantor.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
And in my dream, I seemed to be in a clinic. As I walked into the consultation room, the doctor looked up and said,
"If you're here for a post-mortem, you'll have to lie down and make an appointment."
No, Doctor, I'm Fred Allen. You x-rayed me yesterday.
Oh, yes. I have your x-rays right here. Come, let's see what Dr. Spear has to say.
Dr. Spear?
Dr. Spear!
Yes, Dr. Badoo?
This is Mr. Allen.
Well, what are we waiting for? Get him on the operating table. Nurse, get the ether. We're going to operate. They're going to let me operate.
Wait a minute.
Yes, Dr. Spear, before you operate, don't you want to look at these x-rays?
All right, let me see. Eeny, meeny, miny, I'll take this out. Nurse, ether!
Now, you wait. You'll take what out? That's my heart.
Don't stop him, Mr. Allen. He gets upset.
He gets upset.
No. Prepare for surgery, you nurse. Get the ether. Where's my knife? Oh, here it is on the floor.
Hey, wait a minute. What's wrong with this guy?
Oh, don't mind Dr. Spear. He used to be a butcher. Things got bad. He went into surgery.
Look, I didn't come here to get anything cut out. All the trouble is I can't sleep.
Oh, you want to see Dr. Mindle next door.
Oh, I'll see Dr. Mindle.
Yes.
Well, this office here is empty. Dr. Mindle.
I'll be right there. I'm in the closet here examining a patient.
All right, Doctor.
Now open wide, please. That's good. Now, come back Wednesday. Now, Mr. Allen, what's on your mind?
Dr. Mindle, I came for an examination.
Oh, yes. Well, if you get down on all fours. It may be spavin.
Now, look, Doc, I haven't spavin, and it isn't Botch. That I know. I have insomnia. I can't sleep.
Oh, can't sleep, eh? Well, we'll soon take care of that. Take this pill.
Oh, well, thanks, Doc.
Now sleep, Fred Allen. Sleep.
Yes, Doc. I feel sleepy already. Well, I dreamed the doctor gave me a pill, Portland, and I seemed to go to sleep in my sleep. Well, suddenly I started hearing voices.
I can cure you, Fred Allen. Let me see these x-rays. He's got neuritis. It's arthritis. It's Larim without the jitis. All this and dandruff, too. That's right, Cub. Let me see these x-rays. Let me operate. Where's my knife? We'll cure you, Fred Allen. We'll cure you.
Quiet. Beat it, you fake. I'm the only medical man who can cure Fred Allen. Well, who are you? I am Dr. Rockwell. Dr. Rockwell? Can you help me, Doc?
There's only one thing that can help you, Fred.
What, Doc?
Vitamins, and I'm an authority on vitamins. What's your problem?
Well, I have insomnia, Doc. I can't sleep.
Well, vitamins will cure you, Fred. Your trouble is night blindness. You can't see to go to sleep.
Well, my eyes used to be all right, Doc. What has caused this night blindness?
Grapefruit.
Grapefruit?
Yes, sir. After a good night's rest, you get up in the morning, your eyes are relaxed, and what happens? You eat a grapefruit, get a pint of that citric acid in each eye, and your vision is weakened. You get night blindness. That's where the vitamins come in.
Well, what vitamin will cure my night blindness?
Vitamin A. You eat 6 raw carrots with every meal, and you get 880 vitamins every day.
And my night blindness is cured.
You can see like an owl. There's only one drawback.
One drawback? What is that, Doc?
Well, eating 18 raw carrots every day, you're all filled up. You can't eat anything else. You start to look like a rabbit. Your fur comes out on your back. You're weak. You have no pep.
I need another vitamin.
B1.
Well, how do I get vitamin B1?
You stop eating carrots. Now you start drinking a quart of molasses 3 times a day. You see, that gives you 2,000 B1 vitamins every day.
And my pep comes back.
You feel like a Superman, but
what?
Well, eating all that sweet molasses ruins your teeth. You need calcium now, vitamin B2. So you start drinking milk, 12 quarts of milk a day. That gives you 7,000 B2 vitamins. And your calcium deficiency is correct.
And my teeth are perfect.
Your teeth are perfect. But your gums are all shot now. You see, Fred, drinking all that milk, your gums get no exercise. They get soft, spongy. You need vitamin C. So you start eating 14 slices of whole wheat bread at every meal.
And this vitamin C fixes up my gums?
Right. Now you just have a little vitamin C deficiency. You know, rickets, bow legs set in. But the good old vitamin E takes care of that.
Vitamin E?
Yes, red meat. For 10 days, you eat nothing but red meat.
And I'm normal again.
You're in perfect physical condition, except for one thing. In order to get that much red meat, you have to spend all your time in black market. When you come outside, your eyes are all bloodshot. You can't see.
Well, what cures my eyes?
Vitamin F.
And vitamin F I get?
From grapefruit. You just start eating.
Now, wait a minute. Grapefruit causes night blindness.
All right, Fred, it's your night blindness. You just start eating 6 raw carrots.
Look. This is where I came in, Doc.
And there's the secret of vitamins, Fred. If you've got something, vitamins will cure it. And if you haven't got it, vitamins will give it to you.
Now, look, Doc, vitamins won't help me. I'm all in. I haven't slept for 6 months.
Fred, all you need is rest and relaxation. Come on up to my place in Maine. There's nothing but peace and quiet.
Peace and quiet. You can put me to sleep up there?
I'll bet you $100 I can put you to sleep, Fred. Come up to Maine. You rest. You sleep. Come to Maine. Maine.
Well, Portland, the next thing I knew in my dream, I was walking down a quiet Maine road. Finally, I came to a little cottage. A sign over the door read, Rockwell's Institute of Peace and Quiet. There wasn't a sound. I knocked at the door.
Ah, Fred, come right in.
Well, thanks, Doc.
Welcome to Rockwell's Institute of Peace and Quiet.
Oh, if I can just get a little sleep.
Ah, if you're not asleep in 60 minutes, Fred, I'll give you $100. It's quiet here. Nobody will bother you.
Good.
This is your room right here, Fred. Now, just make yourself at home.
Ah, this room looks fine, Doc. I can relax in here. I'll see you later.
Well, pleasant dreams, Fred.
Well, I'll just get my things off, and then for some sleep. What's this? Hey, who's hammering on that door?
Just me, Fred.
Well, what is that hammering?
I'm just nailing a do not disturb sign on your door.
Oh.
Now, you get right into bed now, Fred, and relax.
All right, I will. This bed feels... Oh, I've been stabbed.
That's just the mattress, Fred. One of the springs came out.
They had a cow in there, too, I think. How things, the hay is so scarce. Well, it's just so little corn on the program tonight. The cow got into the mattress to get the hay in there.
All right. You forget it, Fred. Just curl up around the spring and go to sleep.
Just curl up. I see your point, Doc. I'll curl up around this spring. This is good.
Wait a minute. There's too much light here. I'd better let down these Venetian blinds.
Now, wait a minute. Doc, that noise.
Now, wait, Fred. You relax. Now, just close these closet doors.
Now, look, Doc, take it easy. My nerves.
Now, wait a minute, Fred. You go to sleep. You want anything? I have Luther, my hired man here. Just ring this bell.
Luther was written out, but he got in the script anyway, didn't he? Doc, does the bell have to ring that loud?
Yes, the hired man is deaf. I have to use a loud bell.
Oh.
Now, you're here for a rest, Fred. I'll get out. Now, you just lay back there and go to sleep.
Yes, Doc, sleep. This is more like it. I'll just lie back here and see what I can do. Hey, what was that? What? Hey, there's a golf ball on my stomach. Oh, what now?
Right in here, Caddy. Here's the ball. Oh, good shot, sir. Right on this gentleman's brisket.
Hey, what is this?
Quiet, you. This is a difficult shot. My nibbler, Caddy.
Yes, sir.
I'll play it from the gentleman's paunch.
Now, wait a minute. What do you think I am, a hazard?
Quiet! I'm lining up the ball.
The green is straight through this other window, sir.
Here goes.
Oh, my head. Oh.
Try again, sir. I'll replace the divot. I got some new skin here. Stand back, Caddy. Hey, hello, sir. You're right on the green.
You're also on my stomach, both of you guys. Will you get off?
All right, take my bag, Caddy. Let's go, sir.
Oh, maybe I can get a little sleep now. Well, I'll sing myself a lullaby. Rock-a-bye, baby, don't let out a peep. The Japanese Sandman's asleep in the deep. Rock-a-bye. Oh, now what? Come in.
Just me, Fred. How's it going? Aren't you asleep yet?
Doc, how can I sleep with all this noise?
What noise? Everything outside is as quiet as a mouse.
I know all the noise is going on in here.
Oh, your nerves are on edge, Fred. I don't hear a thing. Now you get back there to sleep.
Sleep.
That's right.
Sleep.
Now I'll just...
Doc, what is that?
Oh, that's nothing. That's just the guy in the next room. Now you go to sleep.
Doc, tell that guy to keep quiet, will you?
Why, I can't, Fred. He's making a fortune for me.
A fortune? How?
Why, people come from all over to Maine and pay me 10 cents apiece just to look at this man.
Why?
He's a Democrat.
Look, go in and tell him that I am Al Smith. He won't be so lonesome up here in Maine.
All right, Fred, but you go right back to sleep now. Sleep.
Sleep. I'll try counting sheep this time. 1, 2, oh, shucks. I forgot my ration book. Oh, well, maybe I can go. Hey, what's going on? Just a minute, you. What are you doing here in my bedroom with these dogs?
Well, I was closing in on a fox. The blighter ran in here. I say, there's the fox. He's under your bed. Let's go and catch him, boys. Right now, boys. Joint away.
Maine, rest, relaxation. I have had enough. I'm getting out of here. Doc Rockwell.
Fred, you're getting dressed?
You bet I'm getting dressed. I'm going back to New York.
Shame on you, Fred. I built up an institution for rest and relaxation here, and you won't cooperate.
Cooperate? How can I cooperate? I've had bells pounding in my ears, Democrats yelling off mic, a golf game going on in my stomach, a fox hunt under my bed. Doc, I'm through.
But, Fred,
Fred, never mind, Fred. You told me if I came up here to Maine, I could relax. I would have peace and quiet. Didn't you tell me that?
Yes, but...
You told me also if I came up here to Maine, I could relax. You told me if I didn't fall asleep in 60 minutes? I'm so excited. I don't know what I'm doing now. I'm talking in my sleep, which I haven't had, according to the script.
I promised to give you $100.
You told me if I didn't fall asleep in 60 minutes, you would give me $100, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
All right. I have been here 59 minutes, and I am still awake. Now, you owe me $100.
Not so fast, Fred. I still have a minute.
You can't put me to sleep in a minute.
Oh, no. What's about it? How about vitamins? You start eating six raw carrots.
No, Doc, not that again. Thank you. Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Dr. Rockwell, Maine's ambassador of goodwill, for paying us a diplomatic call tonight. Next week, our guest will be Ellery Queen, ladies and gentlemen. And now, Jimmy, if you'd like to say something before we put a stop to this.
Well, just a reminder that wear can put a stop to your essential transportation if you let neglect cripple your car. So give it regular care and make the regular place to get it your neighborhood Texaco dealer.
Thank you, Jimmy. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday and to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Thank you. Good night. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
p.m.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The American campaign on Attu is rapidly drawing to a close. The Navy announces that the largest Jap force on the Aleutian Island has been annihilated, and Tokyo has already admitted final defeat there. The Allied air offensive has continued over Western Europe and the Mediterranean, and in North Africa, Generals de Gaulle and Giraud are meeting for the conference to unify all French Empire forces. In Russia, bitter fighting is raging in the Kuban region of the Western Caucasus. But now, for news of the air warfare and the campaign against the U-boat, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS London. John Daly reporting.
Hitler, the architect of the fortress of Europe, forgot one thing. He forgot to put a roof on his fortress. That one factor, more than any other, will mean the destruction of Hitler's new order that was to last 1,000 years. Yesterday, the head of Britain's bomber command, Air Chief Marshal Harris, said that the bombing Germany has had is chicken feed compared with what she's going to get as long as she persists in her aggression. Hardly had he spoken when the United States 8th Air Force and the RAF smashed into Hitler's fortress of Europe to prove it. In destructive raids announced last night, our fortresses and liberators struck at Saint-Nazaire, Rennes, and La Police in the greatest daylight blitz of the war. Hard upon the heels of our heavy bombers, the RAF last night found a new target in Germany. The new target is Wuppertal, home of giant IG Farben Industry chemical plants and numerous other war factories. It has just been announced this minute that more than 1,500 tons of bombs were dropped on Wuppertal, starting tremendous fires. 33 bombers are missing from the raid. At the same time, in the one war arena in which Hitler has been able to boast of some success in recent months, the Battle of the Atlantic, the RAF Coastal Command got in a good stiff body blow. It was announced today that Coastal Command bombers have definitely destroyed 5 German U-boats in 10 days. We have been told repeatedly in the last few days that the United Nations are winning the Battle of the Atlantic. Last night, even the Germans indirectly admitted it. One of Goebbels' ace spokesmen told the German people But the U-boat war is a permanent race between the development of weapons of attack and defense, and therefore ups and downs must be expected. That, said the German spokesman, is why our U-boats are not finding so many victims these days. Air Vice Marshal Joubert, Inspector General of the RAF, yesterday described the German armed forces as a three-legged stool. The Army leg, he said, was shaky, the Air Force leg cracked, and the U-boat leg as good as broken. You are all familiar with the Spanish and Axis propaganda campaign crying for an end to bombing on humanitarian grounds. Well, this morning, children were going to a Sunday school in a harmless small town on England's southwest coast when 7 German fighter bombers flew in from the sea. They thoroughly machine-gunned the town, besides dropping bombs. All the children managed to come out of the raid alive. At least it's thought they did. The humanitarians lost 3 of their fighter bombers before they got home. Now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Our men of the Merchant Marine can tell you only too well how it feels when the thick blanket of fog closes in, particularly among the icebergs of the North Atlantic. It's a feeling of utter helplessness. Men on watch listen to the constant blare of the foghorn, hoping to catch warning echoes. At night, searchlights struggle to pierce the gloom. Speed is held to a snail's pace, yet at any moment may come the grinding crash of a ship striking an unseen iceberg. Such disasters, with their loss of ships, cargoes, and lives, will soon belong to history. For radar, built by Admiral, already performing so many miracles for America at war, will soon eliminate one of the greatest hazards at sea. Unhampered by fog, storm, or darkness, radar will detect icebergs in plenty of time to avert a crash. No blaring foghorns, no position-revealing searchlights need be employed. And best of all, American ships equipped with radar can safely plunge through fog at full speed. In turning out radar for Uncle Sam, Admiral workers are merely doing familiar tasks in a bigger, better way than ever. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers, today, radar is America's smart set built by Admiral. Now here once again is Doug Edwards.
In the North African war zone, Allied bombers have again raided the Italian Mediterranean islands, and General de Gaulle is now meeting with General Giraud to complete arrangements for French unity. For a direct report on these developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Algiers' Winston Burdett reporting.
At noon today, a Lockheed Hudson transport plane circled over a tiny airfield in North Africa. On the field were General Giraud, French Commander-in-Chief, various members of his staff, a guard of honor, a battery of photographers, and a flock of correspondents. The plane taxied over to where everybody was waiting, and out of it stepped General Charles de Gaulle. At last, he was here. De Gaulle and Giraud saluted, shook hands, and strode solemnly across the field to review the guard. The formalities were stern and simple. The 2 poker-faced generals rode back together to Giraud's headquarters. And so, rather unobtrusively, the leader of the fighting French movement arrived in North Africa. Algiers is now the capital of fighting France. You may have heard that there's a ban on public demonstrations of any sort in North Africa. Nevertheless, around 4 o'clock this afternoon, several thousand Frenchmen just happened to be standing around in the park in the center of Algiers. They had heard that de Gaulle was coming to lay a wreath on the monument of the unknown dead. Children climbed into trees to get a better view. And when de Gaulle finally appeared, the crowd burst through the police cordon, flooded the park, shouted Vive la République and Vive de Gaulle. They really let go. A little later, General de Gaulle received the press. He spoke of the union of all French forces and of the new Central Committee which is to be set up in order to realize that union. This committee, he said, must have 3 characteristics, and I quote him, "It must be physically and morally capable of directing France at war. Morally, because it is important that the men with power should be worthy to lead. You know what I mean. Secondly, its power should be based on real French sovereignty. The Allies should be able to deal with men who are upright and proud. And thirdly, he said, the committee must act in harmony with the mass of the French nation." And he added, "It would be impossible to build something with which the French people are not in accord." General de Gaulle spoke with the air of a man who knew precisely what he wanted. I return you now to CBS in New York.
The increasing allied threat to what the Germans call their European fortress brings a variety of reports from within the enemy countries to the listening posts in neutral Switzerland. For a direct report, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Bern. Howard K. Smith reporting.
While the Axis and its frightened friends in Madrid have this week suddenly discovered that air bombardment is inhuman, today in the mountains of Yugoslavia, German bombers have razed 4 undefended villages to the ground. The towns are in Montenegro. There were no soldiers in them and no anti-aircraft guns. The citizens didn't even have a rifle to defend themselves with. They just happened to be a part of the big territory the partisans have taken away from the Axis in Montenegro. On one of the towns, named Shabolyak, the Germans dropped 40,000 pounds of bombs, and that is 10 pounds of explosives for every person in town. The bombardments were undertaken as part of the Axis' new frantic offensive against the Yugoslav partisans to break their resistance before the United Nations can attack Europe. Today, the partisans have admitted that they have had to retreat before the German storm. The front on which they are fighting is about 100 miles long. It extends from just south of Sarajevo to just north of Albania. On the back bottom of that front, the Germans, with tanks and bombers, took away from the partisans the important terminus of Kolashin, about 10 miles north of the Albanian border. The German base of operations against them, the partisan radio said, is the Montenegrin town of Plevolje. And they begged the Allies to send a few planes over Plevolje with bombs, preferably big bombs, just to let the Germans know that the partisans are not the friendless peasants they sometimes claim to be. The partisans believe they can take any town or city in Yugoslavia with air support. Today, in fact, their forces stand just 20 miles outside the Italian port of Fiume. In 2 years of guerrilla fighting, the partisans have carried offensives to within 10 miles of the Croatian capital of Zagreb and into the outskirts of Banja Luka. But each time they've turned away from the big cities because they haven't got the bombers. They're hoping, though, that someday the Allies will send bombers. And if they do, the partisans think they can take their country away from the Axis with very little additional help. I now return you to New York.
Next, for news of developments in South America, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Buenos Aires. Herbert Clark reporting.
CBS Buenos Aires. President Ramon Castillo decided this week that the Argentine Congress should open its regular 1943 session on June 8th. That decision and the choice of the date are 2 more indications that Senator Robustiano Patron Costas will be named to succeed Castillo at next September's presidential elections. Patron Costas became the Crown Prince last February when Castillo picked him as a guarantee of the continuance of present policies. The presidential wishes have been respected by all factions of the conservative political machine, and Patron Costas will be formally named the rightist candidate on June 7. Liberals had planned to choose their candidate on June 8th, but those plans were upset when Castillo selected the date as the occasion of his report on the state of the nation. Liberals, who are the majority in Argentina but are badly disunited, got together on an excellent pro-democratic, anti-totalitarian platform early this month. But they went back to bickering over candidates immediately, and the chances are dim today for the formation of a democratic union, a sort of a popular front, to contest that election. We don't expect much legislative production from Congress this year, partly because attention will be fixed on the elections, and partly because liberals plan to spend considerable time asking Castillo to explain some of his actions. They want to know, for instance, why the government keeps constitutional guarantees suspended by the state of siege decreed in December of 1941 and indefinitely extended last December despite a congressional order to lift it. Castillo gave a partial answer, or rather a partial refusal to answer, this week when he sent a message to Congress asking a further extension on the grounds that individual liberties were dangerous, that the government's liberty of decision would be compromised if the people were free to criticize. This is Herbert Clark in Buenos Aires, returning you to Columbia in New York.
There is heavy fighting today on land and in the air at both ends of the 1,600-mile Russian front. The Germans are attempting day and night air attacks on Leningrad, and Moscow reports that Soviet fighters and anti-aircraft batteries have knocked down 20 enemy planes. At the same time, German guns have opened up on Leningrad, battering the city with shells. But the Russian defenders are reported to be answering shell for shell without budging from their positions. A few hours ago, the Navy announced another victory by our forces on Attu Island. For this news and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
The bloody battle for Attu is over at last. According to a laconic Navy communique this afternoon, the Japanese made a suicidal counterattack on the right flank of our forces on the floor of Chichagof Valley. Except for snipers, the communique reads, this enemy force was annihilated. On Friday, American troops had exterminated the last of the Japanese defenders of the mountain known as Fish Hook Ridge. Early this morning, the Tokyo radio broadcast an official communique stating that the Imperial General Staff has been out of touch with its forces on Attu for more than 24 hours. It is believed, said Tokyo, that all officers and men of the Imperial garrison died a glorious death for their country. According to Tokyo, the Japanese garrison numbered about 2,000 men. Again, according to Tokyo, our own forces numbered 20,000 men with superior equipment. What held us up so long was not the strength of Japanese resistance, so much as the foul weather conditions which have prevented air activity on all but 2 or 3 days of the 3 weeks the campaign lasted. The Navy communique merely says that Japanese casualties have been high. But according to the German version of Tokyo's story, every last Japanese on the island has been killed. Disabled soldiers who were unable to participate in the last desperate counterattack are said to have committed suicide. Because of the gasoline shortage, there were sparse crowds at the Memorial Day services in Washington today. At 11:30 this morning, General Somervell placed a wreath on the tomb of the unknown soldier in the name of President Roosevelt. Now, while this program is going on, the American Legion is holding its annual service in memory of the dead of the First World War. By special permission of the White House, color guards and other officials took taxis or drove their own cars to Arlington Cemetery. But the majority of the Legionnaires presumably walked. An OPA order last night banned the use of private cars in driving to and from patriotic celebrations. Despite congressional opposition to food subsidies, the OPA has ordered a 10% rollback in the retail price of butter to become effective on June 10th. The average saving to consumers will be 5.5 cents a pound. Rollbacks in the price of meat and coffee are expected shortly, and the total subsidy expenditure on these 3 items alone will come to $400 million a year. I return you now to New York.
On the Far Eastern fighting front, Chinese dispatches say Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek's troops have captured Yuyang Quan, which is 35 miles south of Yichang. This town has been a focal point in the Jap offensive up the Yangtze River toward Chungking. There was another air raid alarm in Chungking this morning, the second in as many days. But as yet, there's no indication that Jap planes attacked at any point in the province. And now, for an analysis of the new Japanese drive in China, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
It is not yet clear whether the Japanese offensive in the upper Yangtze Valley is really a major drive aimed at the Chinese temporary capital at Chongqing. Latest Chinese dispatches tend to play down this theory, but from other sources the situation is reported as potentially serious. Certainly in advance from Yichang, the Japanese base highest up the Great River, all the way to Chongqing, would be a formidable operation. The greatest difficulty would be that of supply. The river itself must be the main Japanese supply line. The railways would be of little assistance, since the Japanese do not control either the northern or the southern main lines which reach the river at Hankow. An enormous number of river craft would be needed and would have to be kept in constant operation, in order to supply a force which could hardly number less than 500,000 combat troops. Even if this could be done in theory, the front on which the Japanese would have to advance must be comparatively narrow. The farther the Japanese go from Ichang, the more their flanks will become exposed to Chinese attack. This has been the history of every Japanese attempt to advance from their present positions during the past 2 years. First comes initial success, as the powerful Japanese striking force moves out, close to its base, and after thorough preparation. Then comes increased Chinese resistance, as the Japanese get farther away from their bases. Finally, come Chinese attacks on the Japanese flanks and raids against their lines of communication. Invariably, this has produced the same result. The Japanese have had to fall back to their original positions, or at least to content themselves with minor and inconclusive gains. It may very well be that this process is now about to repeat itself on a somewhat larger scale in the upper Yangtze Valley. However, a new factor, that of air power, may be introduced if the 14th U.S. Air Force under General Chennault can be reinforced.
That was Major George Fielding Elliott. Out in Pearl Harbor, our fighting men are closely watching developments in the battle against the Japs to the north and the southwest. For a report on our heroes who've seen action against the enemy and who are looking for more of it, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
Once in a while, your correspondent is at Pearl Harbor on a bright morning when a submarine of the Pacific Fleet comes home to refuel, get more torpedoes, and let the officers and men stretch their legs a bit on solid earth. You never forget it. I watched such an arrival. Slowly the sub made its way through the entrance of Pearl Harbor and up toward the submarine base. It was no gala arrival. Only a few knew about it until she was there. But as she came up the harbor almost to a man, the civilian war workers who chanced to see her pulled up to a kind of respectful attention and then cheered her. Navy craft along her course paid quiet honor to her. No fanfare or tinsel of parade stuff here. It was more of a good-natured, bantering kind of greeting that fighting men give to other fighting men they respect. The sub came alongside and you could see the green sea moss on her, a sure indication of a long time at sea. On her deck were most of her crew, grinning the sheepish grin that fellows wear when they come home after winning the state championship in football or basketball. These men had done well and they knew it, but they were trying their best to be modest and casual about it. The officers and crew, who'd worn dungarees for days on end, had broken out their store clothes. You could tell by the folds showing crosswise on the breeches that the cloth had been folded in lockers for quite some time. Some wore beards, others were carefully shaved. All looked healthy and well-fed, but a little tired. There was a kind of a band on the dock. Most Navy bandsmen are busy fighting somewhere these days, but somebody had rounded up a drum and a trombone, a few cornets, and a big bass horn. As the sub came alongside, they blared out "Anchors Aweigh" in a way that did your heart good. Nobody said much until the sub tied up, and a group of officers from the sub base went aboard to congratulate the winning commander. Shoreside sailors were there to meet former shipmates on the sub, and they look admiringly at the pennants on the conning tower. Each sub that comes in shows its record by paintings on the ship's side or by pennants. This one had 5 pennants of blue, with a white silhouette of the 5 Jap ships she'd sunk. Some were in the shape of merchant ships or transports, and some were undeniably replicas of Jap warships. The official greetings were over, and immediately everybody started yelling greetings from shore to sub and back again, and then something happened that made you feel good. Down the dock came a small truck and put a half-dozen big mail sacks aboard. And right on that submarine deck, Uncle Sam distributed the mail to some of his boys who'd been many weeks, thousands of miles from any post office. Then the shore crew took over, already starting the work of overhauling, restocking, refueling, and reloading torpedoes. And the submarine crew took off for a few days' leave, some still reading their mail. All except one seaman, and I heard him say to a shoreside buddy, "Hey, Mac, lead me to the nearest telephone." I hope he had fun, because it wouldn't be long before he and the other submariners would be off to sea again to hunt and be hunted. And when that time comes, he and the other sub-fighters are always raring to get underway. They have adventure in their hearts, and they thrive on danger. I guess that's why they shoot down so many Jap ships. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. I return you now to New York.
In the Southwest Pacific, General MacArthur's flyers have carried out the greatest number of sorties yet undertaken in a single day. They ranged more than 1,000 miles from Australia to bomb 3 islands in the small Sunday group. Off New Guinea, our Liberator bombers spotted a small Jap convoy, attacked it, and left a 5,000-ton transport smoking. 2 small warships and 3 more merchant vessels are in the convoy, which was last seen at Hansa Bay, which is midway between Wewak and Madang. Another Liberator scored damaging near misses on a 1,000-ton cargo ship, pulling 6 barges in the Banda Sea area, 700 miles from Darwin. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a message from our sponsor.
How quickly can radar, built by Admiral, detect the presence and determine the range of an enemy ship or plane? Detection takes about as much time as it does to sweep the horizon with a pair of binoculars. Radar scans the sea and air with a focused beam of ultra-high-frequency waves that travel with the speed of light. When these waves strike a ship or plane, they bounce back, and thus the enemy is detected. But that's not all. Since these radio waves travel at a constant speed, 186,000 miles per second, the time required for them to travel to a reflecting surface and return provides a mean for determining the exact range or distance to the enemy target. Admiral-built radar translates this time into distance automatically, so it can be read much like the speedometer of a car. Thus, every move of the enemy ship or plane, as it approaches or retires, is constantly recorded before the eyes of the radar operator. Next week, Admiral will tell you how radar is helping to guard our coastlines against enemy attack. Another important assignment for this amazing weapon of war built by Admiral. Women of America, the WAAC is accepting enlistments today for the women radio operators, radio repairmen, and teletypewriter operators that are urgently needed by the armed forces to release men for active combat duty. Do your part in America's war for freedom by helping the WAAC and the Signal Corps get the message through. Go to your local U.S. Army recruiting and induction station today for full information. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Lady Astor presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, Rebecca. The starring players.
This is Joan Fontaine.
This is Brian Ahern.
And this is Agnes Moorehead.
Tonight, Lady Astor presents the Screen Guild Players in a radio version of the popular novel and motion picture, Rebecca, starring Brian Ahern as Maxim de Winter, Agnes Moorehead as Mrs. Danvers, and Joan Fontaine in the role she immortalized on the screen. She tells our story.
Last night I went to Mandalay again. But even as I saw the iron gate, the winding drive, the great old house itself, I knew, as dreamers always do, that it was just a dream. Mandalay was no more, and we can never go back. That much is certain. Yet sometimes in my secret thoughts, I do go back to the strange days of my life, which began for me in the south of France. I was very young and very poor, and because I had no family of my own, I had taken employment as the paid companion of a rich old lady. That's how I happened to be in Monte Carlo. That's how I happened to meet Maxim de Winter. I was walking along the cliffs one day above the sea. I saw a man step toward the edge. To jump, I thought. And almost without knowing it, I cried out, "No, no, stop!"
What the devil are you shouting about? Who are you? What are you staring at?
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stare. I thought you were going to...
Oh, you did you? What are you doing here?
Well, I was only walking.
Get on with your walking, then. I can very well do without your screaming.
That afternoon, they told me who he was. Maxim de Winter, the master of Mandalay. They said his wife had died the year before, and that he'd come to Monte Carlo to forget. Oh, I had no right to hope. A dowdy, awkward, penniless girl. But when he spoke to me next day and apologized and asked to go along and watch me sketch, my heart leaped up into my throat and choked the frightened no I might have said. We saw a great deal of each other after that. He was all generosity and charm. We danced and talked, and then one night we walked along the sea. A very lovely night. The air like wine.
You're very quiet this evening.
I was thinking, I wish there could be an invention that bottled up memories like scent, and then I could uncork the bottle and live the memory all over again.
Sometimes the memory might grow stale. Or horrible. Stop biting your nails.
Oh, I wish I were a woman of 36, dressed in black satin with a string of pearls.
You wouldn't be here with me if you were. Yeah, good heavens, what brought that on? Here, now. Blow your nose.
I'm sorry, Mr. De Winter.
Don't call me Mr. De Winter. I have a very impressive array of first names. George, Fortescue, Maximilian. You needn't bother with them all at once. My family call me Maxim.
But I'm not your family.
You will be. When we're married.
Married?
Why not? Oh, of course, if you don't love me.
Oh, but I do. I love you most dreadfully. I cried all last night because I loved you so much.
Bless you for that.
Oh, but you don't understand. I don't belong in your sort of world.
And what is my sort of world?
Well, Mandalay and... Oh, you know what I mean.
Suppose you let me be the judge of that. Only you'll have to promise me one thing.
What?
Promise me you'll never wear black satin and pearls, and that you'll never be 36 years old.
Mrs. Maxim de Winter, mistress of Mandalay. Oh, I said it over and over again to myself, all through our honeymoon, and still I couldn't believe it was true. Then, suddenly, we were home at Mandalay. The wide green lawns, the curving road, the vastness of the house itself. The staff lined up to welcome me.
Well, darling, this is Frank Crawley, who manages the estate.
I'm glad to meet you, Mrs. De Winter. I'm terribly happy for Maxim's sake.
And this is Frith, the butler.
We're glad to welcome, madam.
Robert, the second man.
We hope madam will like it here.
The cooks, the maids, the gardeners, they all seemed glad to have me there. All but the housekeeper, Mrs. Danvers.
Alice will come up and help you dress, madam.
Thank you, Mrs. Danvers.
Alice is the parlor maid. She'll look after you till your own maid arrives.
Oh, but I haven't any maid. I'm sure Alice will do very nicely.
I'm afraid not, madam. It's usual for ladies in your position to have a personal maid.
Well, if you think so. Mrs. Danvers, I do hope we'll be friends. This sort of life is new to me, and I'll rely on you. You've been here at Mandalay for a long time, haven't you?
I came when the first Mrs. De Winter was a bride.
Oh. Mrs. De Winter. The first Mrs. De Winter. Sometimes through the days that followed, it seemed that she was Maxim's wife, not I. In every room there was some little sign of her. A glove and a dress book or correspondence paper with her name engraved on it. Rebecca. That was her name. I learned to know it very well. And if I once forgot and tried to make myself the mistress of my home, Danvers was always at my side. If I wanted a fire in the drawing room.
Mrs. De Winter never lit the fire in here till afternoon.
Or if I spoke of going for a stroll.
Mrs. De Winter always instructed the gardeners after lunch.
Or if I left a salad to the cook.
Mrs. De Winter was most particular about salads, madam.
No matter where I turned, Rebecca had been there before, was still there in a sense to mock my helplessness. Not only in the house itself, but outside too. The day I walked along the beach and came upon a lovely cottage in the cove. Her cottage, I soon found out. Her books, her robes, her cigarettes, her monogram on everything. I closed the door and raced back blindly toward the house. And suddenly, Maxim was standing in my way.
Where have you been?
Walking along the beach.
The cottage?
Why, yes.
Did you go inside?
Maxim, the door was open and I...
Don't ever go there again. You hear?
Maxim,
I hate the place. If you had my memories, you wouldn't go there or talk about it or make me think about it.
Oh, Maxim, what is it?
No, nothing. Forget it, my dear. Just forget all about it.
Yes? Oh, good morning, Mrs. De Winter. Come in.
I know you're very busy, Mr. Crawley.
Well, the estate does take a bit of managing, especially now that Maxim's back.
Well, am I interfering?
Not at all. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Well, I was down at the cottage on the beach the other day.
Oh, were you?
Yes, it seems to be going to rack and ruin.
Well, I think if Maxim wanted anything done about it, he'd tell me.
Are those all Rebecca's things down there?
Yes, they are.
What did she use the cottage for?
The boat used to be moored near there.
What boat? What happened to it?
Well, you see, it capsized and sank. The night Rebecca was drowned.
Oh, she was drowned.
She was on the boat alone. There was a storm, and she was washed overboard.
Where did they find her?
Near Edgecombe. About 2 months later, Maxim went up to identify her. It was horrible for him.
Mr. Crawley, please don't think me morbidly curious, and I promise I won't bring this up again, but would you answer just one more question?
If I can.
Tell me, what was Rebecca really like?
Well, I suppose she was the most beautiful creature I ever saw.
She'd been beautiful, very beautiful, and Maxim still loved her. That was all I could think about for days. And then, woman-like, I thought, I'll force him to forget. I'll make him think of me. I'll be beautiful, too. First of all, a new coiffure.
Darling, what on earth have you done to your hair?
Makeup, which I'd never used.
My dear, aren't you wearing too much rouge?
A whole new wardrobe of expensive clothes.
Really, darling, and do you think that dress is quite your type?
Oh, I tried so hard, and I only saw annoyance in his face, or worse, amusement in the bored indulgence that one saves habitually for a child. And still I would not yield. I was so pitifully eager as the summer costume ball approached. I thought, if I can find a costume that will make him proud of me, something different, so that he'll be the envy of his friends. And strangely enough, it was Mrs. Danvers who gave the idea.
If I may suggest it, madam, I think you might find a costume to suit you among the family portraits.
Oh, you mean in the gallery at the top of the stairs?
There's one in particular that might have been designed for you. I'm sure you could have it copied.
Really? Which one?
One of Mr. De Winter's ancestors, Lady Caroline.
Oh, yes, it's very lovely. Oh, do you think he'd like it?
I've heard Mr. De Winter say it's his favorite of all the paintings.
Then that would be a splendid idea. Thank you, Mrs. Danvers. I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful indeed.
Oh, Maxim, where's that young wife of yours?
Oh, she'll be down presently. Fussing with her gown, I suppose. It's her first ball, you know.
What is she wearing, Maxim?
Oh, I haven't the remotest idea. She's keeping a great secret. Why, she wouldn't even let me.
There she is now.
I'm so glad she's coming down. I want... Good heavens. Good Lord. Good evening, Maxim.
What the devil do you think you're doing?
But, Maxima...
Where did you get that gown?
It's the picture, the one in the gallery.
Go and take it off.
Oh, Maxim, what is it? What have I done?
That was the dress Rebecca wore at the ball last year.
And so ends Act One of Rebecca, starring Joan Fontaine, Brian Aherne, and Agnes Moorehead. Before we hear Act Two, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Sometimes I see a girl who has what I call an old-fashioned face, because her face is too heavily made up. And the reason I call a heavily made-up face old-fashioned is because that artificial look is as out of date as the clothes you wore in the 20s. The type of beauty that's in style today is a fresh, natural-looking beauty. Many women don't realize that sometimes it's the powder they use which gives them that made-up, powdery look. Not until they discover what a big difference there can be in face powders. You would understand this difference better if you could read some of the letters I receive from women who have changed to Lady Esther face powder. One woman after another has written that it was a revelation to see the improvement a change of face powders could make. When they tried Lady Esther face powder, they said that uninteresting, powdery look gave way to a look of radiant, natural loveliness. Their skin looked softer and younger. You'd understand why this is so if you could see how Lady Esther face powder is made. First, you'd see Lady Esther face powder go through the usual mixing and sifting. And then, even though most powders are considered finished at this stage, I take my powder at this point and put it through the twin hurricane blending. Now, in this second blending, tiny particles of color and powder are blown together at such terrific speed that the powder becomes a miracle of smoothness and evenness. So many women have written me that this new kind of powder seems to give the skin a new, natural-looking beauty.
And now the curtain rises on Act 2 of Rebecca, starring Brian Aherne as Maxim de Winter, Joan Fontaine as the second Mrs. de Winter, and Agnes Moorehead as Mrs. Danvers. Mrs. de Winter continues her story.
I thought my world had ended when Maxim spoke to me that way. In hate and anger as our guest looked on, I turned and stumbled up the stairs. As I reached the top, somehow through my tears, I noticed that a door was being closed. The door to her room, Rebecca's room. I knew who would be there. I was wild and hurt, almost hysterical. Straight to that door I walked and opened it.
You've come upstairs. You didn't enjoy the ball very much, did you?
You knew. You knew she wore this gown last year, and you deliberately suggested it for me. Why? Why do you hate me? What have I done to you that you should hate me so?
You tried to take her place. You let him marry you. I've seen his face, his eyes. They haven't changed since those weeks after she died. I used to hear him walking up and down, all night long, night after night, thinking of her, suffering torture because he'd lost her.
No, I don't want to know.
You thought you could live in her house, walk in her steps, take the things that were hers, but you can't. She's too strong for you. No one ever got the better of her. Never. Never. She was beaten in the end, but it wasn't a man. It wasn't a woman. It was the sea.
Stop it. Stop it.
You're overwrought, madam. I'll open the window for you. Little air will do you good. And you can hear the sea.
No.
Why don't you go? Why don't you leave Mandalay? He doesn't need you. He has his memories. He wants to be alone with her. You've nothing to stay for, nothing to live for, really. Look. Look down there, off the cliff. It would be easy, wouldn't it? Why don't you? Why don't you go? Go on. Go on, don't be afraid. Don't.
What's that?
Shipwreck! It's hit up the rock! Hit the ground! Down the rock! Down the coast guard! Make it fast!
Maxim!
Come on, everybody! Down to the bay!
Maxim! Maxim! Frank Crawley!
Right here. And Mrs. De Winter, you shouldn't be out. It's almost dawn.
Frank, have you seen Maxim anywhere?
Not for an hour or more. I thought he'd gone back to the house.
No, he hasn't been at the house at all. I'm worried. Frank, you are too.
I can see it in your face. There's something wrong.
Well,
Tell me, what is it?
the diver who went down to inspect the bottom of the ship found the hull of another boat, a little sailboat.
Frank? Is it?
Yes, it's Rebecca's.
Where is he, Frank?
In the cottage. He said he wanted to be alone.
Hello.
Maxim, you haven't had any sleep. I've been worried about you.
You love me very much, don't you?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I wanted to hear you say it just once more.
Oh, but I'll say it many times again. All my life.
No. No, it's all over now. Rebecca has won.
Max, what are you saying?
They sent a diver down. He found another boat.
Yes, I know. Rebecca's boat. Oh, it's terrible for you now, but maybe soon.
It's going to be worse. The diver broke one of the ports and looked into the cabin. There's a body in there.
Then she wasn't alone. Someone was with her.
I'm afraid not. There was no one with her. It's Rebecca's body that's lying in there.
Oh, no.
When I identified that other woman, I knew it wasn't Rebecca. I knew where Rebecca's body was. Lying in that cabin at the bottom of the sea.
How did you know?
Because I put it there. Now, will you look in my eyes and tell me that you love me very much?
Maxim.
You see, I was right. It's all over now.
Oh, no, you're not to say that. I love you more than anything in the world. I've always loved you. Even when I knew you were thinking of her.
Oh, you don't understand.
Whenever you touched me, I knew you were comparing me to her. Whenever you looked at me, spoke to me, walked in the garden with me, I knew you were thinking, this I did with Rebecca. And this, and this.
You thought I loved Rebecca? You thought that? I hated her.
Hated her?
I never had a moment's happiness with her. She was incapable of love, or tenderness, or even simple decency.
Oh, you didn't love her. You didn't love
She used
her.
to taunt me with her faithlessness, with how we'd fooled the world, with what a rotten fraud our marriage was. She knew what the family name meant to me, that I'd suffer anything rather than drag it through the muck of a divorce. Can you understand how I felt?
Of course I can.
She was very clever about her affairs at first. And after a while, she began to grow careless. Why, she even had one of her friends visit her here. Here, in this very cottage. I warned her about that. I told her if I found him on the grounds, I'd shoot them both. And then one night, when she thought I'd gone to London, I came here, hoping to surprise them. But he hadn't arrived as yet. She laughed at me, and she said, Maxim, you know, if I ever have a child, no one could prove that it isn't yours. She must have read what was in my mind, because she laughed again, and she asked, what is it, Maxim? Are you going to kill me? Well, I suppose I went mad for a moment. I must have struck her. She stood staring at me. She looked almost triumphant. And then she fell. Her head hit a heavy piece of ship's tackle. And when I bent down to help her, she was dead.
But you didn't kill her. It was an accident.
I didn't think anyone would believe me. I lost my head. I carried her out to the boat. I put her in the cabin. When we seemed a safe distance from shore, I opened the seacocks and the water poured in. And then I pulled away in the dinghy and watched her sink.
But Maxim, no one knows.
Only you and I.
Then, darling, you're safe. Rebecca's dead. That's what we've got to remember. She's dead. She can't speak. She can't harm you anymore.
I identified that other woman.
You could have made a mistake. Oh, darling, darling, I won't let you go now.
Oh, it's too late. I've loved you very much. I shall always love you. But her shadow was between us all along. I knew that Rebecca would win in the end.
No. She hasn't won. No matter what happens now, she hasn't won. Maxim.
Hello? Yes, Frank? Oh, Colonel Julian? Yes, of course. I'll be right up.
Who is it, Maxim? Who's Colonel Julian?
Chief Constable of the county. Wants to talk to me.
blasted nuisance, this thing, Maxim. Very sorry on all that.
Oh, thank you, Colonel.
Of course, we could make a simple thing of it following one set of facts.
What facts?
Well, suppose Mrs. De Winter was in the cabin and a squall hit the boat with no one at the helm.
And probably the door jammed and she couldn't get on deck again.
Exactly. Trouble is, this diver fellow claims he found all the seacocks open, and they can only be opened from inside the boat.
No.
So it looks like a clear case of suicide to me.
Suicide.
That's not the truth.
Danvers, I'd prefer it if you knocked
We're
before
all
you...
equal before the law, Mr. De Winter. It's only my duty to tell what I know.
What do you know?
Mrs. De Winter never committed suicide. She wasn't that kind. And besides, she'd been to see the doctor in London just that afternoon. Dr. Baker on Gold Hawk Road.
Come now. What's that got to do with it?
Mrs. De Winter had everything in the world to live for. The doctor had told her she was going to have a child.
I'm afraid it won't do any good, Colonel, coming all the way to London. We know what the doctor will say.
You never can tell, Maxim.
Oh, Danvers wouldn't have lied. She must have known we'd check her story.
Well, Maxim, that's what we're doing.
Frank, if the doctor bears her out, I haven't a chance.
First, let's hear what the doctor says, if he says it.
Well, gentlemen, I've been doing a good deal of thinking in there. We doctors have certain ethics, of course, but under the circumstances...
You mean that you'll answer our questions?
If they pertain to medicine.
That's fair enough. Doctor, the last time you saw Mrs. De Winter, what did you tell her?
I told her she was carrying a child.
You did?
And that she'd never bear it.
Why not?
Cancer. Deep-rooted and malignant. She couldn't possibly have had more than 2 months to live.
I was right, gentlemen. It was suicide.
Maxim, there are certain laws about speed, you know.
When I telephoned, she said she'd wait up. Frank, there's something you don't know.
No, there isn't.
I didn't kill Rebecca, Frank. But I know now that when she told me about the child, she wanted me to kill her. That was her plan.
I don't think about it anything more. Don't even...
Frank, look. Look, over that hill.
That's strange. It's too early for the dawn.
That's not the dawn. That's fire. Frank, that's Manderley. Frith, where's Mrs. De Winter?
I thought I saw her,
Where?
sir.
Where? If anything's happened to her...
Maxim! Oh, thank heaven you've come back to me.
Darling, are you all right?
Oh, Maxim, it's Mrs. Danvers. She's gone mad. She started the fire. She said she'd rather destroy Manderley than see us happy here.
Look, the west wing.
Maxim, she's up there in Rebecca's room. Mrs. Danvers!
There it goes.
Maxim.
It's over, darling. It's all right. It's all over now.
Oh, is it, Maxim? Is it really over?
Fire burns clean, they say. Even shadows.
Even shadows? No more shadows between us, Maxim. No more shadows. Ever.
Thank you, Brian Ahern, Joan Fontaine, and Agnes Moorehead for your splendid performances tonight. Incidentally, this is Miss Fontaine's second program this season with the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players.
I've enjoyed it, Mr. Bradley. Knowing that the benefits of these programs go to support the Motion Picture Relief Fund makes our appearances here a real pleasure. And now, here's a word from one of our best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Fontaine. The other day, I was telling a group of women about raw face powder. And one of them said to me, raw face powder? What do you mean by raw powder? Well, I took her into my laboratory and showed her what I meant. First, I showed her Lady Esther face powder being mixed and sifted, the way most face powder is made. I let her look at it under a microscope and even try it on her skin. Oh, it's much smoother and finer than the powder I use, my visitor remarked. But it's not smooth enough for me, I said. I call Lady Esther face powder raw powder at this point, and I put it through a second process. Then I took her into another room and showed her how my powder, first mixed in the usual way, is then blown by twin hurricanes, blown until it's no longer just powder particles, but a smooth, flattering film of beauty. Now, I said to her, now look at Lady Esther face powder under the microscope and try it on your skin. See the difference? See how it helps hide little lines, big pores, how it gives your skin a smoother, more youthful texture? She looked at the radiant freshness of her skin in the mirror and she said, I never dreamed there could be such an amazing difference in the texture of a face powder.
Before we hear about next week's show, a special word from Brian Ahern.
Ladies and gentlemen, every one of us who has invested in United States war bonds has played a part in the victories our fighting men have won. But we know there's still much fighting to be done, and that means two things. If you're not buying war bonds on a regular plan, enlist today under the payroll deduction plan. If you're already buying out of income each payday, increase your purchases. Our fighting men don't give only 10% of their time. They give everything it takes. So we at home must, all of us, do our full share. So please, tomorrow, increase your regular subscription and buy as many extra war bonds as you possibly can. Working together, we can win. But we must all do our full share.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will present the delightful comedy of errors in a department store, The Devil and Miss Jones. And it stars Lorraine Day, George Murphy, and Charles Coburn. Be sure to listen. Joan Fontaine and Agnes Moorehead can soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Jane Eyre. Brian Ahern is currently starring in Columbia's picture, First Comes Courage. The story, Rebecca, and Miss Fontaine's appearance were through the courtesy of David O. Selznick. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. To save materials, buy the larger size of Lady Esther face cream. Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hiya, partner.
Hello, folks. Welcome to the 1024 Ranch.
Yes, the 1024 Ranch, starring your radio and screen favorites, Dick Foran, Martha Mears, and the Sons of the Pioneers. Transcribed and brought to you by your Dr. Pepper bottler and the thousands of Dr. Pepper dealers from coast to coast.
And here's our pretty little boss of the 1024 to sing for you.
Where are you now by the dawn's early gleam? Tell my lonely heart, where do you dream? Wonder where you are now. Warm was your brow as your lips spoke to me. I was yours as my heart set me free. Wonder where you are now. Night after night in my room, in the gathering gloom, how the beat of your heart on sleep. You don't know, darling, how deeply I care. Don't know how much I long to be there with you where you are now. You don't know, darling, how deeply I care. Don't know how much I long to be there with you where you are now.
Swell, good neighbor singing, Miss Peggy. Swell. And now, here comes Art Gilmore, the number one foe of America's enemy number one.
Pretty broad statement, Dick. But I contend that our enemies number one are the fatigue-jeebies. That's the moniker of the monkey wrench throwing brigade. They pounce between meals when hunger, thirst, and fatigue begin to exhaust workers on vital jobs. You can't see the fatigue-jeebies, but you certainly see the damage they do. Ruined tools, wasted materials, costly mishaps, due to lagging energy. Many such slips and errors could be prevented by quick energy replacement at the right time. Busy workers can't stop to eat a meal, but they can drink a bite to eat on the job. Fatigue-jeebies scram when you drink a bite to eat. Locate the Dr. Pepper cooler and get a sparkling, icy cold 5-cent pepper upper at 10, 2, and 4 o'clock every day. If you ask for Dr. Pepper and the dealer says, sold out, ponder the reason before taking a second choice. Legitimate materials for soft drinks are equitably rationed to all. Uncle Sam regulates the supply, but popularity with consumers regulates demand. So persevere till you find Dr. Pepper. The extra satisfaction is worth the extra step.
Trail herding cowboy, hop on your pony, singing ho. Start riding now, boy, we'll make San Antonio singing ho.
Long weary days and a dusty road to travel, but we'll make the falls pay for all this battle driving cattle.
Light-hearted, carefree, trail herding cowboy singing ho. Time is a-wasting, singing ho. I'm not impatient, but why don't you hasten, singing ho.
You ought to know that a certain someone's waiting. You ought to know that you captivating, confiscating.
Arms will enfold this trail herding cowboy singing ho. Glad you like it. Say, here comes our Mexican ranch hand, Pedro.
Oh, our hot tamale of the 1024.
Senorita, I am wanting to buy my brother, she is a musician, knack-me.
Knack-me?
Pedro, you mean a knick-knack.
Oh, pardon me, senorita, you got me crooked. I say him versified.
Well, if he's a musician, why don't you get him a saxophone?
Oh, she's got one already.
Oh, what about a trombone for him?
Yes, got him too.
Does he have a pipe?
Pipe. And 2 keys.
Oh, no. A fife is a long, skinny thing.
That's his pipe.
Oh, boys, you better
sing. He brings a token to his love. Swift as the wind he goes high in the hills, he knows she's waiting. Sing, long, long ago in old Wyoming lived a maid, fair as the sweetest flower blooming in the glade. She loved a bandit bold who roamed the prairie o'er, and every night she'd listen for his call. Then far to the west his voice come ringing, riding a wild horse he come singing, Heely-o-li-if-I-o-li-ay. Heely-o-li-if-I-o-li-if-I-o-li-ay. He brings a token to his love. Swift as the wind he goes high in the hills, you know she's waiting. Sing, Heely-o-li-if-I-o-li-ay. Heely-o-li-if-I-o-li-ay. One day he rode away, but never to return. Danger was waiting, now his love must ever yearn. Long days and lonely nights she waited all in vain, till winter passed and summer came again. Still every night when the moon comes shining, for this song her heart was pining. Heely-o-ly-if-I-o-ly-ay. Heely-o-ly-if-I-o-ly-if-I-o-ly-ay. He brings a token to his love. Swift as the wind he goes high in the hills, he knows she's waiting, singing Heely-o-ly-if-I-o-ly-ay.
Grand boys. Say, Foghorn, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm just sitting here reading about television.
Television?
Yes, this Gower Gussel Gazette says that when this war is over, television will really come into its own.
Yeah, that's right.
I did hear that they can throw a singer's voice 20 miles.
Well, when they can throw a singer that far, then they've got something.
Can you imagine having a television set in your car and you're out necking with your girl and the Goodwill court staring you in the face?
Mr. Anthony! You know, I had one of them television sets in my old Ford last year, but I had to take it out.
Why?
Well, I was driving along one night listening to Information, Please, and John Kieran stuck his hand up so fast he hit me right in the eye. Well, that ain't the way I heard it.
And now, folks, again I present Art Gilmore, the Paul Revere of 1943, who uses radio instead of a horse to warn the people that the fatigue-jeebies are on the rampage. Art Gilmore?
Well, maybe the gremlins are just a myth. Maybe fatigue-jeebies are just a figment of the imagination. But nobody can laugh off their malicious mischief. Hunger, thirst, and fatigue are real. They do make us less alert, more apt to make mistakes, less productive in our work. It's such a long time between meal and meal, and heavy exertion is such a drain. But there's a jiffy-quick relief for mid-meal hunger, thirst, and fatigue. A frosty, nippy-tart, delicious Dr. Pepper is the 5-cent energy lift that knocks those fatigue-jeebies for a loop. They scram when you drink a bite to eat. Get yours daily at 10, 2, and 4 o'clock. If you ask for Dr. Pepper and the dealer says, sold out, ponder the reason before taking a second choice. Legitimate materials for soft drinks are equitably rationed to all. Uncle Sam regulates the supply, but popularity with consumers regulates demand. So persevere till you find Dr. Pepper. The extra satisfaction is worth the extra step.
Nights seemed so endless, days were too long. Life seemed so friendless, no thrill, no song. A storm on an ocean, the wind in the trees brought no emotion to this stubborn heart in me. Then all I felt your spell. All I know is how I felt. Stars that shine in heaven above seem to form the word I love you. I believe they understand this yearning, burning soul of mine. And if they do, they surely know it's you. For all at once I fell in love.
That's grand, Lord.
Well, saddle up, boys. Time to be riding.
Drink that picks up energy. Just ask for Dr. Pepper and you'll sing along with me.
Drink Dr. Pepper and you'll enjoy life more. Remember Dr. Pepper, time and 10, 2, and 4.
That's all for now, partners, but we'll be seeing you.
10-2-4 Ranch, starring Dick Foran, Martha Mears as Miss Peggy, and the Sons of the Pioneers, is produced by Harry Wayne McMahon and comes to you 3 times a week from Hollywood transcribed. Musical highlights of the 10-2-4 Ranch are especially recorded for our armed forces overseas. This is Art Gilmore wishing you good luck and good going with Dr. Pepper every day at 10, 2, and 4 o'clock.
Friends, you've done your bit. Now do your best. Buy another United States war bond today.
About
horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear, From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! I'm Silver!
The trail between the base of a steep mountain and the quicksand was narrow. Tonto and Dan, riding side by side, were close together, traveling slowly.
Now, look at Victor, Tonto. Seems to know there's quicksand right next to the trail.
Him no danger.
He's keeping away from the edge. He's never seen quicksand, has he?
Me not think so.
Well, how does he know it's dangerous?
Oh, horse know many things him never taught.
It's hard to understand, isn't it, Tonto? Take fire, for instance. Victor probably knows fire's dangerous, even though he's never been burned by it.
That's right. Same way him know bad snake dangerous.
Golly, Victor's sure a smart horse. Hey, you think he knows we're going to join the Lone Ranger in camp?
Maybe him know. Now, Dan, you look. Look upside a mountain.
Yeah?
From here... Wait, rein up.
Hold it.
What
were you going to say?
From here, you see wagon trail on top of mountain. You see line of trees?
Yeah?
Trees border trail.
So that's where the wagon trail runs, huh?
That road to Barnesville. This trail makes shortcut.
Oh.
It's good trail to know. That's why me show it to you. You remember it?
Sure, I remember. Might be handy to know a shortcut from Barnesville to
Wait, look.
Hey, there's a wagon up there. Something's wrong.
Wagon heavy loaded.
Look at it come, Tonto. It'll be killing me. Tonto, if that thing had hit us, we'd have been done for.
Dan, you do good job. You keep tight grip on Victor. Keep him from getting scared.
Oh, sure. That was the thing to do, wasn't it?
Now, watch wagon. See how quicksand suck it down.
Oh, golly. But, Tonto, there weren't any horses hitched to it.
That's right. That plenty strange.
The wagon couldn't have started over the side of the hill by itself. If it had gone over through an accident, there'd have been horses.
Dan, wait.
Yeah?
You see boxes on wagon?
Sure.
You see what boxes say?
I can just about make out the writing. It says property.
Dan, get in close.
Great day.
Stay close to the side of the hill.
That shot was fired at us.
That's right.
Hit the rock right
Someone
over there.
on wagon trail shoot. You stay close to the side of the hill.
Wait, Tonto, don't.
Me see who shoot.
Tonto, that came closer.
Fella someplace on top. Me not see him yet.
Yeah, but he can see you.
He'll show himself for next shot. Tonto see him then.
Why would anyone want to shoot? Tonto!
Fella fall.
Tonto, you fall.
He tried to save him. Get him up, Scout.
The man was lost, Dan?
Yeah. Tonto did his level best, but that would-be killer came down the hill too far away. Tonto couldn't get to him in time.
We fetch horses here.
They're two fine horses, Tonto.
At
least they didn't slide down the hill into the quicksand.
And Tonto had me follow the trail alone, leading Scout. He went up the hill to look around and found the horses.
Nothing else there, Tonto?
No other sign. Fella drive wagon long trail, stop near swamp, unhitch horses.
I see.
Then give wagon shove.
You don't know what the wagon held?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you do?
It held barrels and cases. They were labeled property of the United States Army.
Oh, I see.
They held powder, cartridges.
Powder and cartridges. That sort of goods could be going to only one place.
Where's that?
Fort Carter.
Oh.
It's a few miles beyond Barnesville.
Why fella send wagon into quicksand?
That, Kimosabe, remains to be learned.
Oh.
Was there any indication that more than one man was on the wagon?
No.
All right. Here, Silver.
You saddle up?
Yes. Steady there, boy. Dan, Tonto, we're going to divide forces.
Well, what can I do?
Skirt south of Barnesville, Dan. Steady, Silver.
South of Barnesville. Yes, sir.
Now take this silver bullet. Here, catch.
I have it.
I'll ride due west. After you've crossed the bridge at Caney Creek, watch for a stockade on an unbroken plain. That's Fort Carter. Tell the guard at the gate to give this bullet to the commander.
Will he know what the bullet means? Who sent it?
Captain Martin's in command. He'll recognize the bullet. Ask him if he expected ammunition. If he did, tell him what you've just told me and meet me here.
Yes, sir.
You'll make the fort before dark. Stay there tonight, and I'll look for you here tomorrow night.
Right.
Now, on your way.
Get up, Victor.
Hello.
What you want me do?
Wait. Let me watch Dan till he's out of sight. He's growing, Kimosabe. Filling out.
Him plenty fine boy.
How did he conduct himself?
Oh, him show good horsemanship. Victor ready to bolt when wagon come downhill, but Dan keep him under control.
Good. Now, Tonto, Chief Thundercloud and his friendly Indians know all about things that happen around here.
Ah, him north of here.
You could ride to him in a short time.
And me savvy.
You see, someone wanted to keep that ammunition from the Army. They were ready to kill you and Dan to prevent their plan from being known. That can have just one meaning. Big things are happening.
Ah, me go?
Now.
Get him up, Scout.
Now, Silver, we'll see what we can learn in Barnesville. Steady, big fella. Come on, Silver.
As the Lone Ranger rode toward town, he removed his mask and tucked it beneath his shirt. He drew a battered hat from a saddlebag and replaced his clean Stetson. With practiced fingers, he effected a simple disguise that concealed his own clean-cut features. When he reined up before the store in Barnesville, he dismounted in the easy, careless way of a ranch hand. He sauntered toward the store, then suddenly...
Captain Martin. What's Captain Martin doing here?
You have to wait a little, stranger. I'm taking care of the captain right now.
I don't mind waiting.
We're all through, Jim. That delivery hasn't come here. We'll just have to wait, that's all.
Downright sorry, Captain Martin. Suppose it's real urgent, ain't it?
Oh, no, it doesn't matter a bit. We have an ample supply of ammunition.
I'll send word to the garrison as soon as it comes. Yes, sir, just as soon as I can.
Thanks, Jim.
Now, stranger, what can I do for you?
Oh, here's a list of things I want. If you'll get them together, I'll stop back.
That's a sizable list. You got the cash to pay for them?
You can take it out of this.
All right. But I got to have time to sum it up. You want to wait?
I'll get my change when I come back, Jim.
Suit yourself. But you shouldn't be so trusting. You won't find many storekeepers as honest as I am.
Oh, Captain.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to you.
I'm in something of a hurry. My horse lost a shoe. I want to make sure the smith does a good job.
I'll walk there with you.
Well,
Come on, Silver. Follow along, boy.
Wait.
Yes, Captain Martin?
You call that horse Silver?
I sent a message to your garrison. A silver bullet. I didn't know you'd be here in town.
I've never seen you unmasked.
Well, there are times when I use a disguise.
That's what I thought.
The ammunition you're waiting for will never arrive.
What? Are you sure?
Yes, it's been destroyed.
Exploded? Burned?
No, lost in quicksand.
Oh, the fiends, the devils. They're cunning. They're treacherous.
Who?
Sitting Crow.
That renegade? Is he nearby?
Too near. He knows Barnesville is a wealthy community. He knows the people here made a lot of money in gold and spent it for jewels and liquor and silks that were brought from the East. He wants those things.
Sitting Crow, a half-breed Indian leader.
He also knows that as long as Fort Carter stands, he can't attack the town.
And he's the one who destroyed the ammunition.
Must have been. He probably knew our supplies were low.
Captain Martin, let me tell you just what happened.
The Lone Ranger outlined briefly what had happened. Meanwhile, far out beyond the garrison, Sitting Crow, a half-breed who had enlisted the aid of scores of renegade Indians, sat with his men around him in a valley. He addressed Butch Larson.
You needn't be concerned, Larson. I made sure of the faction.
And how can you be sure that ammunition won't get to the fort?
I know the man I paid to destroy it.
All right for that, but what about the supplies on hand in the fort? You dead sure they ain't got much powder there?
I'm sure.
Well, you better be. If we attack them troopers when they got a good supply, we'll get licked.
I know what I talk about.
Good enough. You know, Sitting Crow, the fact that you're Port Injun makes you just the right sort for this kind of job.
I know.
You can get along with those savages you got lined up, and then at the same time you can talk white man's lingo just as good as I can.
We act soon.
How soon? The sooner the better, that's what I say.
Tonight.
Tonight? Good, that's great.
We must creep quietly up to the fort, get our men placed in ambush, then open fire. The plan is to draw as much fire from the troopers as we can. Make them spend their shots.
I get it. And when they're out of ammunition, we can storm the place.
I'll get the Redskins ready right away. As soon as it gets dark, we move.
When Dan learned that the commander, Captain Martin, was not in the garrison, he at first thought he'd start back at once to meet the Lone Ranger. Then he realized that the masked man wouldn't look for him until the following night.
He might not even be in the camp.
That's right, youngster. So you might just as well stay here till daybreak. I'll show you around the place. We have some mighty fine horses here.
I should say you have. I saw some of them.
I'll show you all of them. You know, Dan, I was just a little older than you when I joined the troopers.
You were? Hey, you think I'm old enough to join?
You're about 16?
Well, I'm 14.
No, is that so? You're big for your age. Here are the gates. These swing wide open when we have wagons or a lot of horses to move in or out, see?
Yeah.
There's a little door here for a man to use. Needs a little grease.
Yeah.
Dan,
It's all right, guard.
the order of Captain Martin, no one is to enter or leave.
That's right.
And between the two of us, kid, I don't like the things that darkness is concealing.
What do you mean?
Generally, the frogs and crickets over yonder make a lot of rumpus at this time of evening. Tonight, they've been silent.
That means someone's near them.
You know things, huh?
You better keep a sharp watch, then.
Kit!
Arrow. Got me.
Don't jerk it out. It might be barbed. Leave it there.
Just shoulder.
Inside, hurry. Corporal of the guard!
Kit, let me help you. Here, lean on me.
I'm all right.
We'll let the surgeon take it out. Here, I'll snap it off like this. Tonto showed me.
Dan, you're all right. It's a doggone shame you had to be caught here. Because now, Dan, we're in for it.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before we continue with the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Darkness hid the outlaw Indians who surrounded the stockade at Fort Carter. In one of the barracks, Dan Reed sat beside his newly made friend, Kit, while spasmodic gunfire sounded outside.
Don't be concerned about me, Dan. Snowbones fix the arrow wound up first rate.
How long do you think those redskins will stay on the job?
Hard to tell. If we had powder and cartridges, we'd doggone soon get rid of them, but we haven't.
What? Oh, golly.
There's some on the way, but no telling how long it'll be before it gets here.
Kid, I'm afraid it won't get here at all. That's the reason the Lone Ranger sent me.
Lone Ranger? Great Scott, you know him?
He's my best friend. He sent me to tell Captain Martin about the ammunition being lost in quicksand.
That accounts for it.
For what?
The Redskins. I wondered if they'd come. Somehow they learned that we were low on ammunition.
Was that why the cannon isn't being fired?
Sure. There's enough powder to fire the cannon a half a dozen times, but that's all. I suppose the lieutenant will save it till the final rush of the Redskins. No use throwing it away while they're scattered and in hiding like they are now.
What Indians are they, Kit?
Renegades. A breed by the name of Sitting Crow whipped them in line. He wants to raid Barnesville, but he knows he don't dare while this garrison stands. He's got to wipe us out first.
Well, he won't do it.
I don't know. He's crafty. He'll deploy his men to draw our fire until we're out of ammunition. Then he'll storm us.
Yeah, but the Lone Ranger can
Dan,
help.
did you give me the true facts about being sent here by the Lone Ranger?
Oh, of course I did. And if Captain Martin went to Barnesville, the chances are the Lone Ranger will see him there.
I don't know.
You don't know what?
What even the Lone Ranger can do.
Is there any ammunition in Barnesville?
No. No place nearby where there is.
Kit, where is... Oh, there you are, Reed.
Yes, sir.
The lieutenant sent me.
Yeah?
You'll not be able to leave in the morning as you planned.
Oh, but
We're surrounded by the Redskins. It'd be death to try and leave here.
But I've got to go. I'm to meet my friend tomorrow night.
Sorry, those are orders.
Yes, sir.
No choice, Dan. Orders are orders. Where do things stand, Milt?
Pretty bad.
How long will the ammunition last?
Not more than 24 hours at the present rate of fire. Orders are to fire only when a redskin is clearly seen. But they're tricky.
I know they are.
They're setting up dummies to draw our fire. They know about our lack of powder.
If they didn't, they'd sure suspect it from the way we're firing and the fact that we're not using our cannon.
Oh, if I could only get word to the Lone Ranger. If only he knew about this. Hey, maybe Victor could get me through the redskins in the darkness, huh?
No chance, Reed. Sorry.
Well, maybe I could fasten a note to Victor's saddle. He'd race straight to Silver if I told him to.
Forget it, Dan.
But maybe the lieutenant would let Victor out. He didn't say anything about a horse leaving.
Dan, here's what'd happen. They'd kill your horse and get your note.
Oh.
Then they'd get not only us, but the Lone Ranger as well. You want to risk that?
Golly, Kit. The Lone Ranger's just got to know about this.
Unless he could make powder and bullets out of thin air, there'd be nothing he could do.
Yeah, but, Kit, you don't know the Lone Ranger.
The half-breed and his companion crouched away from the gunfire, watching the occasional burst of rifle flame from the stockade.
Larson, there's the answer.
Sure it is, Sitting Crow. Those troopers would be blazing away like gold get-out if they had the cartridges to spare.
And if they had powder to spare, they'd use their cannon,
Right.
Just a matter of time, that's all. With daybreak, we make use of several schemes to draw their fire.
Wait.
What is it?
You hear anything?
Oops.
A couple of horses coming this way.
Come on. We'll sneak over to the bridge. Maybe troopers returning from town.
If they are, we can drop.
But my place is with my men.
Captain, Dan Reed is in that fort. My friend, a boy of just 14. And I'm responsible for him. He's there because I sent him there.
Yes?
He's sharing the danger with your men. My own inclination is to try and reach his side, just as you want to join your men. But I feel the greatest chance for his rescue lies in joining Tonto and Chief Thundercloud.
You're not a soldier. There are times when duty must be served, even though it means death.
The garrison may fall if you don't do as I say.
That doesn't alter things. I must try to reach the garrison. Come on, boy. Get up.
Captain, that rock! Silver, they got him. He's fallen. Come on, boy.
Never mind me. Save yourself.
He's alive, Silver. We'll get him. Oh, steady, boy. Back. Oh, we'll make it, Martin. Up you come.
They'll count your shots. When your guns are empty,
By that time, we'll be out of here. And we'll come back. Come on, big fella. Oh, Silver! Ahoy!
Riding like the wind, the Lone Ranger held the wounded captain with one hand while he guided Silver with the other. In the shelter of a small camp near Barnesville, he reined up.
Oh, Silver, oh, fella, oh.
Oh, me glad to see you.
Tonto, you're back sooner than I thought.
What happened?
Build up the fire and examine the captain's wound. Trouble has already started at the garrison.
Oh.
Here, ease him to the ground.
Me take him now.
It isn't bad.
There.
Me take a look.
Steady, big fella. Now get some water. What about Thundercloud?
Me see him.
The troopers need help, Tonto. You'll have to go back and tell Thundercloud. Ask him to send his braves to help fight the renegades.
Thundercloud in valley alone. All in other Indian gone.
Gone?
Few squaw in Papoose village. All brave, all hunter, gone on big buffalo hunt. Not come back for many days.
Then they'll be too late.
I guess there's not much use fixing my wound.
Me fix it now.
Keep me alive. The only survivor because I wasn't with my men. I don't want to live.
You've got to live, man. You will live. That wound isn't serious.
Live? For what?
Captain, how long can your men hold out with the ammunition they now have?
One attack, that's all. If the Indians attack, it'll be the end. They will attack.
They will, unless your men have ammunition.
Which they haven't. There's no place to find it.
Kimasabi, I'll be back.
Where are you going?
I'll be back before daybreak. And, Captain, I'll need you.
But, you lie back. Me fix wound.
Steady, big fella. Come on, Silver.
Daybreak found the troopers inside the garrison, hollow-eyed and tired after a night of constant readiness for the attack they knew would come.
How much ammunition's left?
Mighty little. Enough to give the skunks a few good volleys if they try to storm the fort.
A few good volleys. Then it's hand to hand.
That won't last long. We're way outnumbered. Kit, You man this cannon. There's powder for 4 shots. That's all.
I'll handle it.
Let me help, kid. It's better than just sitting and waiting.
Yeah, might as well. If you're knocked down by a bullet, Dan, you'll be better off than the men that survive for hand-to-hand fighting.
What about the other guns?
Each of the cannon has a share of the powder. When they've been fired a few times, we're at the mercy of the Redskins.
Sitting Crow in the hour just before dawn had been gathering his men in a tightly packed mass, ready for the final instructions before the attack. He turned to Larson.
Wait a few minutes more and fire the signal.
Why do you wait, Sitting Crow?
Until the sun is over the horizon. Then it will be in the trooper's eyes.
You don't miss a trick.
The snakes will probably come from out of the sun. We can look for an attack from the east.
I reckon the lieutenant figured the same. He's got most of the cannon pointed that way.
Guards, keep sharp watch from now on. Fire only when you see the target. Make every shot count.
If we only had a good supply of cartridges.
If we only had plenty of powder, these old cannon would tell those redskins where to go.
You wait, kid. The Lone Ranger will do something.
You can't make powder out of thin air.
Silence fell as the sun rose in the eastern sky. It was silence that seemed grim. Impending doom hung like a shroud over the handful of brave men on the stockade. Sitting Crow and Larson had leers of anticipation on their evil faces as they saw the horde of savages beside fast ponies ready for the charge.
You men, hold that battering ram. You've been taught to use it. You men keep close to replace any that fall. Smash the stockade and get aside so the others can go through.
Those troopers still have some ammunition, Sitting Crow.
They'll use it fast when we attack him. Ready? We move in 3 minutes.
That's your horse, kid. Here's your son.
Right. I suppose they'll storm the gate, huh?
Probably all 3 of them. Some of the men heard them cutting trees in the night. That means battering rams.
If only the Lone Ranger knew.
Tension increasing as each moment passed, the troopers waited, determined to give up their lives only after bitter fighting. And then, from far off, the sound of a ringing cry floated on the air.
Dan, I heard something.
Kid, I heard it too. I thought it was my imagination.
Reed, I heard a shout.
It's the Lone Ranger. No one else would call out that way.
Let me look.
Kid, look to the creek, the bridge. There he is on a wagon with Tonto.
The captain is with them. They've barricaded themselves with barrels and boxes. They're coming here. Stand ready to throw open the gate.
The wagon, drawn by the mighty Scout and mightier Silver, crossed the bridge as gunfire broke out of the ranks of the savages. The bullets spat against heavy cases and barrels on the wagon, without harm to the 3 men who rode. A cry of surprise broke from the lieutenant in the fort.
Those are ammunition cases.
I knew he'd do it, kid. Kid, I knew the Lone Ranger'd come.
Hold those gates wide open.
Hold, Silver. Here's your commander.
Let him have it. Fire at will.
Yippee! Dan, touch off that cannon.
Fire all the cannon. Show them what the army has to say.
Let those rifles cock faster.
With the heavy and accurate gunfire pouring from the fort, the leaders of the savages knew there was no hope.
Right away. Get out of here.
I got the ammunition. I thought you prevented that.
Something slipped up. Right. But cut us down too fast.
Get up there. Come on
there. Cease firing. They're out of range now. Did you see them skedaddle, sir, when they realized we had plenty of powder and ammunition?
Well, maybe we'd better break up those cases. We've spent all the stock we had on hand.
Oh, golly, kid, that cannon...
Dan, mount up. Tonto, you and I are going to tell Chief Thundercloud what happened.
Yes, sir.
Captain Martin, what about the cases? Should we unload?
No, Lieutenant. But give Tonto a hand in unhitching his horse. Detail a squad to return the wagon to the store in Barnesville.
Yes, sir.
It was a Lone Ranger's idea, and it worked. In a few days, we'll have Chief Thundercloud's men to help us round up those crooks that survived. Now they've committed a crime against the government. We can attack.
Yes, sir. But the ammunition?
Cases are filled with dirt and stones.
No ammunition?
None. But Sitting Crow thought there was. That's all that was necessary.
Great guns.
Mount up, Tonto.
If they'd attacked instead of retreating, they'd have had us.
Soldiers would have attacked. But those cowardly crooks are not soldiers. The Lone Ranger had them figured right. Men, I want to publicly acknowledge our deepest gratitude to the Lone Ranger.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Helen Hayes as Mr. Lincoln's wife. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. On this Memorial Day, with Helen Hayes as our star, we bring you the story of an American woman, a plain woman, a simple woman, who lived to know the sting of slanderous gossip, the emptiness of widowhood, the loneliness of age, Abraham Lincoln's wife. Our play, Mr. Lincoln's Wife, by Victor Wolfson, is based on a new biography of the same name by Ann Culver. Farrar and Reinhardt are the publishers. Here's an interesting news item from the field of chemistry about the nylon that used to make stockings. Perhaps you already know that nylon monofilament is replacing silk in surgical sutures and many other vital war needs. Now, many life rafts for flyers forced down at sea are supplied with nylon fishing lines. And now, DuPont Company presents Helen Hayes as Mr. Lincoln's wife.
My name is Mary Todd. Do you know who I am? Mary Todd. It's a simple name, a plain name. It makes you think of apple cider and hay rides and square dances. I married a man with a simple name, a plain name. Abe Lincoln. On November the 5th, 1860, I was a housewife. Mrs. Abe Lincoln, Jackson and 8th Street, Springfield, Illinois. I worried about the bills. I looked after the children. I was busy with the 1,001 things a woman has to do about a house.
You're fighting me, you.
Ted, Willie, stop that fighting and come in here.
Willie pushed me, Ma. He bit me in the leg.
I'm ashamed of both of you. Whatever will the neighbors think? Now go upstairs and wash for supper. Your father will be home any minute.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the way it was most days. Just a small town housewife. But suddenly,
One day, everything changed.
Imagine my little cousin Mary Todd, the first lady of the land, as they say. If Abe wins the election, that is.
My sister Mary, the wife of the president if he wins. Do you know what that'll make me, Lizzie? The sister-in-law of the president of the United States.
Heavens to Betsy. And I'll be the president's cousin by marriage. Oh, why in the world am I talking to you when I should be down at the hotel watching the election returns come in?
Look, they're posting some more figures in the Pennsylvania column.
420 more for Honest Abe.
420.
Oh, did you ever see such a crowd in this lobby? All Springfield turned out. Please stop pushing me. Oh, good evening, Lizzie. Where's Mary?
Oh, she's home, poor worn-out thing, trying to get the boys to sleep.
Willie's asleep at last. So's Tad. What a day you've had, Mary. I don't see how you can stand this waiting. It'll all be over soon, Emily. We'll know one way or another before long. Come, let's go downstairs. Careful not to step on that loose board. Emily.
Mommy.
Oh. Shh, Taddy. Go to sleep. You'll wake Willie.
I can't sleep either, Ma. Is Pa president yet?
Mary!
It's Lizzie. Lizzie, what is it?
I've run all the way from the hotel.
It's bad news, I know it.
Let me catch my breath.
For pity's sake, tell me. What's that?
A parade. They're bringing Abe home with the brass band. Mary, he's the new president.
The new president? Emily, I knew it would happen. The minute I set eyes on him 18 years ago, I knew it. People whispered about me behind my back when I said it. But just you wait, I used to say. And I was right, Emily, I was right.
Yes, Mary. Come and sit down. You're worn out.
No, I'm all right. Emily, don't stare at me like that. Don't you see this makes up for all the long, bitter years? Poor Mary Todd, people used to say. Married to a sad-faced failure. Why, he can't even provide a decent home for his family. I was ashamed to ask for credit at the stores. The clerks smirking, wondering when they'd get paid, if ever. Don't you see? This moment wipes it all out forever. I'm Mr. Lincoln's wife. The president's wife. I'll open the door. I'll welcome the new president home. Mr. Lincoln, my husband, I'm proud, very proud. Come, I have some hot cocoa on the stove for you. You must be tired. It had begun, the new life, the new adventure. We were on our way to Washington. I should have been excited and happy, but I wasn't. I was afraid. What will people say about me? Will I know how to do things correctly? Will my clothes be right? Will people laugh at me? No, I don't know what made me so afraid. Perhaps it was because Mr. Lincoln looked so sad. Yes, even now, in his triumph, walking down to the speaker's stand in the Capitol to make his inaugural address, he was the saddest man I ever saw.
Look, Mommy, there's Papa way down there.
Shh, Taddy.
Look, he's staring up here at us, Ma.
Just nod and smile. That's right.
He smiled back at us, Mommy.
Shh, Tad, listen to him. That evening, we attended the inaugural ball. There was laughter, music, dancing, yes. But there was something else, too. It stood in the doorways. It moved beneath the great chandeliers. It was present everywhere. Suspicion. I could feel it around me. Wherever I looked, I saw enemies dancing together, laughing.
Mary, isn't it the most wonderful ball? Did you ever see so many handsome uniforms and so much to eat and drink?
Yes, Emily. Everyone seems happy. I'm glad.
Everyone except your husband. Look at him standing there in the corner. Why, he looks as if he were attending his own funeral, not
Don't say that.
Why, Mary, I didn't mean anything.
Forgive me, Emily. I don't know why I'm so nervous. Who's that he's talking to?
Oh, that's the Secretary of Treasury's daughter, Kate Chase.
Isn't she beautiful?
Yes. And she wags the most dangerous tongue in Washington. Ben Helm told me all about her.
Your new beau knows a lot about Washington. I'd like to meet him.
Oh, would you, Mary? He's here. He's asked me to marry him. But he's a Southerner, Mary.
What of it? So are you and I, Emily. So are our brothers. For heaven's sake, don't let geography stop you if you love him, Emily. Go on, bring him here.
I'll be back in a minute.
Mrs. Lincoln, I'm Kate Chase.
Oh, yes.
I was just thinking how well you stood it.
Stood what?
Having us all come here just to stare at you. You seem to enjoy it. Will you have some punch?
No, thank you. One gets used to being stared at, I expect, Miss Chase. Certainly you would know about that better than I.
You have wit, Mrs. Lincoln. I can't believe you're from the Middle West.
Did you expect me to wear a poke bonnet and ride around Washington in a covered wagon, Miss Chase?
Oh, no, not that. But isn't it curious, a member of a Southern family like yourself, married to a man who's against slavery? I should think your being Southern might lead to family tension.
Our family tensions are, or lack of them, are of no public concern, Miss Chase.
Oh, please, don't take offense. Oh, will you excuse me? There's a senator from Missouri. He's a bitter enemy of your husband's, you know.
I'm sure he'll be a worse one when you're through talking with him, Miss Chase.
Oh, I simply adore your wit, Mrs. Lincoln. That was excellent punch.
Oh, Mary, here you are. We've been looking for you. This is Mr. Ben Helm, Mary.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Helm.
Mrs. Lincoln?
I hope you'll be in Washington a good long time.
Well, ma'am, that depends on two things. Emily and the war.
The war?
Yes, ma'am. War that's coming. Coming fast.
It was true. The war did come. They fired on Fort Sumter. Civil War. I sat in my room holding back the old unknown fears. Yes? Who is it?
It's me, Emily.
Emily! Emily! Ben! Oh, when did you get back? Come in. I'm so glad to see you.
I came right from the station, Mary. We cut the honeymoon short.
Ben, what are you going to do now? You've had years at West Point. You should apply for a commission. We need men like you, Ben.
I was offered a commission, Mary. I refused it. I'm going back home, Mary. I'm a Southerner. I couldn't fight my own people.
I understand, Ben. And you, Emily, you're going with him, of course?
Yes, Mary.
I shall miss you both very much. It'll be lonely for me here in Washington.
Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye, my dear. Good luck, Ben. My sister and her husband going over to the Confederate side. What would Kate Chase say now? What would the rumors be now? I had to act quickly to head off the flood of talk that was let loose against me. I sent for my husband's secretary.
I don't know if I can help you, Mrs. Lincoln.
You must, Mr. Stoddard. I must do something to stop these rumors, to show people I'm not pro-slavery. You remember that letter I had from Mrs. Orville about a Negro school she wants to organize?
Yes.
I'd like you to get me a list of people I might go and see about this school.
At a time like this, with feelings running high, there might be bad talk, Mrs. Lincoln.
Talk? Do you think I don't know there's talk enough already? They've accused me of being a Southerner and a spy. Wouldn't my working for this Negro school prove that I'm against slavery?
I'm afraid that people who circulate such stories aren't likely to be convinced by any sort of proof.
Then what am I to do, pray? Just sit by and do nothing at all?
For the present, that might be best. In these times, one can't be too cautious.
Mr. Stoddard, I will not hear that word cautious again. Every fool in the city talks of nothing but being cautious.
Mrs. Lincoln.
I've tried your precious caution, Mr. Stoddard, and what has it got me? Nothing but hatred and lies. Spiteful, vicious lies about me.
Mrs. Lincoln, I realize that it's been most trying, but we can only be patient and try to understand.
Mr. Stoddard, will you please, for mercy's sake, stop trying to soothe me? You talk as if I were ill or out of my mind. I daren't read the letters from my own brothers because they happen to live in the South and I'll be called a traitor. I'm spied on and talked about in my own house. But I can't discharge a servant who's insolent to me for fear of having more vile stories spread about me. And then you tell me I must be patient and try to understand. I'll go mad if it goes on this way. Mad, do you hear me? Well, don't stand there staring at me like that, Mr. Stoddard. There's no reason to be alarmed. I'm quite myself. Quite. Good day, Mr. Stoddard.
You are listening to Helen Hayes as Mr. Lincoln's wife on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. As our play continues, Mary Todd Lincoln finds herself in the White House alone, without friends. The Civil War is reaching its climax.
Yes, the band stopped playing. There were no more cheers. The war was being fought desperately. I rarely saw Mr. Lincoln now. He was in constant session with his cabinet, with his generals. I was alone. I turned to my children, little Tad and Willie, for companionship. Then suddenly one day, Willie came down with a fever. I sent for the doctor.
I'm afraid it's quite serious, Mrs. Lincoln.
But, doctor, it can't be. Why, he's never been sick a day in his life.
I advise you to have a nurse in. You'll have a chance to rest then.
I don't need a rest, and I won't have a nurse. I won't have some stranger coming in. No one understands Willie as I do.
Mrs. Lincoln, I feel that in the present crisis, your nerves are...
Oh, no. What are you trying to tell me about my nerves, Doctor?
My dear Mrs. Lincoln, I assure you I mean no criticism. I understand the strain you must be under here in the White House. It's only natural that your nerves...
For pity's sake, will you stop talking about my nerves? Perhaps you think...
Perhaps I think what, Mrs. Lincoln?
Nothing. Leave me alone. Send a nurse in if you want to, but do what you like. Only leave me alone.
There'll be one here in the morning. Good day, Mrs. Lincoln.
Mrs. Lincoln, if you don't stop pacing up and down, I'm afraid you'll have to leave the room.
Nurse? Are you ordering me out of my own son's room?
You know the doctor's instructions. Your son must have quiet.
And do you think that will save him?
I don't know. We can only wait.
Wait? You tell me to wait when my son is dying?
Mrs. Lincoln, please. Mom. No, you mustn't go near him, Mrs. Lincoln.
Let go of my arm, you hear?
Mrs. Lincoln, are you mad?
Mom, it's so hot in here.
It's the fever, my darling. Try to lie still. Don't toss about so.
Ma, will I get well soon?
Yes, of course. Very soon.
Ma.
Yes, dear.
I don't think I will get well.
Oh, don't say that, darling. You must get well. You will get well. Please, get well, Willie, please. My little son did not get well. He died. The war dragged on. My two brothers in the Confederate Army were killed by my husband's armies. And people talked again. I heard all their whispers. Then one day I received a letter from my sister Emily. Young, handsome Ben Helm, General Helm of the Confederate Army, decorated and brave, was killed in action. Emily was alone. She had no place to go. I persuaded Mr. Lincoln to allow her to stay with me. Oh, I knew there would be more talk. The wife of a Southern general living in the White House. But she was my sister. I sat in my room waiting for her to arrive. Who is it?
It's me, Emily. Yes, it's me. You can open the door wider, Mary.
Emily. Oh, Emily.
Mary, how you've changed. Are you ill? You look so strange.
No. But, Emily, I've been dying to tell someone. Wait, I'll lock the door.
You did lock the door when I came in.
Oh, yes. I began to forget things. Emily, I want to tell you a secret. You're the only person I dare tell it to.
Yes. Tell me, Mary.
Come, move your chair closer.
What is it, Mary?
Emily, sometimes at night.
Yes, go on.
Sometimes at night, I hear voices.
Mary, what are you talking about?
Yes, I hear them calling to me at night. Willie and Ben Helm.
Mary!
Yes, speaking just like they were in this room with me. That's why I locked the door, Emily. I don't want anyone else to know they're here. No, you mustn't look so afraid, Emily. I was afraid at first. But after a while, it's pleasant sitting here in the rocker talking to them. You mustn't let anyone know my secret, Emily. You won't tell anyone, Emily, will you?
No. No, Mary, I won't. Oh, Mary.
And one day the bells began to ring. Peace. Peace came at last. I was almost too weary with the strain of these years to realize it had come. But I was happy. Abe was happy. We had both grown so old in these few years. But it was over now. Peace, peace. On the Friday before Easter, Good Friday, I persuaded Abe to go to the theater. I was getting dressed.
Will you be wearing this black dress, Mrs. Lincoln?
Oh, no. Bring the blue lace one, Mrs. Keckley. This is a real celebration. Mr. Lincoln and I haven't been out together for so long.
Where are you going, Mrs. Lincoln?
To the theater, Mrs. Keckley. To Ford's Theater. Mr. Lincoln died that night. Died in my arms. And his voice was added to all the other voices I listened to in the dark safety of night. Mary Todd, widow of the President of the United States.
Mary Todd, widow.
Alone with the voices I heard in the night.
Ma! They're bringing him home, Mary. He's the new president.
You're a Southerner, aren't you?
You're a spy.
You're a Southerner.
You're a traitor. We can't trust you.
Ma!
Then one day I was taken to a courtroom.
We have heard the testimony of Dr. Isham and the other witnesses. The verdict of this court is that the defendant is of unsound mind, incapable of handling her property and conducting her affairs.
You're mad, Mary Todd. You're mad.
The defendant is remitted to Bellevue Sanitarium at Batavia in the state of Illinois in accordance with arrangements to be made by her family. Case dismissed.
Dismissed. Dismissed out of this life. Dismissed into an asylum. Widow of the great president. After a while, they let me out of the sanitarium. I hurried away. I wanted to forget. I fled to London.
There I lived in a quiet boarding house, the widow of the great president. I was an old lady by now. I rarely went out. But one day I had to mail a letter. I went down the street to the letterbox. Excuse me, miss. I'd like to post this letter. You're standing in front of the box. Oh.
Wait, don't hurry away. Don't you remember me?
Yes. Yes, I do. Miss Kate Chase. And you're still beautiful.
Are you here alone, Mrs. Lincoln?
Yes.
Mrs. Lincoln, if there's anything I can do. I'm afraid we were all quite cruel to you in Washington.
Oh, it's such a long time ago, it doesn't matter. Good day, Miss Chase. No, even meeting Kate Chase didn't matter now. I really must be getting quite old. There was a cablegram for me on the bureau from Emily. She begged me to come back to America. I cried with joy. I was wanted. Emily wanted me. I was going home. I was going home at last. No longer afraid of my memories. No longer afraid.
Here, Robert, don't go so near the railing.
No, Mama.
Oh, Madame, will you watch them for a moment, please? I go to my stateroom for a sweat there.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Come here, Pierre, Robert. I had little boys like you once. Do you know what my name is?
No.
My name is Mrs. Abraham Lincoln. You know who Abraham Lincoln was, don't you?
No, Madame.
Don't they tell you about President Lincoln in school?
We don't go to school. We live in Paris. Our papa is a tutor for us. He teaches us in French.
When you get to America, I expect you'll go back to school. And then you'll learn all about Abraham Lincoln. And you can tell your teacher, Abraham Lincoln's wife, talked to you and told you that he was very fond of little boys. Abraham Lincoln's wife. You won't forget that now, will you? Abraham Lincoln's wife.
Thank you, Helen Hayes. And now, before telling you about next week's cavalcade, we want to tell you how DuPont engineers and chemists have saved the government of the United States since this war began more than $600 million in the process of manufacturing explosives. In a war that will cost the nation $100 billion during this year alone, $600 million may be a small item. But in a wider sense, the sum of $600 million is anything but a small item. For those saved dollars will buy just so many more tanks and guns and planes, which American production turns out better than any other. The saving breaks down something like this. All military explosives are based on nitric acid. When nitric acid plants had to be built to meet the greatly increased wartime needs for this chemical, they could be built at much less expenditure of critical material, time, and money, for the reason that development work carried on by DuPont since the last war for purely peacetime needs had resulted in greatly improved processes. This saving in money alone has been estimated at $250 million. Similarly, in the manufacture of smokeless powder, TNT, and Tetril, improvements in manufacturing processes have resulted in great increases in the capacity of the existing plants. This has made unnecessary the construction of additional units originally regarded as essential to meet military requirements. The additional plants, which now don't have to be built, would have cost some $380 million. These figures represent only the money saving, what we are individually and collectively in pocket as a result of improved engineering and chemical knowledge. Of even greater importance is the saving in critical materials, man-hours, and time, which are now released to speed victory in other ways. Every dollar saved is just one more dollar that can fight. We think you will be interested to learn of this $600 million saving by the men and women who are responsible in peacetime for DuPont's better things for better living through chemistry. Pinky was a good soldier, eager to be going overseas at last, and the two women on the train were friendly, interested, sincerely patriotic. None of them intended to do the thing they did, but information is like a chain, and the walls have ears. Listen next week when DuPont presents Everett Sloan in an exciting spy story by the noted mystery writer Mignon Eberhard. Be with us next week when Cavalcade presents Everett Sloan in The Enemy is Listening, especially written for this program by Mignon Eberhard. The special musical score was by Arden Cornwall. Cavalcade is pleased to inform its audience that Helen Hayes will soon be seen in the star-studded motion picture Stage Door Canteen. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from Cavalcade sponsor, the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
Speed Easy, the sensational new DuPont paint, covers wallpaper in one quick coat. Even the name is fast. S-P-E-E-D for speedy results, E-A-S-Y for easy application. Speed Easy. Just thin DuPont Speed Easy with water and apply it right over dingy wallpaper or any interior wall surface. It's dry in an hour. Costs less than $3 per room. See the soft, lovely Speed Easy colors at your DuPont paint dealer store tomorrow.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Wake up, America. Time to stump the experts. Each week at this time, the H.J. Heinz Company, makers of the famous 57 varieties, gives you Information Please. A quartet of experts is on hand to answer your questions. Send them to Information Please at 570 Lexington Avenue, New York City. We may edit them a bit, and in case of similarity, you'll have to accept our judgment of who shall be paid. If we use your question, the H.J. Heinz Company will send $10 in war stamps plus a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If we muff the question, you get $57 in war bonds and stamps plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. All questions remain our property. Information Please is presented under the supervision of Dan Golenpaul. And now, our master of ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Brower. Ladies and gentlemen, spontaneous as ever, Information Please presents tonight the veteran trio, Oscar Levant, Franklin P. Adams, and John Kieran of the New York Sun, who welcome as their guest the world-famous conductor and author of the charming autobiography, A Mingled Chime, Sir Thomas Beecham. We're going to begin with a question that comes to us from Attleboro, Massachusetts, thought up by Fred Abbott. Mr. Abbott wants to know what plays took place in whole or in part in each of these places. In other words, these are the settings. Let's get 2 out of 3. The first setting is the Wartburg. What? The Wartburg, W-A-R-T-B-U-R-G, Sir Thomas.
Tannhäuser.
Tannhäuser, no question about that. What play took place, in part, at the Hôtel de Bourgogne? Hôtel de Bourgogne, Mr. Kieran.
Cyrano de Bergerac.
That's quite right. And what one took place in part, I guess wholly, at 480 Madison Avenue. 480 Madison Avenue. Mr. Levant.
Well, the Days lived on Madison Avenue.
Keep going.
But I don't think it was on 480.
Oh, yes, it was, unless they've moved.
Well, that's Life with Father.
Life with Father. Did you think they'd moved?
Well, I don't know.
The play hasn't.
I haven't been asked there lately.
Life with Father is quite correct. Yes, the play by Lindsay and Krauss, made out of Clarence Day's essays. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Adams? You know of Madison Avenue. Or how about this one from Helen W. Traver of Hartford, Connecticut? This is a musical question, gentlemen. Each of these musical excerpts that you're going to hear should suggest to you some form of magic. Tell us about it. Let's have the first. Mr. Adams?
That is sorcery.
Yes. What?
John Wellington Wells.
Yes. What does he do?
He's a sorcerer.
Yes, and he deals in what?
Magic and spells.
That's quite right. In blessings and curses.
Ever-filled purses.
Yes.
Prophecies, witches, and knells.
Quite right, Sir Thomas. Yes. You are putting Mr. Adams to shame.
Oh, no, he knew it. He always leaves something for me.
Yes, that is about It's from The Sorcerer, Gilbert and Sullivan's operetta, of course. How about the second bit of magic? I have both musicians' hands. Mr. Levant.
That's the magic farm music in the last act of Valkyr.
Yes, tell us a little about that. What happened?
Brunhilde disobeyed her father, Wotan, who only had one eye in the middle of his head, order when she interceded in a censorable romance between Sigelinde and Sigmund in the first act. So as a punishment, she is shielded by fire for as many years as a pure hero can break through and get her to wake up and sing for 3 hours in the last act of Siegfried.
I wonder what you would do if you ever heard of punctuation, Levant. That is a perfect answer, despite the syntax. And now the third and last. Mr. Levant?
That's Deems Taylor's The Sorcerer's Apprentice by Dukas.
Does he have a stranglehold on
Well,
the
he
middle?
was in that picture by Disney.
Yes. And what happens in The Sorcerer's Apprentice as that music is played?
There's a broom who the master orders to bring some water, and he overdoes it. The broom overdoes it, and then he cuts the broom in half, and more water comes, and before you know it, you're like Hitler in those 2 dams.
Right, sir. Try this one from Mrs. M.B. Hickson of Minneapolis. Of what season was the poet thinking when he wrote the following phrases? The first is, the only pretty ring time. Sir Thomas.
Spring.
Spring is right, and can you prove it with a quotation?
Yes. The only pretty ring time. We lovers love the spring.
Yes, it's from what play? Mr. Kieran?
It's an interpolated song, and As You Like It.
Yes, that's quite right. Maxine Sullivan recently made it very popular as a beautiful song. Oh, Sir Thomas, who wrote the music that we associate with that song now? Do you know?
I think On.
Who did?
On.
How do you spell it?
A-R-N-E.
Okay, I just wanted to know. Here's another phrase. The light that loses, the night that wins, refers to what season of the year, Mr. Kieran?
When the hounds of spring are in winter's traces, and the mother of months in meadow and plain fills the hollow, and that's enough.
Oh, no. But
Swinburne.
That's quite right. The light that loses, the night that wins, the days dividing lover and lover. From what poem of Swinburne?
Well, it's a chorus from Atalanta and Caledon.
One of the most magnificent of Swinburne's choruses. And finally, what season does this remind you of? Sing Cuckoo. Sing Cuckoo, Mr. Levant.
The first cuckoo in spring by Sir Thomas Beecham's protege, Delius. Is that right?
That's a very graceful response. I hadn't thought of that. But the actual phrase, sing cuckoo, is used in a poem about what season?
Not spring, I guess.
Not spring.
Summer is a coming in.
Yes. Isn't it the first poem that usually occurs in the anthology?
It's the first poem that was set to written music in English language and English notes.
And what does the phrase mean, summer is a-comin' in?
Well, summer is
coming in.
Summer's arriving.
No. That's where you're wrong, gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to correct you, which rarely happens. Summer is a-comin' in means summer has come in. It's the Middle English.
That's right.
It's the perfect of the verb. Did you know that, Sir Thomas?
Do you know the companion piece to it? Winter is
You're just
coming
trying
in?
to get off the subject, Sir Thomas. However, I'd like to know about the companion piece.
Winter is a-coming in. Loud sing goddamn.
Never heard of it. In fact, I haven't heard you at the moment. Marguerite House of Asheville, North Carolina. And by the way, gentlemen, it would be a pleasure to the Secretary of the Treasury if you would flop on a couple of these questions. Miss House of Asheville wants you to prepare a 3-course dinner in the proper order of the courses, made up of foods mentioned in proverbs that you're to quote. Now, don't give us quotations from poetry unless the quotation has become as well known as a proverb, Mr. Kieran.
Too many cooks spoil the broth.
Very good, and that gives us soup to begin with. Broth is right, and Mr. Levant.
Don't cook the goose that killed the golden egg, or something like that. Well, you got egg there.
Well, you've got eggs, and you've got goose, and you've got sauce. No, you haven't sauce.
As like as 2 peas.
As like as 2 peas for our vegetable course, Mr. Adams.
And in my salad days.
Yes, that's very good. And for dessert, can you think of any? Mr. Adams?
4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie.
Well, it isn't a proverb exactly. I will never desert Mr. Micawber, Sir Thomas, might do.
Ice Cream for Ice Cream by Eddie Cantor.
Never heard. It's not a proverb, is it?
It's a poem which you got a lot of money for.
All right. That gives us at least 4 courses.
Cherry ripe.
Cherry ripe, yes. Don't cry over spilt milk if we have to have a beverage. How about this one for Mrs. S.H. Stewart of Warren, Ohio? What work of art, gentlemen, was created for the following reasons? In the first case, the painter wanted to disprove a theory. And so he created a work of art for the purpose of disproving a theory. Who was that, and what was the painting?
Salvatore Dali. He does it every day.
He doesn't disprove a theory. He proves theories with his painting. Mr. Kieran, what were you going to say?
Do you mean Whistler?
No. But tell me about Whistler.
Oh, he disproved all the theories. He tried to disprove all the theories that the other painters had.
Well, this is a very specific theory in painting.
Guess, Rousseau?
No. The answer is Gainsborough's famous painting of the Blue Boy. Sir Joshua Reynolds, who was a great muck-em-up critic of that time, and George Romney held that an artist couldn't paint an all-blue picture that had any merit. And to prove that it could be done, Gainsborough painted the Blue Boy. It's become rather famous since then. Mr. Adams, this is new to you?
New to me.
It was new to me a couple of minutes ago,
Constable, too.
Pardon?
Constable.
The Constable did the same thing?
Up to the time of Constable. You could not have a picture in it where there was not a brown tree.
Where there was not a brown
tree. And Constable painted a landscape without a brown tree.
Very well, then that answer would have been equally good. How about this one? The author wanted to entertain a little girl, and as a result created a work of art. What work, Mr. Thomas?
Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll, quite right. That's the origin of it. And in what case was a work of art created because the composer's wife suspected him of an infidelity? And to answer the charge, he composed something. Who was that, and what was the work?
A musical work?
Yes, it was.
Very few composers have been accused of infidelity. You overestimate them. Although, Mozart, I don't think so. He felt that way about his wife, who didn't compose.
Yes, but he certainly didn't create any work of art.
Berlioz?
No.
Wagner?
No, Richard Strauss was thought...
Didn't know.
His wife thought that he was guilty of a peccadillo, and he wasn't, as a matter of fact. And
is that the Domestica Symphony?
No.
No.
It was an operetta, I think, called Intermezzo. Is that right, Sir Thomas?
Yes, right.
Does it come back to you now?
Yes.
Well, let's see.
But it wasn't an infidelity. It was only a flirtation.
Yes. Well, we exaggerate on this program. Guess we got two...
There's a vast difference in my country.
There is a vast difference. That's 2 wrong out of 3, and that sends a $57 in war bonds and stamps to Mrs. Stewart and a set of the Britannica. And now we have a timely question. Who started Memorial Day? Ben Grauer, our Heinz reporter, has a likely gleam in his eye. How about it, Mr. Grauer?
This day, originally known as Decoration Day, was started exactly 75 years ago in 1868 by order of General Logan, Commander-in-Chief of the GAR. Of course, there are other Memorial Days celebrated somewhat earlier in many southern states. And it's rather an interesting fact that this old American institution of Memorial Day began only 1 year before another well-known American institution, the House of Heinz. 74 crowded years have gone by since young Henry J. Heinz planted, harvested, and grated the crop from a 3/4-acre patch of horseradish roots. The principle upon which Henry J. Heinz started in business has never been lost sight of. He believed in using only the best possible ingredients, preferably those he raised himself. He saw to it that cooking was done in a clean, shining kitchen with grand, old-home recipes. So way back then, housewives welcomed the help that Heinz Foods could give them. Well, today they need this help more than ever. Ask any woman who wrestles with a ration book. And we're mighty glad that despite war conditions, there are still so many Heinz 57 varieties on your grocer's shelf to help make wartime meals the easier to plan and cook and the better to eat.
Thank you, Mr. Grauer. We'll go on with a question from Arthur Mendel of New York City. And this, too, is a musical question. We're going to ask you to identify these familiar orchestral works just from the openings of the second violin parts. Is the problem clear? Well, let's have the first. Let's have the first. Mr. Levant and Sir Thomas both have their hands up. Mr. Levant first.
It's Mendelssohn, isn't it? I mean, the Unfinished Symphony of
Sir
Schubert.
Thomas? Schubert.
First movement of the unfinished.
Yes, the first movement of the unfinished. What made you say Mendelssohn?
Because I had the right melody in my mind, and I'm a confused fella. It goes back a long way.
Nevertheless, you were right, Oscar, on the second try, the unfinished symphony of Schubert, and now the second. Mr. Levant?
That's the Brahms first symphony, the introduction.
Is that right, Sir Thomas? Yes, it is. That's right.
Very good.
Very good. Yes,
Very
Mr.
good,
Levant,
Oscar.
exactly right. And now the third and last of the second violin excerpts. That isn't much to go by.
Sir Thomas conducts this brilliantly.
But then he's too modest to tell us what it is. Mr. Levant, I suppose you do.
Till Oil.
Till Oil.
Till Oilspiegel.
Come back to you now, Sir Thomas. Quite right, yes. Good work. That gives us 3 out of 3 and sends us on to a question from Stephen G. Pratt of Philadelphia. Give the familiar quotations that contain these phrases. All of these phrases have the word ill in them, I-L-L. The first is ill at ease. Ill at ease, Mr. Adams.
That's from the Lost Chord.
It is from the Lost
Seated
Chord.
one day at my organ, I was weary and ill at ease.
Simply beautiful. That's quite right. I don't think there's any other phrase in which it appears. At least I hope not if you're going to sing it.
Music is by Sullivan.
The music is by Sullivan. Who wrote the words?
Adelaide Ann Proctor.
I wouldn't know. That's right. Adelaide Ann Proctor.
Quite right.
Right, Sir Thomas?
Yes.
How about this one? Ill woodwind. Ill woodwind. Mr. Levant.
Ill woodwind.
Puzzling, isn't it?
Very familiar, but...
It blows nobody any good.
Oh, no, that's not quite right, Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams?
That's what I thought. It's an ill woodwind.
It's an oboe.
That blows nobody good.
Now, you've got everything right with the order of the words.
Isn't that a woodwind, an oboe?
Yes, it's an oboe. An ill woodwind that nobody blows good.
Yeah, well, you have the paraphrase in front of you.
You're quite right. Yes, it's a definition of an oboe.
Some of my best friends are bad oboe players.
Sir Thomas, what does the word oboe come from? It seems a funny word.
Hautbois.
Meaning what?
A high instrument made of wood.
And is it the same as our word hobo?
Hautboy.
High boy.
High boy. Is it the same as hobo, John?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
same derivation.
Itinerant, vagrant, and so forth. Same derivation, all mixed up together. Do you think you got that right, Mr. Adams? And when you said an ill woodwind that blows nobody any good?
If it's wrong, I said it wrong.
I'd rather give the
You want credit for getting it wrong, Oscar? Okay.
Naturally, I did it with my hatchet.
All right, see if you can get the next one. The next ill, and the last ill, is ill-favored. Mr. Kieran.
An ill-favored thing, sir, but my own.
That's perfect, except for the word my.
Mine own.
Yes.
Mine
own. What's
that
the promise,
is said
Kieran?
by Touchstone in As You Like It.
Yes, and...
About the young lady he is not trying very hard to marry.
Yes, that's putting it very nicely. That's quite right. An ill-favored thing, sir, but mine own. That gives us 2 out of 3. Try this from Walter Manfred of Milwaukee.
Little Audrey.
Little Audrey. Identify these literary series. So, Thomas, what would be the plural of series? Series?
Same thing.
Series. Series would be wrong. I thought it would be rather a singular plural. How about this one? The action of one volume takes place in Queen Anne's England and the other in pre-revolutionary Virginia. What are the 2 books, Sir Thomas?
The Virginians.
That's one of them, and what's the one that precedes
Esmond.
it? And Esmond, yes, both by William Makepeace Thackeray. That's quite right. One play describes the candidate's election and first term. The sequel describes his defeat and a burlesque revolution. Mr. Levant.
I sing and let him eat cake.
That's quite right, Mr. Levant. The first play is set at the time of creation. The second in the series is set at the present time. The third in the year 31,920. Sir Thomas.
Back to Methuselah.
Yes, by George Bernard Shaw. Quite right. Back to Methuselah. That was too easy. Here's one from Floyd Cooper of Amarillo, Texas. What lies between these terminal points? John O'Groat's house and Land's End. Mr. Kieran.
The whole of England and Scotland.
And?
Wales.
Yes. Where is John O'Groat's house?
John O'Groat's is the extreme northerly part, and Land's End is the extreme southwesterly part known as Cornwall or Dock Bolerium.
Yes, northeast of Scotland to the southwest of England. That's quite right. What lies between these terminal points? North Adams and Greenfield. Mr. North Adams.
Well, that's in Massachusetts.
Yes.
Both of them.
That's right. And
one is the one is the western part of Massachusetts. North Adams, the eastern, is the western part of Massachusetts.
Frank doesn't know what you want. He knows.
What lies between them? What runs from one to the other?
Go ahead.
Mr. Kieran.
The Mohawk Trail.
Yes, the famous Mohawk Trail. Did I not make myself clear, Mr. Adams?
I didn't know that.
Oh, yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I haven't driven a car in years.
Who has? What is a car? What lies between heaven and Hoboken? Between heaven and Hoboken.
Taxes.
Between heaven and Hoboken, why, Mr. Kieran? Yeah, and you a veteran of the early World War.
Coming back from the World War, and heaven or another destination in Hoboken, it was used in both directions.
Yes, that's right. Heaven, hell, or Hoboken. That's the slogan of the soldiers in the First World War. That's quite right. Well, that gives us 3 out of 3. And now here's our Heinz reporter, Ben Grauer, in one of his more nostalgic moods.
Holidays carry us back in memory to the years that have gone before. And maybe you recall earlier decoration days, parading with your schoolmates down the streets of your town under the bright new green of the maples. Remember the feel of your tight Sunday best shoes. And most of all, you remember a picnic. When you think of a picnic, your thoughts naturally turn to Heinz 57 varieties. You think of pickles, don't you? Cool, crisp, and spicy. Mustard, too. India relish, chopped even as can be and seasoned with rare exotic spices brought from the Orient. You think of jellies glimmering like jewels in the glass, and rich brown apple butter, Heinz ketchup, chili sauce, and 57 sauce, to add that final zip of perfection to a hot dog grilled on the open fire. Well, this summer, most of us will take our outings in our backyards or pretty close at home, but picnics will still be picnics. And we can assure you of a good supply of Heinz 57 varieties to make your picnic lunches tempting as all outdoors.
Thank you, Ben. And Adams, by the way, isn't going to eat his words this week, I feel sure. I've never seen him look so hungry. Try this one from Mrs. L.F. Bustler, Jr. of Memphis, Tennessee. This is all about prisoners, famous prisoners of fact or fiction. Who were they? The first was the prisoner of his brother, Mr. Levant.
The Iron Mask.
That's the fellow, the man in the Iron Mask. Quite right. Isn't that right, Mr. Kieran?
Both played by Louis Hayward.
That's how you found out. Mr. Kieran, what is the story of the man in the Iron Mask?
History hasn't confirmed the truth of this.
Should we drop the whole subject or something?
It's still a mystery.
It's in the Dumas series, the Vicomte de Bragelonne.
There is one, the man in the Iron Mask.
That's the Iron Long.
Well, as you say, Mr. Adams, there is still a mystery about it, but according to one account, according to one version, the man in the Iron Mask was the twin brother of Louis, whom their father concealed and imprisoned. Is that right?
That's Dumas' story.
That's Dumas' story, and let's stick to it. How about one who was the prisoner of her cousin? The prisoner of her cousin, Sir Thomas?
Mary, Queen of Scots.
Yes, imprisoned by...
Elizabeth.
By Elizabeth. Yes, how were they related? Through whom? Or don't you care to
Yes. Elizabeth was the daughter of Henry VIII, and Mary was the granddaughter of Henry VII.
Mary's grandmother
Yes.
was a sister of Henry VIII. Would that be right?
No.
Well, let's throw the whole thing out. What's the difference?
Mary was the daughter of James V. And James IV married... Yes. James IV married...
That was the day we got our piano.
The sister of Henry VIII, that's right.
Sir Thomas, you sound as if this were only yesterday to you.
Well, it is with us, you know. 1,000 years in our sight enough.
But a day, yes. Who were the prisoners of their uncle? The prisoners of their uncle, Mr. Kieran.
The Henry Edward V and his younger brother Richard, who were smothered in the tower by their uncle Gloucester, who became King Richard III.
That's quite right. That family relationship, Sir Thomas, is correct, isn't it?
Perfectly.
I don't want to have any mistakes in the genealogy made on this program. Alice V. McGrath of Providence, Rhode Island, thought this one up. This is about famous uncles of fact or fiction. If I say, my uncle, to whom do I refer? Mr. Adams.
A pawnbroker.
A pawnbroker, yes. What does the phrase come from? Why do you say uncle with respect to a pawnbroker?
I have no idea.
Would you like me to tell you?
Yes, sir.
I have it here on a card.
Why?
It's derived from the Latin uncus, U-N-C-U-S, meaning the hook that was used by pawnbrokers to pick up objects. Fascinating, isn't it?
Don't believe a word of it.
It's hard to swallow, as a matter of fact. That's what it says here. Now, Uncle Joe, gentlemen. Uncle Joe means Mr. Kieran?
Uncle Joe Cannon, for many years Speaker of the House.
Yes, and there's another Uncle Joe, Mr. Levant.
Stillwell, or if you're friendly, Stalin?
Yes, I suppose either one. General Joseph Stillwell is often spoken of as Uncle Joe. How about Uncle Charlie? And just to confuse you, Uncle Charlie. Not to be confused with Charlie's aunt, Mr. Adams, just to get you mixed up. Uncle Charlie would mean what to anyone, Mr.
I was in a picture by, that mysterious director who was on our program.
That's so mysterious.
Called, I saw it a million times with the Merry Widow Waltz.
Yeah.
Give me the first.
Hitchcock.
Yeah, Hitchcock.
Yeah, Shadow of a Doubt.
Shadow of a Doubt.
That's right.
Yeah.
Very good, Mr. Levant. One of the chief characters is known as Uncle Charlie.
He is
the
the
part
chief character.
played by Joseph Cotton. And in sports, Mr. Kieran, isn't there an Uncle Charlie?
Uncle Charlie Moran was a National League umpire.
That's quite
and
right.
famous football coach of the Praying Colonel.
Good enough. That gives us 3 uncles out of 3. How about this? Charles Hughes of Tryon, Georgia, asks a question about, we've had uncles, now we will try wives, briefly. Who are these wives in fact or fiction? The first one helped her husband's political career by altering a speech for him. Mr. Levant.
What every woman knows by Helen Hayes.
Very good.
I mean by Barry.
Yes. Sir Thomas, you were about to say the same thing?
They all do that.
Yes, what was the name of the character?
Kenneth McKenna played the part. He's with MGM now.
What was the, don't give us
Maggie
all that.
Shand.
Maggie Shand.
Maggie Shand.
John
yes.
Shand,
Stick
wasn't
to the original. There are people who come before the movie actors, you know.
I saw it in a play. It was called Shandisms. These changes, they became popular.
That's right. Quite right. How about this one? This wife helped her husband's career by founding a symphony orchestra for him. That seems an elaborate way of helping him, Mr. Levant.
Dr. Serge Kousavitsky.
Yes. When was the...
That was before the last war, and his wife gave him an orchestra and built a boat, and he used to go up and down the Volga with his Hot Six, or whatever it was.
The Kousavitsky Hut.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ginger Rogers and Ray Milland in The Major and the Minor. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The star billing on tonight's program really ought to read Ginger Rogers and Ray Milland with Ginger Rogers and Ginger Rogers. But the accomplished Ginger plays 3 distinct and very different people. And half the time, Ray can't even tell them apart. The cause of it all is the gay Paramount comedy, The Major and the Minor, in which a unique script by Charles Brackett and Billy Wilder gave Ginger and Ray a delightful opportunity. And we have Ginger's own mother, Mrs. Leela Rogers, to play her mother. It's a story about a beautiful girl, that's Ginger, who runs out of money in New York and impersonates a youngster of 12 so she can buy a half-fare ticket home. You can see the possibilities when Ray Milland becomes her guardian for the trip. And, well, the story is full of surprises. And here's another story with more of the same, thanks to a lady here in California. I've been one of your audience since the inception of the Lux Radio Theater, she writes. And I'm a Lux toilet soap fan, too. My son is in the Army, and on the day of regimental inspection, he found himself without a first aid kit, which fits in the first pouch of his belt. With true Yankee ingenuity, he substituted a cake of Lux soap, which is about the same size and shape, and hoped it would get by the eagle eye of the CO. But as the general inspected the rear of the second rank, he stopped behind my son, pulled out the first pouch, and remarked, "Don't lose your soap, soldier." I'm glad he got off so lightly, Who knows, maybe the General uses Lux toilet soap, too. And now, here's the curtain for the first act of The Major and the Minor, starring Ginger Rogers as Susan Applegate and Ray Milland as Major Philip Kersey. You might have read about the Revigora hair treatment and scalp massage system back in 1941. It went something like this.
Men, are you troubled with dandruff? Is your hair getting just a bit thin on top? No need to be bald. Try the Revigora system. Call Maine 2000 and one of our skilled operators will call on you tomorrow. Have an egg shampoo in the privacy of your own home.
Miss Susan Applegate is a skilled operator for Revigora and a very handy girl with an egg. But in the wicked city of New York, the lot of a skilled operator is not always a happy one. There are, for example, slightly bald gentlemen, like Mr. Osborne. Mr. Osborne will call Maine 2000 at the drop of a hair. Mr. Osborne wears dandruff on his collar and his heart on his sleeve.
Well, come in, young lady.
I'm from the Revigora system.
Yes, I know. You're new with Revigora, aren't you?
I just started this morning.
Well, the Revigora system is certainly picking up.
Where are we going to have the treatment?
Oh, anyway, we can talk about that later. What might your name be, my dear?
Applegate.
Just Applegate, nothing in front?
Miss.
Well, miss, you make yourself comfortable. You know what I always say, no matter what the weather is? I say, why don't you slip out of that wet coat and into a dry martini? Dry martini, wet coat.
Can I put the vibrator over here?
Oh, the vibrator, yeah. We're in no hurry, are we? At least I'm not. You know, I really have a very lonely time here Wednesday evenings. That's when my wife goes to her first aid class. My only son far away at school. Not reform school, but I sometimes think it ought to be.
Won't you sit down, please?
Oh, now, Miss Applegate, don't be so businesslike. First, we're going to have a little drinky poo, and a little bitey poo, and a little Roomba poo.
No. First, we're going to have a little scab massagey poo.
Oh, now, please. We could make beautiful music together, we two.
About this tempo?
Oh, hey, that hurts. What kind of a brush is that, anyway?
Hard bristles. Then we're going to get a vibrator treatment and an egg shampoo.
I am not. Put that egg down.
Certainly.
Yeah. The first night off, and here I sit with an egg on my head. What are you going to do now? Scramble it?
Would you rather have an omelet?
Oh, now, Miss Applegate, listen.
Let go of my hand.
Oh, Miss Applegate.
Let go. I have another egg here. Would you like a face massage, too?
Now, Miss Applegate.
All right, here.
Why, you...
Wipe your chin. There's egg on it.
Miss Applegate, I'm certainly going to report this. I suppose you realize what that'll mean?
Yes, I know. The boot. And when you're making your squawk, you can tell them to pick up their vibrator with the rest of this junk.
What's all the excitement?
No excitement. I'm just bored. I take a 2-week course, learn all about hair and the circulation of the blood, and what do I get? An invitation to slip out of my wet coat into a dry martini. Well, by George, I think I will.
That's the spirit.
Keep away, Mr. Osborne. I'm through. After 1 year and 25 jobs in New York, Susan Applegate is signing off and going right back where she came from. You ever hear of Stevenson, Iowa?
Of course.
No, you haven't. It's dull. People there just walk around on 2 feet, and cars only have 4 wheels, and the grass is just plain green. Who wants that?
Oh, well...
Who wants a fellow by the name of Will Duffy who runs a feed and grain store? Why not look around? Well, I came and I looked around from every angle, from the bargain basement to the Ritz Tower. I got myself glanced over, slapped around, pushed off, past that. But there's one thing they didn't get out of me. Do you see this envelope? Sealed up in here from the first day I came, $27.50.
What for?
My fare back home. And if I've missed the train tonight, I'll take the one tomorrow, back to Stevenson. Goodbye, Mr. Osborne.
Short minutes. Now ready on track 3.
Here you are, miss. 1-day coach, Stevenson, Iowa, on the 9:55. Change to Chicago.
With pleasure. Here. $27.50 on the nose.
$32.50, miss.
$27.50, I know.
I'm sorry, miss. $32.50. Do you want the ticket or not?
Listen, if it's $27.50 from Stevenson to New York, don't tell me it's $32.50 from New York to Stevenson. It doesn't make sense.
They boosted the rate, lady, last February.
They did? Well, that's a fine thing for a big railroad to do. Okay, I'll take the bus.
Good idea, only the bus lines are on strike. Don't you ever read the paper?
What's going on all day?
Now, just a minute.
Step aside, miss.
Look,
Step aside. Next.
Indianapolis. 1 ticket for me and 1/2 for the little boy.
Is he under 12?
But certainly, tell the man how old you are, Wilbur.
No.
Wilbur, tell the man how old you are.
I won't. Nobody can make me squeal. I'm a corn crinkle secret operator.
Oh, Wilbur. He's 9, honest.
All right, madam. I'll take your word for it. 1 fare and a half fare.
Hey, Susan, did you hear that? You
were a kid under 12, you could go half there. You've got enough money for that.
Yeah, but I'm not a kid under 12.
Well, you could make yourself look like one, couldn't you? You could go into the ladies' room and change your clothes. Put on that little sweater thing and that short skirt. It's kind of kiddish looking.
Yeah, but what am I going to do about,
About your hair?
Well, all right, my hair.
Put it up in pigtails. Then turn your hat brim up all around and let the ribbon hang down the back. You can wear those little sports socks.
Well, that sounds okay, but what am I going to do about...
Just stick your stomach out and your toes in. Sing nursery rhymes. Suppose you do get caught. What could happen to you?
Well, I could go to jail. But I'd do anything to get out of this town.
Well, go on. Change your clothes. You're a little girl, Susan. A nice little girl on her way to visit your grandma.
Station master, New York City to conductor train number 7. Girl in day coach traveling on half-fare ticket to Stevenson, Iowa. Suggest you check age.
Tickets, please.
Oh, here you are, sir.
Half there?
Yes, sir.
Will you kindly stand up?
Me?
Yes, miss, you. All the way up, please. How old are you?
12. Next week.
What do you think, Joe?
I don't know.
You're pretty big for 12, miss.
Oh, yes, we all are. My whole family. Swedish stock. My brother Olaf is 62, and he's only in the 2nd grade.
When were you born? Or what year?
Oh,
what year?
1941, 1929.
What do you say, Joe? I don't know. The clothes look okay for a kid. I'm talking about what's in them. He looks kind of filled out for 12.
Oh, well, you see, Mama says we all have some sort of grand trouble, too, in the family.
Here, wait a minute. You say you're from Swedish stock?
Uh-huh. We're all Swedes in my family.
Fine. And then suppose you say something in Swedish.
I want to be alone.
Come back here. Come back.
Sit your place.
Come on, Joe.
Just a moment, miss.
Stop there.
He won't get very far.
Stop.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
What's the matter, child?
Oh, nothing. I'm going.
Wait a minute. Are you lost?
Yes. No, sort of.
I mean, are you in the right car? This is car 64.
Oh, is it?
Yes, drawing room G.
Oh, gee.
There's no need to be upset, child. You see, they give each car a different number, each compartment a different letter. Like they give streets different names and houses different numbers so people can find out where they belong. Now, where do you belong?
78 North Elm Street.
No, I mean on the train. Now, just think hard. What's the letter on your mother's compartment?
Well, I'm not with my mother. I'm alone.
Well, then where's your ticket?
The man took it.
The conductor? Then we'll have to ring for the conductor.
Oh, no, please.
Now, don't be foolish, child.
Well, but I don't need him. I know where I belong. I belong up in the day coach. Only I don't want to sit up in the day coach. It makes me feel sicky in my tummy.
Oh, well, maybe if I held your head.
No, thank you. It's just when I sit up or stand up.
Well, lie down, child. Quick, come on, lie down.
Oh, thank you. But this is your bed, isn't it?
Oh, that's all right. I have an upper. I'll ring for the porter and have him make it up.
Oh, no, please. I'll only stay 5 minutes.
Fine, nonsense. You're going to sleep here.
Huh?
Why, certainly. How far are you going?
Stevenson, Iowa.
Well, you're all right for tonight anyway. I get off at High Creek, Indiana. Now I'll just ring for the...
No, please don't ring for the porter.
Now, why, child?
Well, because the porter will tell the conductor, and I'm scared of the conductor.
Why?
Because he's got long yellow teeth and little bitchy eyes and hands like a spider with big fur on them.
Now, look, wait a minute. Don't get so excited. Tell me, child, what is your name?
Susan. Only they call me Susie.
All right, Susu. Now, don't you worry about the porter anymore. I'll make up the upper myself.
Well, you're very kind, but, well, my mother always told me that, well, you see, you are a strange gentleman.
Yes, of course, I know. Well, we can soon fix that. My name is Kirby, Major Philip Kirby of the United States Army.
Major? What, Major Bowles?
Well, just about.
You see, I'm assigned as an instructor to a military institute, teaching the young idea how to shoot.
Well, I'm glad to meet you.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, that's all cleared up. Now to bed.
Oh, just a minute, Major.
Oh, look, Susu, please don't call me Major. Call me Uncle Philip, huh? Do you have a nightie with you?
Yes, Uncle Philip.
Well, then suppose you step inside there and get changed.
Do you really think so?
Why, sure. And just sing out if you have any trouble with your buttons.
Oh, I haven't had any button trouble for a long, long time. Major Kirby. Uncle Philip.
Anything wrong? Stomach again? How do you feel, Susu?
So.
Come on there, Susu. Wake up.
Hey, what are you doing? Oh.
Good morning, Susu.
Oh. Good morning, Uncle Philip.
Did you sleep all right?
Yes, fine, Uncle Philip.
Good.
Has the train stopped?
That's right. You're being held up.
Held up?
Oh, no cause for alarm. There was a storm last night and washed out a bridge.
Oh, where are we?
Oh, about 30 miles from where I'm supposed to get off.
Hey, what are you squinting at? What are you squinting at?
Oh. Well, that's an exercise I have to do. I've got a bum eye, you see, and I give it a 10-minute workout twice a day.
Oh, I wondered about your eyes.
You mean they're crossed?
Oh, no.
I wouldn't mind that. You see, as far as regulations are concerned, that wouldn't disable me. I'd just spend a week in Washington trying to get back into active service.
Are you sure they won't let you?
And I don't know yet. Hey, what am I thinking about? You've got to have some breakfast. Now, come on, what do you want?
Oh, just some coffee.
Coffee? They don't let you have coffee.
Well, just a few drops in a big glass of milk. I call it coffee.
That's a nice cereal, huh? And I'm going to ask them in the club car if they have a parcheesi board, then we can play till the train goes again until I get off, okay?
Well, about that parcheesi...
Rather make it checkers?
Well, after breakfast, that looks fine.
What?
Well, maybe you better go out and let me get dressed first.
You know, Susu, you're a very peculiar little girl.
You bet I am. Philip boy, guess who came to rescue you? You can't get him up, you can't get him up, you can't get him up in the morning. Philip, I'm coming in. Hello. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I beg your pardon. I must be in the wrong drawing room. Or am I? Or are you? Why, that's Philip's coat. Why, are you... Quiet. The conductor's not supposed to know. Nor, I imagine, am I. Oh!
Why, Pamela, hello. How'd you get on the train?
I was worried about you, Philip, darling. So Father and I drove 27 miles over suicidal roads to find out how my poor, lonely fiancé occupied himself on his trip home.
Pamela, what are you talking about?
I happened to have been in your drawing room and seen that woman.
Pamela.
Well, don't stand there looking innocent. I suppose that's her breakfast you're carrying into her.
Yes,
Oh, how cheap.
Pamela, this is so insane. This is utterly...
Yes, utterly.
Oh! Pamela, come back! Pamela! Oh.
Anything wrong, Uncle Philip?
Yeah, a little nosebleed, maybe.
That lady who was just here, was she your wife?
Did she bang me in the nose?
Mm-hmm.
No, why?
Good. I know what's good for a nosebleed.
Oh, never mind, Susu.
Well, this is what my mother does. Unbutton your collar. Some cold water down the back of your neck. That'll stop it.
This is all so silly.
My fault, isn't it?
Now, don't you worry about it, Susu. It'll straighten out.
Well, now, lean forward a little. This may be a little chilly.
Oh,
no, it'll be all right in a minute.
It tickles!
Stop playing.
I brought Father... Oh! There, Father. You wouldn't believe it. Well, look. Just look.
My boy. Settle here,
My boy, I'm ashamed.
Now, wait a minute, please.
Now, come along, Pamela.
Colonel! Oh, Jiminy Christmas. Holy mackerel.
Who was that, Uncle Philip?
Just my commanding officer, head of the Institute. My prospective father-in-law. I was in hot water before, but now it's boiling oil.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, listen, Susan, I've got to ask you a terrific favor.
What?
I'll have to ask you to come along with me.
Come on with you?
Yes, to the Institute, to clear this thing up. Don't you see? The colonel must be absolutely convinced that well, you couldn't possibly understand it, Susan.
You mean I'm too young?
Yes, dear. It's a sort of grown-up foolishness. Now, just accept it, please, and don't ask questions. Will you do it for me, please?
Well, I'd love to. I'd love to go with you. You've been so nice to me.
Oh, bless your heart, child. Now, about your parents.
Well, it's just my mother.
All right, I'll send her a telegram. It'll absolutely put her at ease.
What kind?
Well, how about, met your daughter on train and looked out for her last night.
Stop.
As we cannot proceed on account of high water, I'm taking her home with me.
Stop!
Stop. Don't worry, signed Kirby. Will that fix it?
Well, it'll certainly fix Mother.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Ginger Rogers and Ray Milland in Act Two of The Major and the Minor. And now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter, with a news item about a very special Victory Gardener.
The gardener is Paulette Goddard, Mr. Kennedy. It may be news to most of our audience that Paulette owns a 70-acre farm in New York State. So just a few weeks ago, she took a special trip east to see about the spring planting. And knowing Paulette, I'll bet that vegetable garden will be a success.
Yes, the lettuce and the carrots ought to come jumping up fast just for a look at Paulette. And getting a look at Paulette Goddard is a project worth anyone's while. Don't you agree, Libby?
I certainly do. She's a real beauty with her huge blue eyes, auburn hair, and truly exquisite complexion.
Exquisite is the word for it, Libby. And maybe we're not proud that it's Lux toilet soap that cares for her $1 million skin.
Yes, Paulette's a Lux girl. Incidentally, Mr. Kennedy, do you know she never uses any makeup before the camera but lipstick and a bit of eyeshadow?
Well, the effect certainly is gorgeous, especially when the picture's in Technicolor. Now, Libby, why not be helpful by telling all the women in our audience just how Paulette Goddard takes an active lather facial?
Oh, it's very simple. She smooths lots of the wonderful creamy Lux soap lather well in, rinses with warm water and splashes with cold, then pats her skin dry with a soft towel. She never neglects these daily beauty facials. They leave her skin feeling soft as velvet, she says.
Thank you, Libby. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap, and the beauty soap has to live up to its name, to be the daily complexion care of nearly every famous star in Hollywood. If you haven't already done so, why not make Hollywood beauty soap, Lux toilet soap, your personal beauty soap, starting tomorrow? Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act Two of The Major and the Minor, starring Ginger Rogers as Susan Applegate and Ray Milland as Major Philip Kirby. Susan Applegate, age 24, alias Susu, the 12-year-old, has been conducted to the Wallace Military Institute to meet the faculty. In the conference room, she stands with her stomach turned out and her toes turned in as Major Kirby performs the introduction.
Now, don't be afraid, child. It's quite all right. They're very nice people. This is Miss Pamela Hill.
How do you do, dear?
This is Colonel Hill.
Young lady.
This is Major Doane.
How do you do?
And this is the Reverend Doyle.
Well, my dear.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is Susu Applegate, who will be 12 next week.
Hello. 12?
12 years old.
What a happy solution.
Oh, Philip, you adorable man. How uttterly beguiling.
Miss Hill is my fiancée, Susu. Do you know what that word means?
Uh-huh. Can I go home now, Uncle Philip?
Home, all alone? All the way to Iowa with that stomach of yours? I should say not.
But it'll be all right now.
I'm telegraphing your mother. We've got to make some arrangements.
Please don't keep telegraphing my mother.
Did you say the child was going to Iowa?
That's right, Reverend Doyle Stevenson.
Listen, I've got to get home. I'm way behind in my homework and my teeth. The dentist has got to put the braces back.
Will you let me make a suggestion? I'm going to Des Moines on Sunday to open a memorial chapel.
And you'll take Susu with you, Reverend?
Why, of
But that'll be too long. You see, my piano teacher. I'm just beginning my 3-finger exercise.
You're going to stay at our house, Lamington. I've got a little sister just your age.
But Sunday's 3 days off.
And it'll be 3 days you'll remember all your life, Susu. This is a treat that doesn't come to one girl in a million.
Does it have to come to me?
Listen, Susu. You like boys, don't you?
What boy?
Nice boys, about 14 years old. Come out on the balcony. Come on. You see? There they are, Susu. How's that? 300 of them, and all of them are yours.
Mine?
Oh, Uncle. Lucy's room here, darling. Oh, Lucy! Lucy! What do you want, Pamela? Oh, Lucy, this is Susu Applegate, a friend of Philip. She's staying with you.
I know.
Lucy will take good care of you, Susu. I'll see you at lunch, dear.
Hello, Lucy.
Hello, you.
I met Major Kirby on the plane. I was after set.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what a lovely room. Oh, look, goldfishes. Look It's the ones with the flopsy-wopsy tails. And the one with his nose sticking up, he wants his din-din.
Oh, cut the baby talk, will you? You're not 12 just because you're acting like 6.
What?
How old are you anyway? 20 or 25 or what?
Why, Lucy, that's a funny thing to say.
Is it? Maybe you can bluff the grown-up. You can't bluff me.
Bluff? What do you mean, bluff?
That is what I mean. Your suitcase. I opened it when they brought it up here.
Oh, the suitcase. Well, that belongs to my aunt.
And those clothes, too, huh? And a pack of cigarettes?
Well, you see...
Save your breath. See all those books on that shelf? Biology. All biology. And they say you're no 12-year-old.
Okay, you win. At least I don't have to play baby snooks anymore.
Not with me, you don't.
Look, will you keep your mouth shut for $1? Listen, I had to get home, and all I could manage was half fare. $2?
I don't want your money.
Well, how are you children getting on together?
Fine.
Oh, Susu, you're lunching at the officer's mess. You'll find it too beguiling. Oh, is there anything in your suitcase you want pressed?
No, leave it alone. She's going to wear some of my clothes.
Why?
She had a fountain pen in her suitcase, and there's ink all over everything.
Oh, glory. Well, I'm glad you two are getting on tonight.
Lucy, why didn't you tell your sister?
Because she's a stinker. I got some cigarettes here. Smoke?
Well, thanks.
If you'll excuse me, I won't join you. I find adolescence makes you nervous enough.
Hey, is there a back gate to this school or a service entrance or something?
What for?
Well, I'm getting out of here as fast as I can.
Oh, no, you're not.
Why not? What is this, a house of detention?
You're going to help me prevent a crime.
Of what?
The systematic destruction of a human being.
What are you talking about?
Philip Kirby. He hates his job here. He's dying to get transferred to active service, but Pamela is saying to it that he'll never get it.
Never. Now, I heard her say she was willing to follow him to Iceland, Trinidad, or any place he happened to be stationed.
Bah. I suppose that's why she's moved heaven and earth in Washington to see he didn't get transferred. Pamela's picked out the husband she wants, and she wants him right here at Wallace Military. Nice, cozy, and beguiling.
What do you expect me to do?
I want you to help.
No, sirree. I got him into trouble, I got him out of trouble, and now I'm beating him.
Yes?
I'm reporting to Miss Applegate. Miss Applegate?
Yes, what?
The cadet adjutant regrets that he cannot escort Miss Applegate to luncheon.
The who?
The cadet adjutant.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
There was some discussion about which cadet officer had precedence. It was finally decided by drawing lots.
Oh, well, you didn't have to go to all that trouble.
The winner was Cadet Lieutenant Anthony Wigton, Jr. of Company D.
Well, you can just explain to the cadet lieutenant.
May I assure Miss Applegate that you will find Cadet Lieutenant Anthony Wigton, Jr. a very amusing escort. And plenty good looking, too.
Lucy, do I have to?
Uh-huh.
All right. When will you be here?
I am Cadet Lieutenant Anthony Wigton, Jr.
Oh, dear.
Hope you enjoyed your lunch, Miss Applegate.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Now, as I was saying about the Maginot Line... excuse me. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Miss Applegate, may I introduce Cadet Adjutant Babcock.
How do you do?
Cadet Captain Osborne.
How do you do?
Cadet Captain Shoemaker.
How do you do?
And Cadet Lieutenant Miller.
How do you do?
Now, as I was saying...
Hey, what's the matter with those boys? Are they mad at me or something?
Oh, no, just ethics. This is my time. Osborne gets you at 2 o'clock. Shoemaker at 3 to 4. Babcock 4 to 5. And Miller 5 to 6.
Good glory, both solid.
Shall we sit down? Now, to get back to what I was saying. I always thought that the Maginot Line was all wet, didn't you?
Well, kind of damp, anyway.
The first lesson to be derived from this present war is the futility of stationary defense. Do you want to know how Sedan was taken?
How?
Well, this is Sedan.
Oh, no, that's my shoulder you've got there.
The weak point.
I'll get you. I'm away.
Now, a flank of the German army swung around to the Netherlands and Belgium. Then a panzer division smacked right through here.
Hey, why, you little devil.
Hot stuff, huh? Then, of course, they took Paris. You, want to see how they took Paris?
Oh, no.
Oh, come on. That was just kindergarten. Paris is a real thing.
Let go.
What, do not a minute.
Let go of me or I'll pinch your nose.
Oh, don't be silly.
Now, let go. If you start moving that German army again, I'll yell, Lieutenant. I'll yell.
Miss Applegate, I've got a whole minute. Wait.
Hey, easy there.
Oh, hello, Uncle Philip.
Playing games?
Well, sort of.
Where's your escort?
Oh, yes, where is he? Or maybe he tripped on a shoestring or something.
Youth. As someone with a beard once said, youth is such a wonderful thing, it's too bad it has to be wasted on the young.
Major Kirby, sir.
Oh, yes, Osmond?
Pardon me, sir. Miss Applegate, I was looking for you.
Oh, yes. She's from 2 to 3, Uncle Philip.
And where are you taking her, Osmond?
I had a little canoeing in mind, sir.
Oh, it sounds like fun.
Uncle Philip, you wouldn't care to come along with us.
Oh, you don't have to be polite to an elderly relative. Run along now.
This way.
Bye, Susan.
Goodbye.
Well, little lady, where have you been all my life?
Huh?
Miss Applegate, let me look in your eyes. You know what I see?
What?
Stardust.
Lieutenant, you dazzle me.
Captain!
Oh, pardon me.
You know, you and I could make beautiful music together, we two.
What, Captain? You make these things up out of your own head.
Sure do. You see, I'm from New York.
Oh.
Yep, I've been kicked out of all the best schools in the East, and one in Arizona.
Hey, you're murdered.
Well, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about something else. Well, strategy, for instance.
Fine.
You know, I've got my own theory about the fall of France. Now, the first lesson to be derived from this present war is the futility of stationary defense. Now, here's Sedan, and this is the Maginot Line.
Here we go again.
Well, it's about Susu Applegate. I'd like to speak to you about her.
But why, dear?
Well, I've been seeing her around the grounds with the boys, and frankly, I'm a little worried.
About the boys?
No, about her. You can't suddenly throw a young girl among 300 cadets and expect... Pamela, I think you ought to talk to her. You know.
Facts of life?
Yes.
No, thank you, darling.
It's not fair to the kid. Somebody ought to talk to her, really, and I'd feel a lot more comfortable.
Well, you talk to her, Philip. After all, you're her uncle.
Look, Susu.
Lieutenant Miller, please.
Oh, but look, you know, you're very cruel.
You mean because I'm not interested in the fall of France?
Oh, it's so unfair. Woodson at least got to see Dan. Please.
No.
Oh, Susu.
Oh, yes, Uncle Philip.
Susu, I'd like to have a few words with you. Can you come up to my office for a moment?
Well, I'd love to. Well, goodbye, Lieutenant Miller. And I do love the way you can wiggle your ears.
It's not fair, that's all. Why can't I get to see Dan?
Hello. Well, Susu, how do you like it here?
I like it fine.
Did you have a nice time this afternoon?
Awfully nice.
Yes. Well, that's what I want to talk to you about. Sit down, Susu. Well, I suppose I should have spoken about all this before, but kids nowadays know so much, you know. Quiz kids and all that sort of thing. No more than I do, really.
About what, Uncle Philip?
You know about plant life and the laws of nature. I naturally took your knowledge of such things for granted, you see.
What things, Uncle Philip?
Oh. Well, vaguely boys. Boys and girls.
Does your collar hurt you, Uncle Philip?
No, it's just a little tight, that's all. Where was I?
Boys and girls.
Oh, yes. Well, you see what I mean is, you ever watch Mauds?
Mauds? Like those ones?
Yes.
Not lately, I haven't.
Yes, well, you know, when you turn on a light on a porch, they come at you from all sides, a lot of them, and they bang their heads against it and bump their wings.
We have screens on our porch.
Yes, that's, you see, that's what I'm driving at, Susu. A light does attract moths, and all we can do is put up screens and dim the light.
Well, you can always go inside.
Yes, you can always go... Please, Susu, don't throw me off like that. What I'm trying to say is that you don't want to be a light bulb, now, do you? And have more souls flapping at you and breaking their necks pestering you, now, do you?
No, it's never been a particular ambition of mine.
No. So you too, Cece? I mean, you see, Susu, a girl is like a light bulb as far as boys are concerned. That is, if she's pretty. And with 300 moths in this school, well, they're all just attractive, you see? And that's why we say a girl like you is attractive.
Am I?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. You have very nice eyes and good straight legs, and there's a sort of glow to your hair. I was watching you in the mess hall this afternoon.
Were you?
Yes. That little red head of yours, it was a dandelion in a big meadow of uniforms. And, well, frankly, I'll tell you something else, too. One day you're going to be a very charming young lady.
When?
Oh, 6 or 7 years.
And then you'll be a general and come to my graduation.
Mm-hmm. You know, Susu, when I look at you with just my bum eye, you look almost grown up. Like something in the Sunday supplement with the colors all run together. Kind of blurry, not a child anymore. Why, it's lovely. Just like a reflection in the water with the wind blowing. Susu, you're a knockout.
Uncle Philip.
Yeah. Yes, well, about those moths, I don't want all the boys in this school lose their fool heads, so if you have a little more reserve, maybe, if they try to hold your hand or to kiss you, you wouldn't like that, would you, Susu?
No.
No. Well, maybe if you made yourself a little less attractive or bit them or something. No, don't bite them. Perhaps if you took Lucy along.
Of course, Uncle Philip.
Yes. Well, I think we've about covered everything, so why don't you run along and have a good time, Only, not too good.
Bye, Uncle Philip. I'll try and be a well-behaved light bulb.
Oh, brother.
Hiya, Susu.
Oh, hello, Lucy.
What's the matter? You look all funny.
Yeah. You know, that's the doggonedest uncle I ever saw.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing, I guess. Except now I know what you mean when you say adolescence makes you nervous.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ginger Rogers and Ray Milland, will return in Act 3 of The Major and the Minor. Well, here's Sally, and she has a touching little story to tell you tonight.
Once upon a time, there was a young lady who thought she didn't have to bother about beauty care. She thought her skin would just stay nice, even though she neglected it. But one day, she began to notice that her complexion was looking, a bit on the dull side. She began to worry. And that night, as she fell asleep with all the day's dust and makeup on her skin, she thought she was too tired to wash it off. She said, "Oh, dear, I used to have skin as pink and white as the princess in that big nursery book of mine, with the Mother Goose rhymes and pictures." Well, pretty soon she fell asleep. And suddenly, she was reading her Mother Goose stories again. Only now they were all different.
Little Miss Muffet sits on a tuffet thinking about her skin. It should look much brighter and pinker and whiter. High time her Lux facials begin.
And then along came Mary and her lamb.
Mary had a lovely skin to help it stay that way. She bought some gentle Lux soap and used it every day.
And then a little boy named Jack said,
"Jane be clever, Jane be quick, and learn the active ladder trick."
And all of a sudden, Jane woke up with these words ringing in her ears.
"There was a girl in our town. She was wondrous wise. With Luxo facial, she became the envy of all eyes."
And she said to herself, "Oh, I can hardly wait for morning to come so I can get some Lux toilet soap and start my beauty facials. I'm never going to neglect my complexion again." And she didn't, ever after.
Thanks, Sally. I needn't point out the moral of that story. I'll just say to lovely ladies everywhere, if your skin isn't looking as fresh and smooth as you'd like it to be, why not get some of Hollywood's complexion soap, Lux toilet soap, tomorrow? Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
After the play, we'll get up to date on the careers of our stars. But now the curtain rises on the third act of The Major and the Minor, starring Ginger Rogers and Ray Milland, with Leela Rogers as Mrs. Applegate. Susu the Minor has made a distinct impression on Philip the Major, and vice versa. Outwardly, Susan may be an adolescent, but inwardly, her pulse is hammering in adult tempo. Briefly, Miss Applegate is falling in love.
Listen, what's the matter with you anyway?
I told you, Lucy, nothing.
Then snap out of it. Here, listen, I want to read you something.
What is it?
A letter Pamela gave me to mail. I steamed it open.
You steamed it? Why, that's a federal offense, baby.
It's too late now. Listen. Mrs. George T. McWhirter, Washington, D.C. Cornelia, darling, you beguiling creature. I understand your husband ran into my fiancé in Washington. Philip is an impetuous soul who insists that war is impending and he must be in it. Such nonsense. The fact is he's essential here, and I'm appealing to you to prevent this foolish transfer. Do you be a beguiling angel and see to it that your husband knows the real facts. All of them. So much love, darling. Pamela. You see?
Yeah.
Is that a match, Susu?
What for?
I'm going to burn this letter. Scorched earth policy.
No, here, give it to me. Look, Lucy.
What?
How would you like Pamela to write Cornelia, darling, another letter?
You mean you write it?
Oh, better than that. Why can't Pamela call Cornelia, darling, on the telephone? It's an urgent matter, isn't it?
Lucy, do you think you could?
Well, I could try.
Oh, I always knew you'd help.
Did you? I didn't. Hello? Operator, I'm calling long distance to Washington. Yes. Mrs. George T. McCurder, would you please hold the line, please? Hello? Oh, Cornelia, darling. You beguiling creature. Of course it's Pamela. Cornelia, dear, this is long distance, so you don't mind if I come to the point, do you? Well, your husband has been an angel and promised to get my fiancé a transfer to active service. I can't tell you how important it is. Well, he's just disintegrating here. Oh, do talk to George and talk until he does it. Any transfer. Iceland, Trinidad, any place. Oh, may I depend upon you, darling? It's so terribly, terribly important. Thank you, darling. So much beguiling love. Bye, dear.
All together now, fellas. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh, Susu Applegate. Who is that? Good evening, Miss Applegate. This is the Guard of Honor calling. Your special convoy to the dance.
You'd better call off the riot squad, Philip. Look at the boys around your meeting.
Yeah, amazing the appeal that kid has.
Yes. By the way, I had a report from the telephone operator. Did you know somebody called long distance from here last night? A girl?
You mean Susu?
Well, it wasn't I, darling.
Well, maybe she called her mother.
No, not her mother. Quite a bit more peculiar. That's all I can say just now.
Boy, Susu, the way you make with the feet, it's like dancing with a puff of wind.
Thank you, Cadet Ogden.
Oh, don't be so formal, Susu.
Listen, dear.
Yes, Mother. Look, I've got visiting parent trouble. They're dying to meet you.
But this is the third waltz coming up, and I promised it to Major Kirby.
Oh, come on.
But look,
Come on. Oh, Mom needs Susu. We're that away. At least I am.
Oh, that dreadful slang. How do you do, my dear?
How do you do?
And this is my father, Mr. Osborne.
How do you do?
I think I've had the pleasure before.
No, I don't think you've had the pleasure.
Why, I could swear it. Haven't we met someplace?
Now, wait a minute, Dad. I saw her first.
No, I'm sure we haven't met.
Well, I must have seen you. Maybe you're somebody's daughter.
I don't know. I'm a sweetie stock.
Well, I sometimes eat smorgasbord.
Albert, please. Will you excuse me, please? This is the third waltz. Uncle Philip.
Oh, hello, Susu. I thought you ditched me for a younger man.
Oh, I'd never do that.
You sure? You know, Susu, this is your big night. You shouldn't waste it on me.
You don't want to sing?
All right, but I warn you, I can't reverse.
Major Kirby, beg pardon, sir. A telegram for you.
Excuse me, Susu. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
If this is what I think it is. It's from Washington.
Washington? Oh, read it.
Susu, I'm in. They've accepted me.
Uncle Philip.
What's that, Philip?
Oh, bless you, Pamela. It came through. It's settled in the bag.
What is?
The transfer, and you did it for me, darling. You did it.
Did I? Well, I'm terribly glad for you, Philip, but don't you think we should discuss it a little? It's rather radical.
Well, how about a little dance night air? Come on. Oh, I'm sorry about our dance, Susu.
Oh, that's all right. And congratulations.
Thanks. You know, Pam, it's as if a great big stone had rolled right off my heart to front.
And right on mine.
Oh, not really.
There was the little matter of our wedding plans, remember?
No, I didn't forget that.
Did you read that telegram? Report to Washington within 1 week?
So we cancel the elaborate plans, get a license in the morning, and Reverend Doyle marries us around noon.
Everything a little condensed, as in the Reader's Digest, for no fact.
But, Pam, didn't you want me to get it? Didn't you help me?
If I did it, it was a mistake. And I'm perfectly sure it isn't too late now.
Oh, yes, it is. My decision is made. Now, if you want to change yours as far as we two are concerned, well...
Is that an ultimatum, sir?
Look, Ham, it is...
I guess it is. Good night.
You're doing fine, Uncle Philip.
Why, thank you, Susie. You know, it's very funny. I've just been through an experience I've told to break my back and weigh me down like lead. And look at me. I'm filled with helium. I've got an aluminum heart.
Well, you just reversed.
So I did. Oh, if Miss Parrott could only see me now.
Miss who?
Miss Jean Parrott, my dancing teacher. I was 12 and she was 40. I had a terrific crush on her.
Oh, that's an awkward situation.
Ah, yes, it is. Seems I'm always off schedule about 20 or 30 years.
Nice if there was some kind of age machine. You know, with different buttons for different ages. You press one and you're 40. Just right for Miss Parrott.
Is there a button labeled going on 12?
Uncle Philip, this is my last night here, and there's so many things. I mean, well, there's one very important thing. Ever since I got on the train...
Oh, pardon me. The next is my dance,
Just
Miss
a minute,
Applegate.
please. Uncle Philip, do you suppose that when this ball is over at about 10:30, I could have a few minutes with you alone? Maybe right here. The guard of honor has to take me home, but I could sort of sneak back.
Secret, Susu?
Please, Uncle Philip.
Very well. 10:45 in this identical spot.
Hello. How was the dance?
Lucy, he got it. The transfer. It came from Washington.
Did it?
Yes, come on, help me.
What are you doing?
Getting a dress, a dreamy dress with some high-heel slippers and bright red lip rouge.
Are you crazy?
Maybe. Oh, I hope he doesn't hate me when he sees me as I really am. What's worse, he may laugh or even faint. Or he may say, you liar, why didn't you tell me in the first place? Well, it's better to tell him in the second place than not at all.
Would you mind being a little clearer? Where are you going?
Back to where the dance was. I'm going to meet him alone there. Oh, Lucy, pray for me.
Major Kirby. Major Kirby, I'm here.
Hello, Miss Applegate.
Oh, I thought it wise to postpone your appointment with Major Kirby. I told him little Susu's stomach is upset again. And now maybe we'd better have a little talk.
At your disposal, Miss Hill.
What a lightning change. Let me see. Not bad now that your finger is out of your mouth.
Let's drop the cat and mouse stuff, Miss Hill. I make a very bad mouse.
All right, Miss Applegate. Briefly, Mr. Osborne remembered where he had seen you before. The Vigora Company, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes. He was embarrassed, but he felt he ought to protect his son.
Are you protecting his son, too?
Yes. I'm also protecting my fiancé.
You don't love him?
Leave that to me. The alternatives are very simple. Either you get out of here exactly as you came, as little Susu Applegate, or there's going to be an extremely nasty scandal with somebody cashiered out of the service. Somebody rather useful.
Thank you for putting it on such a patriotic basis.
There's a train tonight at 11:40. Let's say your mother arrived, very agitated, and took you away in a great hurry. No time for goodbyes.
But I have no money.
I'll advance it.
Well, thanks. Any further orders?
Just pack your things and go, taking good care that nobody sees you. That's a rather foolish costume for a child of 12.
You should be very glad I'm not 12. I was a very straightforward child. I used to spit.
Mrs. Kathleen Applegate, Stevenson, Iowa. Mother dear, arriving noon Wednesday, love, Susan.
I can't understand what happened between you and Will Duffy, Susan. I thought you were coming home to marry him.
So did I, Mother.
And all you've done since you've arrived is lie there in that hammock and stare at the porch light. What in heaven's name is he looking at, Susan?
The moors. Did you ever notice the moors, Mother?
Moors? Now, Susan, I've had enough of this. Telephone.
Oh, I'll get it.
Hello. Who? Susu. Susu Applegate? Well, who's calling? Oh, Major Kirby. Well, this is Mrs. Applegate. Yes, Major Kirby. Yes, my daughter's told me about you. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but Susu isn't here. Well, where are you calling from? The station? Oh, I see. Well, I don't know. You see, this is rather awkward. The house is all upside down, and no, I don't think you'd better come, Major. Hello? Hello?
Well, what in the world, Susan Applegate? I couldn't understand a word you were saying.
Mother, now listen very carefully. A man is coming here, a major. He's going to ask you a lot of questions about your little daughter.
What little daughter?
You have a little daughter.
What do you mean I have a little daughter?
Mother, this is just something that happened on a train. On a train to me? No, to me.
Susan.
Now, we all came from Sweden.
Are you crazy?
No, it's just a little gland trouble. And we're all very tall.
Oh, Susan, I'm going to call Dr. Taylor.
Oh, Mother, this is something... It's got something to do with Washington. Don't try to understand it.
Susan.
Just do as I say, because it's going to be an awful mess if you don't.
Susan.
Listen. You're going to be the grandmother. I'll be the mother. Have you been married? Of course not. Now, look, lend me your apron, Mother. And your glasses.
Susan, Kathleen,
Quick, darling, he'll be here any minute. Who? The man, of course. Now, don't you think you better go up to your room? Go on.
I'm going up to the attic to find your grandfather's horsewhip.
Good evening. I'm Major Kirby.
Good evening, Major. Mind your step on the porch. The light bulb is out.
Are you,
I am Mrs. Applegate.
Why, yes, of course. It's amazing. On the way over, I kept wondering how Susan's mother would look. I knew there'd be a resemblance, but this is amazing.
Oh. The way my daughter described you, I thought you'd look rather more like General Pershing, only 8 feet tall. Won't you sit down?
Yes. Thank you. Mrs. Applegate, I have only a few minutes between trains, but I had to stop by and see you. You don't know how fond I became of your daughter.
Did you?
Oh, yes. What a wonderful kid. Those 3 days she spent with us, it seemed as if spring had enrolled at Wallace Military. We were all very sad when we had to take her away so abruptly.
So you're going west, Major Kirby?
Yes, San Diego for embarkation.
Going far?
Overseas.
Tell me, Major, how was the wedding?
The wedding? Oh, magnificent, yes. Arches of steel, blizzards of rice, and the colonel as gay as a ghost.
How nice. Lucy would be heartbroken to learn that you were here and couldn't see her.
Yes, I'm sorry, too, but there it is. But will you tell her that everybody sent their love? Lucy, Colonel Hill, Cadet Wigton, Cadet... Oh, just say companies A, B, C, and D.
And Mrs. Kirby?
Mrs. who?
Your wife.
Oh, Pamela. Oh, she didn't marry me.
But that wedding you were just talking about.
Oh, no, not me. You see, Pamela avoided making a great mistake. She married somebody much more stable.
Oh.
Yes, as I see it now, Pamela was absolutely right. No man in my position has any business to marry. Going away, goodness knows how far, into what I believe will be war.
And yet many soldiers do marry.
Yes, don't they? There was a young chap from my outfit on the train, a second lieutenant. Had his girl with him. Going to stop off in Nevada. You can get married there in 5 minutes, you know.
You can?
Oh, yes. Then she'll take him to the troop ship. Goodbye kiss at the dock. Then a letter from him every 2 weeks, maybe. No. That's too much to ask of any woman.
I think you underestimate us, Major Kirby. Perhaps all a woman wants is to be a photograph a soldier tacks above his bunk, or a stupid lock of hair in the back of his watch.
If it was only to hear what you've just said, Mrs. Applegate, I'm terribly glad I came. You will give Susu my love?
Yes, Major. I will.
Goodbye, Mrs. Applegate.
Goodbye, Major Kirby.
Station master. When did you say that train was coming?
2 minutes.
Thank you.
Is the westbound due, Mr. Higgins?
Yes, Miss Applegate. 2 minutes.
Thank you.
I beg your pardon.
Yes?
What is your name?
Applegate.
Mrs. Applegate?
Miss Applegate.
Susu Applegate?
Susan Kathleen Applegate. You see, there are a lot of Applegates in Stevenson.
Yes, there are, aren't there? Hey, where are you going?
To the West Coast. Only I'm stopping in Nevada.
Nevada?
To marry a soldier. That is, if you'll have me.
A soldier?
An officer. He's going to war so that this country will be spared what happened to France. You know, I have my own theory about the fall of France. Now, this is Sedan, and there was the big Maginot Line, and the German army swung through the Netherlands and Belgium.
Susu Applegate!
And the Panzer Division smacked right through here.
Susu!
for making the nation a little gayer tonight, our gratitude to Ginger Rogers and Ray Moran as they step back to the footlights with Ginger's mother. I believe this is the first time we've ever had a mother and daughter in the same play.
CB and I talked it over beforehand. We figured it a good way to keep Ginger in line.
You should be able to do that, Ray, after all the work you two have done together. Working with Ray is getting to be a career in itself.
Right after the major and the minor, I thought it was very shrewd of Paramount to put you two in Lady in the Dark. But our audience may not know that picture has been in work for 4 or 5 months.
4 or 5 months? What do you mean? When I started Lady in the Dark, I was just a young lad. Now I'm as old as...
Keep your eye off me, Sonny. Why did the picture take so long, Ginger?
Well, there were a lot of pretty effects in it. Dreams that were photographed through dry ice ceilings so that it would look as though I was floating on clouds.
One of the dry ice numbers was a wedding with hundreds of guests and a 30-foot wedding cake. So Ginger went out and married a Marine with 2 witnesses. I don't know about the cake.
Oh, it was a small one, right?
Well, marrying a Marine is very popular these days. Where is he, Ginger?
San Diego.
And where are you?
San Diego, as soon as this broadcast is over. I'd like to stay long enough to tell those who haven't heard about Lux Soap that they're missing something really good. Or does everybody know that, Mr.
There is sometime, Ginger. Lux Soap gets around. Now, Mrs. Rogers, I want to ask you just one thing. When you and Ginger came to Hollywood, were you sure she'd become a star?
I guess it seems to even hear this, Mr. DeMille, that I was probably the only person in Hollywood who thought she had a chance. I wouldn't want Mother to hear this, Mr. DeMille, but I didn't think so at all.
It's just between you and me and 30 million others, CD. What's the play next week?
Well, Ray, it's one of the screen's current hits. The 20th Century Fox drama, My Friend Flicker. And our stars will be George Brent, Roddy McDowell, and Rita Johnson. It's a very simple story of a boy on a western ranch and the friend he loves most of all, the little horse, Flicker. You'll hear Roddy McDowell as the boy and George Brent and Rita Johnson as his father and mother in this drama of the great outdoors next Monday night.
It's a very beautiful story, Mr. DeMille. And good night.
All right.
Good night. The major and the minor was a major event. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Roddy McDowell, George Brent, and Rita Johnson in My Friend Flicker. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, last week our fighting men lost many pounds of smokeless powder here in California. In New York, they lost some anti-aircraft shells. They're losing such things every day, everywhere. And it isn't sabotage, it's just waste. The waste fat that housewives are throwing away. So save all the waste fat from your kitchen to make glycerin for high explosives. Take these fats to your meat dealer and start them on the road to victory. Heard in tonight's play were Paula Winslow as Pamela, Joan Loring as Lucy, Arthur Q. Bryan as Mr. Osborne, Peter Rankin as Cadet Wigton, Billy Roy as Cadet Osborne, Frank Crosby Jr. as Cadet Moore, and Ken Christie, Fred Mackay, Norman Fields, Charlotte Treadway, Harry Worth, and Boyd Davis. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Roddy McDowell, George Brent, and Rita Johnson in My Friend Flicker.
Mothers, everyone knows it's harder to get vitamin-rich foods in these days of food rationing and shortages. But have you thought about giving your family BIMS? BIMS are scientifically designed to help make meals complete. They give you all the vitamins government experts say are essential, balanced in the formula doctors endorse. And BIMS supply all the minerals commonly lacking. Get BIMS at your druggist. BI for vitamins, MS for minerals. Get that BIMS feeling. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
Well,
It's morning in the Burns home, and George has just put away a very substantial breakfast.
My goodness, George, what made you eat so much?
Oh, just doing what Uncle Sam wants me to do, sweetheart.
Uncle Sam?
Yeah. The government is asking all workers to eat bigger and better breakfasts so they'll have more energy and do a better job. Plenty of good food is essential for a worker.
I see. But what made you eat so much?
Well, all work isn't physical, Gracie. Brain work takes energy, too. Big thinkers usually are big eaters.
Well, of course. I remember now. Mother said that about you.
Really?
Yes, the day I married you. She said, Gracie, I'm warning you. That big thinker will eat you out of house and home.
Well, I'm glad your mother lisps. But anyway, the government is serious about wanting all workers to eat more nourishing breakfasts and lunches. They want to knock out a thing called hidden hunger. Do you know what hidden hunger is?
Oh, sure. I've watched the soldiers at the Hollywood canteen. When they have their choice of eating a sandwich or dancing with Betty Grable, they always hide their hunger.
No, that's different. You see, hidden hunger comes from not getting the right kinds of foods. You don't feel hungry, but you get tired very fast, and then you slow down war production. You see, Gracie, our bodies are like stoves. They burn food just like a stove burns coal. What's funny?
Paul Whiteman carries around a furnace.
I see what you were laughing at.
I'll go, dear. You stay here and shovel some coal in your stove.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman. How are you this morning?
Glorious, Mrs. Burns. The corpuscles are just leaping and bounding through my veins.
Oh, my. You certainly are virile.
Oh, yes. I gave a pint of my blood to the Red Cross, and it was so strong the cork kept popping out of the bottle.
Well, that sounds almost too strong. Maybe they should dilute it with some of my husband's blood.
Yes, that would tone it down.
Oh, you always feel so wonderful, Mr. Postman. Would you tell me the secret of your health?
Nuts, Mrs. Burns.
Well, really, Mr. Postman.
Oh, I mean I eat nuts.
Oh, you eat them. Oh.
Yes. I find that eating nuts gives me many qualities that animals have. Like the squirrel, I'm gay and carefree. Like the beaver, I am industrious. Like the skunk, I have bright eyes.
Oh, my, what a wonderful discovery.
Yes, indeed. Well, here's your mail, Mrs. Burns. A letter for your husband.
Thank you. And goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. And remember, keep smiling.
Who was that, dear?
Just the postman.
Any mail for us?
Yep. Another request for you to make an appearance. You're so popular, dear.
Yeah, I know.
These same people have been after you for months. I wrote them to get some other entertainer.
Well, where do they want me to appear?
In traffic court.
In traffic court?
Yes.
Gracie, let me see that letter. Oh, my gosh. This says I'm in contempt of court, and if I don't appear this time, they'll throw me in jail.
Oh, let them try it. We'll have the law on them.
Gracie, they don't want me to entertain. Someone driving my car got a traffic ticket and ignored it.
Really?
Yeah. Now only two of us drive that car. You and me. And I didn't get the ticket.
Well, let's see now. Who's that leave?
Gracie, it says here the ticket was issued for parking next to a hydrant in front of Pierre's beauty shop. And I don't go to beauty shops.
Judge, that's very obvious.
But you do.
Oh, thank you, Judge. You think I'm pretty.
Gracie, you were parked next to that hydrant.
Oh, now you sound just like that policeman.
Oh, so there was a policeman.
Yeah, and he accused me of being next to the hydrant, too.
And you weren't?
No, I was in the beauty shop. Only... the car was next to the hydrant.
Oh, so that's why the ticket was made out to me. The cop got my name off the steering wheel.
Yeah, and I tried to help you, George. I thought if I flirted with him just a little, he might take the ticket back. So I winked at him.
What happened?
He winked back at me, so I slapped his sassy face.
Oh, no.
Hi, citizens.
Hello, Bill.
Hello.
Well, what's the matter, George?
Oh, Gracie got a parking ticket with my name on it and never told me about it. So I didn't appear in court.
Yeah, and now the court thinks he's contemptible.
Oh, no, Gracie. You mean that the court... Say, it's possible at that.
It's very funny. You make jokes and I'm going to court. What am I going to do?
George, I'll tell you. There's only one thing to do. You walk into that court with a bar of swan.
The bar of swan?
Sure. Come clean.
Oh, no. Come clean, huh?
Yes, with the new white floating soap. Remember, you're under oath, so tell them that Swan is a great wartime buy, because it's actually 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, the soap for bathing the baby, for the dishes, and for your light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one.
Bill, at a time like this, you might really try to help me. Can't you pull some strings down at the courthouse?
Well, I might at that, George. The traffic judge and I are fraternity brothers.
Really, Bill? What fraternity?
Only the greatest in the world. Take a cake of Swan.
Oh, take a cake of Swan.
Yeah. Thousands of men belong. You see, you're automatically initiated when your wife says, darling, take a cake of Swan and wash the dishes. She knows that you can't beat Swan for washing dishes and for laundering fine things, too. Because Swan not only gives you suds with a capital S, but it's so mild it helps keep your hands soft and lovely.
Well, you people are a great help. Do you realize what can happen to me? I can go to jail for life.
Oh, my goodness, that's awful. Oh, I hope you don't go, George. But if you do, I hope at least they send you to Alcatraz.
Well, that's very nice talk. Alcatraz, huh?
Well, yes. You see, my mother lives in San Francisco. You know that. And it'll be nice knowing she's right across the bay from you.
Well, that'll be a nice comfort.
Oh, I meant it would be nice for me. If you're going to be away in Alcatraz, I want to know what you're doing with your nights.
Let's pause for a moment. We'll return to the Burns and Allen Show right after these messages.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaDay.com. And now, let's return to George and Gracie, starring in The Burns and Allen Show.
Did you keep the traffic ticket, Gracie? I'll need it in court.
Oh, yes, I filed it right here in my desk. You see, I keep everything in alphabetical order. Want me to find a ticket for you?
Oh, never mind. I'll get it. I suppose you filed it under T for ticket.
I guess so. However, I may have filed it under T for traffic.
Well, that's the chance I'll have to take, I guess. Say, here's a recipe for rhubarb shortcake. What's it doing under T?
Oh, well, I tried it out and I didn't like it at all. T for terrible.
Well, that's nice filing. If you ever want a terrible recipe, you just know where to look.
Sure.
Well, there's no traffic ticket under T. Any other suggestions?
Well, it might be under P.
P?
Uh-huh, for purse. I brought it home in my purse.
You're a murder kid. All right, I'll look under P.
No, come to think of it, it wouldn't be under P.
Why not?
I wasn't carrying my purse that day. I was carrying my pocketbook.
Well, that would still put it under P.
No, it's an alligator pocketbook.
Oh, under A, huh?
No, I'm wrong. It would still be under P.
Why?
Pot cowhide.
Oh, pot cowhide. That's a great filing system. Well, there's no ticket here. Are you sure you kept it?
Oh, I'm positive. Try looking under B.
Why B?
The policeman who gave it to me had blue eyes.
Oh, B for blue.
Yes.
Yes, okay. How about this? There's another copy of that same recipe for rhubarb shortcake.
Oh, yes. Well, I tried it again, and the second time it tasted much better.
B for better.
Yes.
Well, I'll be done. What's our marriage license doing in here?
Well, I filed it under B for bargain.
B for bargain?
Yeah, well, you've been a wonderful husband. I've never gotten more value out of anything I paid $2 for.
Well, thanks, kid. No fooling. Did you file that ticket?
Well, of course I did. Oh, I remember now. Here it is, George, under W. He gave me the ticket on Tuesday.
Well, I don't get it.
Well, I didn't file it until Wednesday.
Well, let me see the ticket. Oh, my gosh, this is almost 3 months old. The judge will throw the book at me.
What book?
It's just an expression.
I don't think I've read that one.
Gracie, try to understand. I'm really in serious trouble. I might be put in jail, and it's all your fault.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't realize how serious it is.
Well, sure.
Oh, hello, baby. I'm sorry, Herman, but Mama doesn't feel like playing with you today. Well, Mama's very sad because something terrible has happened. Well, you see, dear, your daddy might go to jail. Daddy George might go to jail.
Stop it, stop it, stop it. Stop it before I beat the stuffing into you.
Herman, shame on you. Why don't you do something to cheer up your daddy? Herman, stop at this instant. Now apologize to your daddy. Herman Burns, apologize.
Yeah, apologize. Someday I'm going to walk that kid over to a pillow factory. I've had enough of this. I'm going down to the courthouse and try to straighten this mess out.
Oh, Herman, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Your daddy's in real trouble, and it's all my fault. Yes, really. And I'm going right out and get him the best lawyer in town. Believe me, Herman, your daddy George won't go to jail. Pardon me, are you Frederick H. Beck, the attorney?
Yes?
I'm Mrs. George Burns, and I may want to hire you.
Well, sit right down, Mrs. Burns. I'll be with you as soon as I finish these briefs.
Oh, do you make your own shorts?
No, I was using the term in its legal sense.
Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Beck, are you a good lawyer?
Well, most people think I'm an excellent lawyer.
Well, I'm not interested in what most people think. If I were, I probably wouldn't be married today.
Well, nevertheless, Mrs. Burns, I flatter myself that I am highly competent.
Well, I'll just have to make sure. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Oh, not at all.
Good. Now, what sort of law work do you specialize in? I mean, are you a criminal lawyer, a corporation lawyer, or a plain shyster?
Shyster?
Well, that answers that question. Now, are you a high school graduate, Mr. Beck?
Well, my dear madam, I am a graduate of Yale, Princeton, and Harvard.
Oh, 3 high schools.
Mrs. Burns.
Well, I guess your education's all right. Now, do you know how to draw up a writ of rigor mortis?
Rigor mortis?
Well, yes, it's one of those Latin phrases that lawyers are always using, you know, like la cucaracha.
La cucaracha, my dear Mrs. Burns, happens to be Spanish.
Well, the Spanish, my dear Mr. Beck, happens to be Latin.
Mrs. Burns, my time is valuable. Do you wish to engage me as a counsel?
Well, I do need a lawyer awfully badly. You see, my husband is in trouble.
Oh?
Well, yes. Now, if it was me, I'd just cross my legs in the witness chair and get acquitted. But, if my husband does that, they might give him life.
Well, what did your husband do?
Well, it really wasn't his fault. You see, he's shielding a woman. A very beautiful woman.
Oh. And what did this woman do? Commit a murder?
No.
Blackmail?
No.
Well, what did this woman do?
You mean the beautiful woman?
Yes.
I parked next to a hydrant.
Mrs. Burns, I can't waste my time on such an unimportant matter. Good day.
Well, very well, Mr. Beck. But you haven't heard the last of this. I'll go to the California Medical Association about it.
The Medical Association? I'm a lawyer.
That's right. And I'll see that not another ambulance ever goes down this street. Goodbye.
Well, Gracie has interviewed several lawyers, but with no success. And now, as she emerges from the last office, she runs across an old friend. None other than that great Shakespearean actor and pool-room bum, Nigel Bolingbroke.
Why, Mr. Bolingbroke.
My dear Mrs. Burns, this is charming.
Oh, isn't it?
Well, I see you've been consulting a solicitor, my dear. Divorcing your husband?
Oh, no, nothing as trivial as that. My husband is in terrible trouble. He may go to jail.
No. Oh, dear, the sight of your woebegone face robs me of all the pleasure I would otherwise derive from such news.
Oh, it's awful, and I've been looking all over town for a lawyer.
That reminds me of what was perhaps the greatest role of my brilliant histrionic career. I portrayed a silver-tongued barrister in that stirring courtroom drama, The Trial of Myron Fudnick.
I'll bet you were great.
Well, let's not say great. Let's just say I was magnificent. Why, the audience rose in their seats to cheer me during all 3 nights that the play ran.
Oh, it must have been thrilling.
Oh, I'll never forget that courtroom scene. The man on trial for his crime, his daughter, brave, tragic figure, pleading for him.
Oh, how pitiful.
And then suddenly, my voice rang out in that hushed courtroom. I am the voice of justice! To err is human, but to forgive is divine. This man made a mistake, yes. He did steal a few $100,000 from a bank. But only because his family needed bread. But in the sacred name of humanity, should he be sent to prison for that?
Oh, no, not guilty, not guilty.
Exactly what the jury said. The prisoner was freed, and I took 30 vows.
Oh, how wonderful. If you were defending my husband, I wouldn't. Say, why couldn't we do that scene for the judge? I'll be the daughter, and you be the voice of justice.
Splendid. I can teach you the daughter's lines on the way to the courtroom.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Burns. Why, I'd be glad to do it even if you weren't going to pay me.
Oh, am I going to pay you?
Well, the Actors Guild insists on a small fee. Not too small, of course.
Well, shall we say $5?
$5 for your husband's freedom. My dear Mrs. Burns, think what it means to hold him in your arms.
All right, $5.50. Come on, let's go to court.
Gee, Bill, it was nice of you to come down to the court with me.
Oh, I'm glad to do it, George. If there's any chance of them putting you in jail, I want to help.
How did you mean that?
Well, I mean I'll be your character witness. Just wait till that judge hears what I have to say.
Now, Bill, don't start telling the judge about Swan Soap.
George, I give you my word. I won't mention Swan Soap unless the judge himself brings it up.
Well, Mr. Burns, His Honor will see you in his private chambers.
Oh, thanks. Come on, Bill. Oh, good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm George Burns.
Oh, yes. You're the man who ignored my summons.
Your Honor, this man is innocent.
Who are you, an attorney?
Well, sort of, yes.
Sort of. Young man, have you passed the bar?
Well, gee, no, I haven't, but I'll pass it right now. Here, Judge, have a bar of Swan.
Oh, Bill!
George, he asked for it. He probably knows that Swan, the new white floating soap, is 4 swell soaps in one. It's a soap for dishes, for light laundry, a baby soap, and a toilet soap. I tell you what, Judge, rustle up a pan of water, and I'll show you some real suds, mild suds.
Young man, I could give you 30 days for that.
Oh, I wouldn't need 30 days. I could show you in 1 minute. Oh. What a soap. Why, Swan is purer than finest Castiles. Great for suds, too. And Swan's extra mildness is just what the doctor ordered for baby's bath. And because it is so mild, Swan's not only a great baby soap, it's great for anybody's complexion. And remember, you can break Swan in two.
Bailiff, remove this man.
But, Judge, Your Honor, Mr. Goodwin is Mr. Goodwin is here as my character witness, and I'd like you to hear what he has to say.
Oh, well, all right, Mr. Goodwin. Let's hear what you have to say. But make it quick.
Yes, sir. I'd like to say that Swan breaks in two with an easy twist of the wrist so you can use one half for dishes and light laundry and the other half for your tub or shower for bathing the baby. And that's the soap, the whole soap, and nothing but the soap. So help me.
Well, now that the bubbling barrister is gone, perhaps we can straighten this out. Now, just why did you ignore that traffic ticket and my summons?
Well, Judge, I'll explain it to you. Are you married?
Yes, but we're discussing your trouble, not mine.
Oh. Well, you see, my wife's got a filing system, and she filed this traffic ticket under W because she got it on Tuesday from a policeman with blue eyes, and, send me to jail.
Hey! Oh, come, Mr. Burns. There's no question of going to jail.
There isn't?
Oh, of course not. You're not a criminal. You're just a bit of an imbecile.
Gee, thanks, Your Honor.
I place your fine at $20.
Well, it's a pleasure. I'll make out the check right away.
Stop the trial! Stop the trial!
Yes, halt the proceedings.
Gracie, what's this?
I'll save your father.
Father?
Mr. Burns, who are these peculiar people?
I'm his daughter, Your Honor.
And I am the voice of justice.
Gracie, what's going on?
I'll save your father.
Father?
Your Honor, don't think of my father as he is today. A miserable, broken-down wreck.
Huh?
Think of him as he was 30 years ago. A well-preserved man of middle age.
Oh.
Listen to the voice of justice.
I am the voice of justice.
Your Honor, be fair. Prove that beneath that long black robe you are not indecent.
But Gracie!
I'll save your father.
Father?
Your Honor, don't send him to the jute mill. Don't make him spend his last feeble years making little jutes out of big jutes. Listen to the voice of justice.
I am the voice of justice.
Your Honor, my father wasn't always a criminal. When I was a little tot, he was gentle, kind. Then he carelessly committed a murder.
A murder?
Oh, I'll save you, Father.
Father, what?
Listen to the voice of justice.
Stop this.
But, George, that's only the first act of the play. We have 3 more acts before you.
I thought so. Your Honor, this isn't my daughter. It's my wife. Now, could you just take this check for $20 and let me get out of here?
Wait a minute. You say that woman is your wife?
Yes.
Keep the 20. You've got enough trouble.
Come on.
Folks, have you ever stopped to think how much money you spend for soap? I'll bet much more than you have to, because there's no need to buy easily wasted package soaps for your dishes, strong bar soaps for your light laundry, expensive toilet soaps for yourself, or even high-priced Castile soaps for your baby. No, sir, one soap, Swan, will do all those jobs. Because Swan is 4 soaps in one. And what a soap, a Suds and Whiz that's purer than finest Castiles. So buy Swan, a great buy anytime, a greater buy than ever in wartime. The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in next week, same time. Good night.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Car New, and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. There's one thing we all know without having to be in the Army. A soldier's uniform gets pretty hard wear. It just can't escape being exposed to moisture, weather, and stains. Did you know that actually many of those uniforms are waxed to give them added protection? That's right. They're impregnated with a special wax emulsion to make them water repellent and stain resistant, to keep them clean longer and easier to launder. A special wax finish for this purpose called Drax, D-R-A-X, is made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. It's used by many textile mills and by many army laundries, too. The water repellency of a garment can be renewed and maintained by the laundry or dry cleaner at very small cost. After the war, you'll be able to have your outdoor clothes, your children's play suits, and things like curtains and drapes Drax treated, and you'll find it a great convenience. In the meantime, finishing mills and others interested may learn more about Johnson's Drax by writing to S.C. Johnson & Son at Racine, Wisconsin, and Brantford, Ontario. There used to be two places where a man could go to get away from women. One was the barber shop, the other was the bowling alley. The barber shop was lost to us years ago. And now the bowling alley is going, too, as we meet Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
You know, it's awful sweet of you to teach me how to bowl, McGee. They say the game is very healthful.
Oh, it is indeed, it is. They say people who bowl never have appendicitis.
Well, that's pretty silly. If you've got appendicitis, you can't bowl anyway.
That ain't the idea. The idea is that if you bowl, your stomach muscles get so... you're always so...
Yeah?
A bowler has to be such a... Well, come on, let's get started.
Okay, what do I do first?
First, select the ball.
What do I know about selecting a ball? They all look alike to me. Round and black and weighing 500 pounds.
No, they're not so heavy. They just look... Hey, what you doing?
Trying to find a good ball. All these have got holes in them, dearie.
Of course they got holes in them. That's to hold them by, see?
Oh.
Now, here's the idea. You take the ball like this, you see? Standing back here like this. Now, swing the ball back like this.
Oh, McGee, watch what you do. Oh, dear.
Slipped right out of my hand.
Oh, heavenly day.
You see what happens when you don't have a good grip on the ball, Molly?
Well, McGee, I never...
Who broke that cigar counter?
I did, Bud.
Yeah, well, what's the...
You got a lot of nerve having a glass case so close to the bowling alleys. Suppose one of your customers got hit by flying glass, huh? A fine thing.
Look, mister, none of my customers...
Do you realize, my good man, that you could be sued for $50,000 in a case like this? Molly, are you hurt?
Well, no, of course not. I wasn't...
There, you see, Bud? It's just your fantastic good luck that we're honest people. Suppose I'd have kicked my wife and cut her face when that showcase got busted. You'd have a fine time proving she didn't get hurt by flying glass. Now, beat it.
Well, all right. You sure the lady isn't hurt?
Oh, no, not at all, sir, not at all.
Fine. I'll have that cigar counter moved back the first thing tomorrow.
Fine.
Have a cigar, mister.
Huh? Oh, thanks, Bud. Now, scram, will you? I'm teaching my wife to bowl.
Oh, sure. I hope you'll enjoy it, lady.
Thank you, sir. You've got a lot of nerve, McGee. It wasn't his fault the cigar case was broken. It was yours.
I know that. I couldn't afford to let him know I knew it. Always remember that, Molly. The minute you realize you're in the wrong, just start jumping on somebody. Now, where was I?
You were showing me how to throw a ball through a cigar case.
Huh? That was just an accident. Now, look. Down at the end of the alley there's 10 pins standing, you see?
I can only see 9.
Well, there's 10.
How do you know?
Well, I just know, that's all.
You ever go down there and count them?
There's always 10 pins in bowling. That's the game. Now, you just take my word for it, Molly.
Well, all right. Now what?
So you take the ball, swing it back, and roll it down the alley, see?
Oh, I don't think I can do that without knocking those wooden pins down.
You're supposed to knock them down. The more you knock down with the less balls, the better you are winning more games, faster.
Well, what happens after you knock the pins down?
The boy sets them up again.
Then what?
And then you knock them down again.
And then?
The boy sets them up again.
Monotonous, isn't it? It's
a great game, Molly, and you'll love it. Here, now take a ball.
All right. Oh, Heavenly days, they're heavy, aren't they?
The heavier they are, the truer they roll. Try it once.
Oh, I'm so afraid I'll hurt that boy down there.
He'll get out of the way. Go ahead.
No, all right. Here it goes.
Yeah.
Look out down there, son. Oh, McGee, I'm so sorry. I knocked them all down and didn't leave a single one for you. Isn't that just like a woman?
You just made a strike.
I did?
Yeah.
You mean I get 2 more and I'm out?
No, Here, let me show you. Now watch how smooth I bring my arm back. 1, 2...
What's the matter?
My thumb's stuck in the ball. Grab it and yank, will you?
All right. Oh.
Harder.
Oh,
ouch! Oh, my gosh, isn't this silly? I never had this happen before.
Don't pull on it like that, McGee. If your thumb swells up in there, you'll never get it off.
Well, what'll I do?
Oh, dear. Try standing on the ball and straightening up.
What do you think I am, a contortionist? Now, wait a minute, McGee. Don't get excited.
I know. Put a little grease on your thumb.
Oh, that's it. How do I get my thumb out to put the grease on?
Well, there's that, too.
Yeah.
I think we better get home, McGee. Maybe we can saw it off or something. My hand? No, the ball.
Oh. All right, let's go. Boy, this thing is beginning to weigh a ton already. Look, you go in front of me so the owner of this dump won't see that I'm taking a ball. Huh?
All right. Put it under your coat.
Yeah, okay.
That's it. Now, come on. Try to look innocent.
Okay. I ever tell you about what happened to a friend of mine? Old Fred Nittany of Starved Rock, Illinois. He was playing pool once and got his foot caught in a spittoon.
Yeah.
Just a minute there, mister. You through with number 7, Allie?
We're through with all of them for years to come.
How much we owe you, Bud?
$1.20.
Pay him, Molly.
Here you are, mister.
Oh, thanks. I hope you'll come back. Hey, are you trying to sneak a ball out of here?
A ball?
A ball? A ball. Oh, you mean this ball, Bud? Hey, I rather like this ball. You want to sell it?
No, I don't. Put it back.
Now, look, Bud.
Who are you people, anyway?
Huh?
First, you throw a ball through my cigar counter, and then you sneak out with the ball. I was suspicious of you from the first, mister, but if I'd have known this woman was a crook, I'd have... Oh!
Come on, Molly, let's go.
Oh, McGee, you may have killed him.
He's just out for a minute. I slapped his face without realizing I had this thing on. Come on, let's go. We were home so I could lay this arm down on something.
You poor lad, everything happens to you.
Yeah, I've been that way all my life.
Really?
When I was in France in the last war, I got a medal for bravery. And when the general went to pin it on me, he stuck me with the pin. I was in the hospital for 6 months with blood poisoning. When I got out, they says the medal was intended for some other guy in the first place.
Let's walk faster, McGee. People are staring at you.
Oh, what's the matter with people? Didn't they ever see a guy with his thumb stuck in a bowling ball before? Hey, I gotta rest a minute, Molly. Let's sit down on this bench.
All right, McGee.
Oh, boy. I wish I could sit here for a couple of weeks. Then I'd be so thin this thing would fall off.
Oh, look, dearie, here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Oh, my gosh. She would. That old turtle face can smell an embarrassing situation 8 miles away. If that giddy old guppy ever...
Hush, Mrs. Oh, hello, Abigail, darling. So nice to see you.
Oh, how do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy. Sit down on the bench here and be nice to your nylons.
Thank you. I can't stop at a moment. I'm on my way to the beauty parlor.
Optimist?
McGee.
Oh, my dear, I don't mind him. Oh, I see you've been bowling.
Bowling? Oh, yes.
Yes, it's a great game, Uppy. I do a lot of it.
Yeah, just to keep his hand in, as it were.
That ball looks horribly heavy, Mr. McGee. May I hold it a moment?
No, I don't think
No, you better not, Uppy. You know how it is with letting other people drive your car. Well, I'm the same way about other people holding my bowling ball.
Why, how ridiculous. That, Mr. McGee, is a stupid affectation.
Oh, I don't know, Abigail. He's really quite attached to that ball.
Yeah. You ain't kidding.
Absurd. Well, I must be getting along.
That's what I was telling Molly just yesterday, Uppy. I says, that Abigail Uppington is sure getting along, isn't she, Molly? I says, when we first knew her, she didn't have a gray hair in her skull, and now...
Oh, McGee, I think Abigail's gray hair is very distinguished looking. On her, it looks good.
Please, Mr. McGee, your husband's opinion of my personal appearance is of very minor importance to me. Just because my hair is prematurely gray.
What do you mean, prematurely? That's like saying the Grand Canyon is prematurely 8 million years old.
Yes, and when older cracks are made, you quote them, Mr. McGee. Goodbye.
Can't be friends, McGee.
Well...
You know, you're always at each other's throats like a couple of necktie salesmen.
She burns me up. She looks at me like I was a fly on the end of her nose.
Well, you antagonize her.
I antagonize her? My gosh, I could lay my coat down so she could cross a mud puddle, and she'd bawl me out because the buttons hurt her feet. She thinks she's royalty because she's got a gold crown on her back tooth and wears a princess slip.
Don't get so excited about it. Come on, we better get home and see about removing that bowling ball.
Yeah, let's go. My arm's getting so numb I can't...
Well, hello there, folks. Where are you going?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Well, we're going home.
Hi, Junior. Excuse me for not shaking hands, but...
But what?
Tell him, dearie. He won't tell about it.
Well, look, Si. I got my thumb stuck in this bowling ball, and I can't get it out.
You'll do anything for a laugh, won't you, pal? Lampshades on the head, bowling balls on the thumb. Don't you ever quit clowning?
Well, he's not clowning this time, Mr. Wilcox. He's in serious trouble.
Yeah, suppose I have to spend the rest of my life with this mahogany balloon on my mitt.
Well, say, this could be serious at that, couldn't it?
Well,
does it hurt, pal?
No, I don't think so. My hand's been numb for a half an hour. Got less circulation than the London Times in Berlin.
What would you suggest, Mr. Wilcox?
I'd suggest you come with me right now. Here, my office is right next door here. I'll fix you up, pal.
Harlow, you're a real friend. Molly, when we get home, remind me to erase that beard I drew on that picture of Wilcox.
How about the derby hat?
I'll leave that on. It looks good.
All right, come on. Here's my office. After you, Molly.
Mind if I sit down and put this bowling ball on the desk there, Junior?
Go right ahead.
Thanks. Oh, boy, what a relief.
You know, I bet there's one good thing will come out of this, McGee.
What's that?
Well, your arm will be so stretched I'll never have to fasten your back suspender buttons for you again.
Well, now, just hold still a few minutes, pal. I'll have you fixed up in a jiffy.
Friendship. Honor. Hey, what you doing?
What is that stuff, Mr. Wilcox?
Why, you know what this is. Johnson's wax.
Oh.
Johnson's wax, but what the...
Surely you're not one of those people who think Johnson's wax is only good for beautifying and preserving floors, and furniture, and woodwork, and enamel surfaces, pal?
Well, of course he isn't, Mr. Wilcox. But...
Here, turn your hand a little this way. That's it.
Hey, it feels looser already, Junior. Hurry up.
You know, most people don't realize the 1,001 uses for Johnson's wax. How it protects luggage and windowsills and lampshades. How it seals the surfaces of so many things against dampness and dust.
Yeah?
Now, turn a little this way, Fibber.
Okay. As soon as you think I can slip out of it, I'll give you a yank.
You know, with Johnson's wax between your possessions and the elements, You've practically insured their lives for years to come. You know, wax is nature's way to protect things. And when nature is... raise your hand up a little, pal. That's it.
My, that bowling ball takes a beautiful polish, doesn't it?
Yeah, almost everything does with Johnson's wax. Most everything does except sponge cake and desk blotters.
Ah, Mr. Wilcox.
Now then, Fibber. Here. I'm almost through now. One more little brush on this side. Ah, there you are. What do you think of that?
What do you mean, what do I think of it? I thought you were going to get this thing off of me. All you did was polish it.
I know, but isn't it beautiful?
Yes, but Mr. Wilcox...
Whiz, I don't
think... Well, as long as you've got to go through life with a bowling ball on your hand, you might as well have it look attractive. Drop in any time you're going by, pal, and I'll polish it up again for you. So long now.
Goodness, he didn't have to push us out the door, did he?
Of all the cold-blooded, stone-hearted...
McGee, you know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to call Dr. Gamble.
No.
Or maybe you better call him. He might want to ask you some questions.
How can I call anybody? Did you ever try to dial a number with a bowling ball on your hand? You run in Kramer's drugstore and I'll wait out.
All right, dearie. I'll be right out.
There goes a good kid. Standing by me through thick and thin. There's nothing thicker than a bowling ball. They're thinner than my chances of getting out of it. I'll never hope
Hi, mister.
Huh? Oh, hi, little girl.
Gee, what?
I got my thumb stuck in it and I can't get it off. And let's not talk about it.
Okay, mister, I just want
And
to...
so does everybody else, and I'm sick of discussing it, so let's drop it. And don't I wish I could.
Oh, gee, mister, you don't have to holler at me, I betcha.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, sis. I'm just irritated.
Oh, that's okay.
When most people pull a dumb trick, they can cover it up. But how can you hide a bowling ball?
Does it hurt, mister?
No, except my arm is going to drop off any minute. Now, let's consider the subject closed.
All righty.
My gosh, it's bad enough to be hauling this thing around without having to explain it to everybody. Now, quit talking about it, will you?
Sure. I was going to
I heard one woman go by and tell her friend that I'd most likely been wearing this since I was a baby to keep me from sucking my thumb. And that crack burned me up, sis.
Sure it did, mister, but
you see why I don't want to talk about it, don't you?
Well, naturally, mister, it isn't.
You think people would be polite enough to see a guy was in trouble and keep their big fat mouths shut. So let's change the subject.
Okay, mister. Gee, it's a peachy day, isn't it?
Peachy day, my clavicle. Me dragging a 40-pound hunk of ebony around on my lunch hook? If it was raining, I could at least hide under an umbrella.
Sure, but I just...
If you can't talk about anything else, sis, just keep quiet. Understand?
Sure. I was just going into Kramer's drugstore to get a soda, was all.
My wife is in there now calling the doctor to get this bowling ball off my hand before it kills me. And I told you not to keep mentioning it, didn't I?
Look, mister, look. Look, you're old enough to know there's too much going on in the world right now for anybody to be much interested in a dumb bunny that can't keep his thumbs out of other people's bowling balls.
Why?
And if you want my advice, you'll take that thing up to the 10th floor of some tall building and throw it out the window.
But I can't get it off.
I had that in mind, mister.
Riding herd on a cloud.
He was a cowboy, a two-fisted hitter, and always ready for a round. Now he's a-riding a different kind of critter. You ought to see him now. He's riding herd on a cloud tonight. Left his spurs and his saddle on the ranch with his cattle. And he's now in flight with a crew of hardy hustlers on the lookout for some rustlers that might be sneaking up on Uncle Sam. He's riding herd on a cloud tonight. Left his old ordinary kind of wide open prairie for a starry flight. With a Brandon iron of thunder, he's a-riding yonder, outgunning with his partner, Uncle Sam. Gave his horse up in trade for a course on how to saddle nation, kaya-yippin' information with the cowboys of the sky. Someone back home feeling mighty proud says a prayer while he's there riding high on a cloud. Yippee-ki-yay, yippee-ki-yay. Riding hard on a
Hi, nurse. Was Doc Gamble in?
Yes, he is, Mr. McGee, but he's very busy today. I don't think he can take time to go bowling with you.
Oh, we didn't want to ask him to go bowling, dearie. I called him a few minutes ago from downtown, and he told us to come right over.
Yeah. I want him to perform a bowling ball ectomy.
Please have a seat, Mr. McGee and Mrs. McGee. The doctor will be right with you.
Thank you.
Any new magazines there, Molly?
Well, here's the Collier's from March 1923. A National Geographic from September 1912. And a book.
What's the book?
Berlin Diary.
Berlin Diary, eh? Getting so even a songwriter thinks he has to write his autobiography. I couldn't turn the pages of a book anyway. If I don't get this thing off, I won't be reading anything but billboards the rest of my life.
You know, if you only had a ball on the other hand, you could run for governor on a steam engine.
Yeah. Well, if you think that this...
Thank you, Doctor. I'll be back tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
Well, hello there, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp, old man.
Hello, folks. My goodness, Mr. McGee. What makes your hand all swelled up like that?
No, it isn't swelled up, Mr. Wimple.
This is a bowling ball, Wimp. I got my thumb stuck into it, and I can't get it off.
What are you doing here, Mr. Wimple? You're not ill, I hope.
Oh, no, Mrs. McGee. I just wanted to ask the doctor what the proper treatment was for a broken neck.
For a broken neck? You got a broken neck, Wimp?
No, but I will have as soon as Sweetie Face finds out I've lost our coffee coupons.
Dear, how did you happen to lose them, Mr. Wimple?
I guess I was just so excited at selling a poem, Mrs. McGee.
What poem, Wimp?
I call it The Four Freedoms.
Well, sounds very patriotic. How does it go?
It goes, if your wife will let you dunk your morning donuts, if she doesn't mind your cracker crumbs in bed, if she lets you fumigate the house with stogies, if she lets you have the last word, that is said, you've won 4 of the most important freedoms. You're the type of married man I most admire. Please write and tell exactly how you did it. You liar.
You know, McGee, I'm afraid Mr. Wimple is a little cynical about marriage.
So is a rabbit cynical about bulldogs. Personally, I think Wimp is a...
Oh, the doctor will see you now, Mr. McGee. Go right in.
Oh, thanks, Sis.
Come on, McGee.
Hello, McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Doctor.
Hi, Doc. Had any experience taking bowling balls off of people's thumbs?
McGee, after 20 years of practicing medicine, the only thing that keeps me going is curiosity. I can never wait to see just what kind of stupidity the so-called human race is going to exhibit next. Put the ball on the table.
There you are, Doc. Sure is going to be a relief to be able to scratch my head again without braining myself. Think you can get it off?
Certainly. Thanks to the fact that medical knowledge has almost kept pace with the ability of people to think up silly predicaments.
You don't think much of people, do you, Doctor?
I admire them tremendously, Mrs. McGee. Some of my best friends are people. The only thing that amazes me is how they can be so horribly alike and so horribly different at the same time. Take off your shirt, McGee.
There you go again. Take off. How can I take off my shirt with a bowling ball on my hand?
That'll be the neatest trick of the week.
Well, anybody that could get a thumb as small as yours stuck in a bowling ball shouldn't worry about minor miracles, McGee. Now, just a minute while I fix this hypodermic.
Hypodermic? Hey, now...
No, he's going to give you morphine, dearie, and let you sleep it off.
Doc. I didn't come in.
No, don't get excited, McGee. I'm just using this needle to squirt a little oil around your thumb.
Oh.
Yeah, like this. And this. Yeah, now wiggle it around.
I don't think that's going to... Hey, it's coming loose.
Oh.
I'm getting it out.
Oh, keep trying, dearie.
Yeah.
You wiggled out of worse things than that.
Here, let me give it another squirt. There you are. Now try it.
Boy, is this... Ah!
Oh, you sure are.
Boy, does that feel wonderful? Well, much obliged, Doc. Gee, you're wonderful.
Yes, I'm quite a fellow. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to make some calls on some people who think they're very sick.
Certainly, Doctor. Come on, McGee, and bring the bowling ball.
No. Don't touch that, McGee. You're out of it now, so leave it alone.
Okay.
I'll send it over to the bowling alley.
Okay, Doc. Well, thanks very much.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Good day.
Get it off, Mr. McGee?
Sure did, sis, and I feel like a new man. I'm going home and hold a reunion with my thumb. And if I ever see the... Uh-oh.
Now what?
I forgot to ask Doc how much I owe him. Excuse me a minute. Of all the confounded... A man of my judge. Hey, Doc, how much I owe you?
Don't stand there and ask foolish questions. Huh? Come and help me get this confounded ball off my thumb.
Someone recently called my attention to the fact that I've been overlooking an important piece of information. At least it's important to all those good people who have floors made of asphalt tile. And there are many such floors in kitchens, bathrooms, hallways, or basements. Well, it happens that one best way to maintain asphalt tile floors or rubber tile is with your old friend Johnson's self-polishing glow coat that you're probably already using on your linoleum. You apply glow coat in the same easy manner. Spread it over the clean floor and let it dry. There's no rubbing or buffing required. In 20 minutes, the floor shines with great beauty, and the surface itself is protected against dirt and wear. Spilled things are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth, and the glow coat may be renewed when necessary. If you have any asphalt tile floors in your home, be sure to protect them with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. And, of course, use glow coat on all your linoleum surfaces.
That man at the bowling alley an apology.
I do indeed. I do. I'll call him up right away. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the bowling alley behind Mert. How are you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? Is that? What's that, Mert? Your brother. Called to Washington as a balking expert.
What had he been doing, McGee?
Training Army mules. Oh, no answer, Mert? Okay. Good night.
Good night, all.
The character of Wallace Whipple, heard on this program, was played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Special Service Division invites you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations to drop in at Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Tallulah Bankhead. Yeah, the dame that just won a Putzler Prize. Yeah, that plate is skinny of teeth. Oh, she ain't in it no more. She was fatigued. Fatigued. You know, pooped. Yeah. Tallulah Bankhead. T-A-L-L-U-triple-L-A. Yeah, Tallulah. She claims it's a real name, too. Well, anyways, I'm fixing up the joint for her. Yeah, I'm having the windows washed. Huh? Don't wash the windows. Why? Oh, if the customers inside sees how nice it is outside, they'll leave, huh? Huh? Oh, nothing new. Oh, yeah, we had a fire in the kitchen. Yeah, Moriarty gave the chef a hot foot and got a little out of hand. Yeah, the whole kitchen was on fire. How'd the chef come out? Medium rare. Okay, Duffy, I'll call you back.
Hey, Mr. Archer.
Yeah, Eddie.
Well, what looks different about you tonight?
I got a haircut, Eddie. How's it look?
What's the difference? You can't put it back anyhow.
And you got a manicure, too. Yeah, I want to make sure I don't scratch Tallulah when I shake hands with her. However, Eddie, leave her stop brandying tonsorialities. Did you learn that thing?
What thing?
That thing I wrote for you to say when Miss Bankhead walks in the door.
Miss Bankhead, I is deeply gratified at your magnanimous gesture performed in the presence of this infinitesimal establishment.
Okay, Eddie, and say it as if you meant it.
Yes, and as if I understood it.
Hi, Arch.
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Arch, could you loan me the lend of a quarter?
Could I loan you the lend of a quarter? What kind of English is that? Finnegan, could you borrow me a quarter?
Could I borrow you? I'd like to, Arch, but I'm broke. That's why I asked you to lend me the loan of a quarter. So, look, I want to take a dame to a nightclub.
A nightclub with a quarter?
She's a big eater, and I'm a big tipper.
Oh, well, who's the dame, Finnegan?
Oh, beauty, Arch. A real pin-up girl.
Yeah, pin-up girl, huh?
Yeah, she puts up the pinch in a bowling alley.
Well, she sounds rather charming, Finnegan. What's she like?
Her face is kind of ugly, and she's got a terrible shape, but she's got one great feature.
What's that?
No brains.
Well, Finnegan, you can't have everything.
Gee, Archie, when's Tallulah going to get here? I can hardly wait to see her. Do you think she'll wear an ermine wrap?
That's a dame for you. Miss Duffy, all you think about is clothes. Don't you admire Miss Bankhead's talent?
Don't I admire her talent? Didn't her acting make me cry? Gee, I'll never forget her. When she was in Skin of Our Teeth, gee, she tore my very heart out.
Yeah?
The way she stood there, talking to Frederick March, wearing red silk stockings and a red cape, 3/4 lined with white silk. What acting.
Good, huh?
Oh, wonderful. And then she finds out that he doesn't really love her, so she stands there in a pair of genuine alligator shoes with Cuban heels. And she says, ha 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 And then in the scene where the house collapses, the poor girl can't stand it anymore. She faints on a mink coat that must have cost at least $5,000.
Yeah, she's terrific. I hope she's impressed when I read her that welcome poem I had specially written for her.
Who wrote it?
Only one of the greatest poets of our time.
Who?
Crackpot O'Toole, the convict.
Well, I'm sorry I won't be around to hear this welcome poem.
Why not?
Vera Fogarty and me's got a double date with 2 sailors on the SS Idaho.
The SS Idaho? Last time it was the Kansas, wasn't it?
Yeah. We get tired going out with the same boat all the time.
A date? A date with Miss Duffy? You're engaged to Breckenbridge.
So what? It don't mean that he owns me just 'cause I'm wearing his union button.
But don't he object to you running around with sailors?
No, Breck and I have a mutual agreement.
You have a... What's the mutual agreement?
It's a mutual arrangement.
Oh.
When I go out with a sailor, I take off the union button.
Well, what's mutual about that? You get all the breaks.
Certainly. Who do you think thought of the arrangement?
Well, tell me, Miss Duffy, is it retroactive? Can he go out with other dames?
Oh, of course not. That would be two-timing.
But you going out with sailors, ain't that two-timing?
No.
Why not?
Archie, everybody knows that with a sailor you can only go out once.
Eddie, got the table set for Miss Bankhead?
Right.
Okay, let's check it. Finger bowl?
Check.
Private knife and fork?
Check.
Wax bananas?
Check.
Paper napkins?
Check.
Toothpick?
Check.
Oyster fork?
That's the toothpick.
Check. Wait a minute, Eddie. The ferns.
What do you mean, ferns?
The ferns, them long parsleys you put on the table. Where are we going to get them? All the florists is closed.
Well, if you come with me, I know a place where we can borrow some ferns.
Why do I have to come with you?
Well, somebody has to talk to the undertaker while I borrow them.
Okay, Eddie, I'll go with you. Hey, Miss Duffy.
Yeah?
Miss Duffy, if Tallulah arrives, be polite to her. She's a very close friend of mine.
A close friend.
You doubt me?
The closest you ever came to Tallulah was the last row in the balcony.
Oh, yeah? That, my drab beauty, remains to be seen when she gets here. Oh, Tito, while I'm gone, why don't you rent it a joint with a number, huh?
What shall I sing, Archie?
How about, Mother McCree?
How about La Feria de las Flores?
How about When Irish Eyes Are Smiling?
How about La Feria de las Flores?
How about La Feria de las Flores?
Oh, swell.
That's what I like about you, Tito. You can sing anything. Come on, Eddie. See you later, Tito, Miss Duffy.
Me gusta cantarle al viento porque vuelan mis cantares y digo lo que yo siento por toditos los lugares. Aquí vine porque vine a la feria de las flores y no hay cerro que me empine ni cuaco que se me atore. Aquí vine porque vine a la feria de las flores. Ay, 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 ay. No hay cerro que se me empine, ni cuaco que se me atore. Porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones. En mi caballo tordillo he venido de muy lejos y traigo pistola al cinto y con ella doy consejos. Atravesé las montañas para venir a ver las flores. Aquí hay una rosa huraña que es amor de mis amores. Atravesé la montaña a venir a ver las flores. Aquí hay una rosa huraña que es la flor. Ajá.
Tito, you have never been in splendider voice.
Thank you very much, Senor Finnegan.
Believe me, for me it's a great compliment because I ain't got no ear for music.
Thank you very much, Senor Finnegan.
I bet you it's because that Miss Bankhead is coming here tonight.
Finnegan, everybody ain't impressed with celebrities. After all, what's a celebrity? Believe me, there's lots of celebrities. If they wasn't famous, would be nobodies, let alone celebrities. And that goes for the well-known ones, too. For instance, take Tallulah Bankhead. I wouldn't even...
Good evening.
Good evening. Now, if this was Tallulah Bankhead, I wouldn't even... It is Tallulah Bankhead. Oh, Miss Bankhead, permit me to introduce me to Miss Miss Duffy. This is,
Just call me Joe.
Hello, Joe.
What do you know?
Gee, excuse me, Miss Bankhead. See, you got me so excited I thought for a second you were a celebrity. Gee, you look exactly the same off stage as you do in the flesh.
You want to know why?
Why?
This is the same flesh I use on the stage.
Oh, excuse me.
Certainly.
Hello? Hello, Vera. The sailors? Well, I'll be there in a few minutes. Well, as soon as I can, Vera. Well, Vera, if they were on a boat for 4 years, they can certainly wait 10 more minutes. Well, okay, then. Darn it.
What's the matter, Miss Duffy?
Well, Miss Bankhead, I don't know how to say this. You see, I got a date, And there are 2 sailors.
Okay, count me in.
Well, you're joking. No, what I was saying was that I got this double date, and sailors hate to be kept waiting.
Dearie, it's the same way with the Marines. Well, now, don't you worry about me, Miss Duffy. You run along and keep your date.
But who'll mind the cash register?
I'll mind it.
Oh, Miss Bankhead, that's so sweet of you. And will Archie be surprised when he comes in and sees you all alone with a cash register? Well, I gotta go now.
Give my regards to the fleet.
Oh, thanks, I will. Bon voyage.
Thanks as away. Do-do-do-do-do. What a dump. Isn't anyone going to answer that? Oh, very well. Hello? Who is this? Duffy? No, Archie isn't here. And no, neither's Miss Duffy. Who am I? Yes. No, not Katrinka Yarbox. No, not Emma Pfeiffer. Have I ever been to Coney Island? Why, yes. Am I tattooed where? No.
Wait a minute. Lady, is that call for me?
I think so.
Let me have the phone. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Huh? Who was you talking to? I don't know, just some dame that picked up the phone. Well, when you don't have a cover charge, anybody's apt to liable to come in. Huh? No, Tallulah didn't get here yet. Okay, Duffy.
I beg your pardon, but I'm...
Excuse me, lady, I'm busy. Hey, Miss Duffy! Miss Duffy! How do you like that? She walks out and leaves the joint all alone. Hey, lady.
Yes?
Did you see Miss Duffy?
Yes, she left you a few minutes ago.
And you've been here alone with the cash register?
Yes.
Just a minute. 10, 20, 30, 40, half a buck. Okay, it's all in. No hard feelings, lady. Hey, Eddie, hand me them ferns there.
Oh, those ferns are lovely.
Lady, please. Look. Don't touch.
Well, I just thought I might...
What's the matter? You got nothing to do? Wait a minute. Here's a slug. Go play the jukebox. Hey, Eddie, hand me that new tablecloth.
My, what a beautiful tablecloth.
You like that, huh? Got this tablecloth special for Tallulah.
Really?
Yeah, I don't want her to wipe her hands on nothing but the best.
Why all this fuss about Tallulah?
Well, why not? She's only the greatest actress in the world.
Oh, come now. Such talk about Tallulah. There are other actresses who are just as good, if not better.
Yeah? Who? You see? Telling me.
You sound like you know Tallulah.
No, Tallulah and me has known each other since we was both in knee pants. But what am I doing wasting my time here with you? Eddie, what else we got to do? Is the place all cleaned up?
Mr. Archie, if I sweep this floor once more, we'll all be in the cellar.
Well, let's see if we forgot anything. Oh, yeah, Crackpot O'Toole's welcome poem that I got to recite. Eddie, see if I got it memorized right.
Okay, go ahead.
Salute to Tallulah by C.P. O'Toole. Let's see now. H-E-L-L-O spells welcome. H-E-L-L-O spells... Something wrong with that line.
Yeah, it don't rhyme.
Well, that's it. O'Toole must have had an off day. Well, leave us go on. Every customer and every waiter welcomes T. Bankhead, the star of the legitimate theater.
The food.
The what?
The food.
Oh, yeah. The food is free to you, Tallulah, of course, so don't be bashful. Eat like a horse. What a poet, that crackpot.
What a crackpot, that poet.
Lady, no remarks from the gallery.
Oh, it's no reflection on you. I think you read it very beautifully. I think you're a born actor.
Yeah, I agree with you. Acting is in me blood, you know. Got the smell of the grease ball in me nostrils. You really liked it, huh?
Yes, I did. I liked it, but I do have one suggestion.
What?
Well, since it's a welcome poem, I think you should attack it with more verve and esprit.
With what?
Verve and esprit.
You mean louder?
Yes, and with more emotion.
Oh, would you mind reading this second stanza and showing me?
Not at all. Well, let me see it. Let me see now. Salute to Tallulah, stanza 2. We are happy to see you, Miss Bankhead, Tallulah. So we are all shouting a fond hallelujah. I would have seen your show, but the warden said no. Signed, Crackpot O'Toole, Sing Sing Cooler.
Hey, you know, you read that as good as I did. Was you ever on a stage?
Oh, on and off.
Oh, yeah? What was your stage name?
Sarah Bernhardt.
Did Miss Bankhead get here yet?
No, Eddie, and I can't understand it. She's usually the soul of propinquity.
Well, the customers is getting sore.
Well, what am I going to do? Hey, wait a minute. Europa, I got an idea. Say, Bubbles.
Yes?
Listen, Bob. I was thinking, since you used to be an actress, maybe I could introduce you to the crowd and kind of make believe you were Tallulah.
Would it fool them?
Yeah, sure. There's just a lot of dopes around here. What do you say? To help a guy out, could you be Tallulah Bankhead?
I am Tallulah Bankhead.
What?
I am Tallulah Bankhead.
Atta girl, that's getting right in the spirit of it.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Well, Tallulah was going to recite. You ever done any reciting?
I've been known to.
Well, do you know anything with any, like, verve and d'esprit, you know? Sonnet, may perchance?
No, Archie, no. But I'd like to read a letter. A letter I can't get out of my mind.
Oh, who wrote it?
It was written by a captain in the Russian army to his wife. A captain who had been asked to cover the withdrawal of the wounded. Cover it until the last man, the last yard, the last breath. This was the letter. Dear Anchor, I know that when I'm dead, for you I will continue to live, and that nobody will edge me away from your careful heart. I know this wound will never heal. But if it happens that you meet a man fine enough for your grief, whom you will love a little, and if as a result of your love you have a new life, and it is a son, then let him bear my name. Let him be my continuation, though I am dead and your new friend is alive. This will not punish him, for not everybody must die. And if he cannot understand and would not like it, then leave him without sorrow or tears or longings, and let it be not his, but our son. And when a new Sevastopol is built, come here, and somewhere on Chezanis, somewhere near the sea, plant poppies. They grow very well here, and that will be my grave. It may be that you will make a mistake. Maybe it won't be me, but another who lies there. It doesn't matter. Someone else will think of her own and plant flowers above me. Nobody will be left out, for we shall lie close, and there will be no space to spare where we lie.
That was so, Bubbles. You got me all weepy, and I ain't kidding. No, you did that as good as Tallulah.
Better.
Please, leave us not guilt the lily. Just a second. Hello? Hello, Duffy. You heard that, huh? And you thought Tallulah was great, huh? Listen, Duffy, want to hear a secret? It wasn't Tallulah. It was a dame named Sarah Bernhardt. Huh? Sarah Bernhardt what? She did. When? 19 years ago. Holy cat, I want... Hey, lady, come here a minute.
Now, before we leave Duffy's Tavern, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. Duffy's jukebox, where the feet meet the beat. Well, the platter's spinning, the needle's in the groove, and here's the first number coming up. Duffy's Tavern was rebroadcast especially for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Arch Obler's Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think. This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now.
Now, The Ugliest Man in the World by Arch Obler.
Gun in my hand. In all my life, I've never had a gun in my hand. Smooth gun, hard gun, cold in my hand. Bullet won't be cold. Warm bullet, hot bullet, burning hot. Hot as the blood. No, I can't think of that. Lift the muzzle up. Press the trigger. Trigger cold against my finger, cold as death. But life is colder. Rhythm to that. Poet dies with final rhythm. Poet dies who never wrote a poem. Headline for the tabloids. Poet dies with final rhythm.
Ugliest man in the world is suicide.
Poet dies with final rhythm.
Ugliest man in the world is suicide.
Poet dies in final rhythm.
Ugliest man in the world is suicide.
Poet dies in final rhythm. Poet dies in final rhythm.
Suicide.
Ugliest man in the world. All right. I'll think the thing for the last time, tear the words around in my head over and over the way they've torn for 30 years. Ugliest man in the world, ugliest man in the world, ugliest man in the world. Press the trigger and stop it. Press the trigger. No. No, I can't. I've got to wait. Think it all out clearly. For the first time in my life. How it started. Why it's ending this way. Think it all out clearly. From the very start. Then press the trigger.
School today, Paul.
There's the start. First day of school. How old was I? 9 or 10. She kept me home away from others. I didn't know why until that day she said...
School today, Paul.
I said...
All right, Mother.
She took me to school. Into a room full of more children than I'd ever seen in my life. I was so happy. I wondered why her face was white and set. She said...
Miss Edwards, this is my son. I want him in your class. Please, be kind to him.
For a moment, not a sound. Row on row of children looking up at me, staring up at me, gaping up at me. And then one of them started laughing. Another laughing. Another and another. I stood there, a little boy looking down at their twisting mouths, my ears filled with the sound of them, making fun of me, I knew, but why? Why?
Ugliest boy in the world.
Ugliest boy in the world? That's why you kept me away from children, Mother. Kept me away until you didn't dare to any longer. Oh, Mother, Mother. Before you let others see me, why didn't you close your hands around my neck, put a knife in my heart, drown me, bury me, put me away where eyes couldn't see me? But you didn't. So this was my boyhood. Tears. Tears without end. A boyhood of tears. A boyhood of tears. Took me out of school. Kept me away from all the others. What good was it? I knew.
There wasn't a mirror in the house.
Not a mirror. I didn't dare. You didn't dare. Until that day you died. Alone. So quiet in the house. I sat down. So quiet. And then suddenly, as if the clock were talking to me, yes, I remember. Look at yourself. Look at yourself. Yes. Look at myself. A mirror. Oh. My face. Can I bear the memory of my face? Can I think of it even now, gun in my hand? Yes, I will. What did I see? What is my face? A brow? No brow. A thing that sloped away. Nose? A thick wad of ugly flesh protruding out between two close-set eyes. My eyes, Mother of God, my eyes. Two tiny, red-rimmed, green-flecked globes that stood out far beyond the lids and twinkled like a fat, round pig's. My eyes. That was why they laughed at me, my eyes.
Ugliest man in the world.
Yes, I was that. No longer boy. Ugliest man in the world. Not even tears could help me now. The world outside. At last I had to go out into it, make a living, get a job.
Step up, ladies and gents. Step up. The one and only. 1 dime, 1 cent.
Wasn't bad there. No.
That's what I said. Come on, ladies and gents. That's what I said. The ugliest man in the world, and only a dime. The very small part of $1. Something to talk about. Something to tell your children and your grandchildren.
Didn't mind after a while. Faces looking up at me again, staring, whispering, getting their dimes worth. Spieler talking, faces staring, whispers, snickers. Didn't mind. Why should I? I could get away from them. Yes, stand there in the noise and laughter and leave them far behind. Leave the smell of them and the noise of them and the twisting faces of them. Shut my eyes and leave them quickly. Quickly. I'd be in a field, sun-drenched, face to the sky, the warm sun touching me, soft grass cushioning me, my arm outstretched, all around me such peace and loveliness. I'd lie there so happy. And then a breeze touching my face, and a small white cloud in the sky, and then another. And all at once, the clouds were like a woman's face, looking down at me. A woman. There was a woman.
Hello, big fella.
Uh-huh. Oh, hello.
Lousy day, huh?
Yeah.
Sure give you a play. I mean, the yokels, don't they?
Yes.
Me, I'm with Sammy Morton. You know, the grind show.
I don't...
Not one of the strippers, you understand. I do a high-class number, you know, semi-classical. Sure is a hot night, ain't it?
Do you like the moon?
Moon? Oh, sure. You been, working in 10 shows long, big fella?
So complete, the moon.
Boy, you sure pack 'em in. I heard tell you sell more pictures than anybody in the show. Dimes sure add up, don't they?
Your face. Did you ever look down from the clouds?
You mean have I ever been high? Boy, I'm high now. I like the dark, big fella.
There was a woman. Talking. They were talking.
Yeah, sure, Sam. What do you take me for, a chump? Well, what do you think? His face makes me sick to look at him, but he's got a pocket full of dough. So we get along fine. And last week I got a telegram from my mama. Poor mama and the mortgage. And yesterday, while he was looking at me up in the clouds, I got another handful of bucks. And maybe in a couple of weeks, You. All right, so you heard. So what? What are you staring at? I don't like your face. You heard me. I don't like your face.
I gave you...
You gave me a couple of laughs.
Love?
Love. Do you hear that? Love. Do you think any woman could love a mug like yours? It ain't a face. It's a mug, a puss, a pan. Go on, beat it. Get out of here. No more walks with me, big fella. I've had a belly full of laughs and Hey, what do you... No, stay away from me. Don't...
Go on, beat it. Get out. Yeah, get out as far as I could get out. Any place. Anywhere. Any place, anywhere. Get away. Get away. Got away. Good and far away. Fields, grain, a farm. They didn't care what kind of face, just work hard. Work, hour after hour. And I couldn't think. It was good I couldn't think. But I'm thinking now. Gun in my hand, stop that thinking. Gun in my hand, no. Got to think out my life. Think it out clearly. Think of that day she waved at me. Was working, bent over, sun hot on my back, grain thick around me, filling the world, covering, hiding me. I straightened up. Something moving through the grain in the road, climbing the hill so far away, could hardly tell just what it was. Shaded my eyes from the sun. I saw a woman on horseback. Oh, no, so small. Must be a girl. I saw her arm wave at me. I dropped in the grain. I hid. Leave me alone. The next day again, standing in the grain, a tiny figure on horseback waved at me. I dropped in the grain again. No more. Just the sky and the grain and the work was all I wanted. The next day and the next, a girl on horseback riding far off there on the roads, waving at me in the grain, waving at me day after day. And one day, I didn't drop in the grain. I stood. I waved back at her. Waving at me because she couldn't see me, see my...
Face, puss, pan, mug.
I don't remember how. In spite of myself, one day, I was hiding in the grain at the edge of the road, waiting for her. I wanted to run, yet I stayed. Wanted to cover my eyes, yet I looked with eyes as big as all my loneliness. Horse knew I was there. She didn't. She started singing a little song as she passed. A song without meaning, warm as the sun. And I saw her, young, lovely, young and lovely. The words tumbled over and over my head as I watched her go by, young and lovely. I began to see her face everywhere. In the grain, in the sky, and at night in the dark.
Ugliest man in the world.
Thinking of the loveliest face in the world, I tried to stop. But I couldn't help it. I couldn't. The loneliness in me was a pain I couldn't endure anymore. Again and again I hid in the grain and watched her go by me. Just a quick moment. And then she was gone. And I was left in loneliness again. If she couldn't see my face. Yes. If she were blind. I read a book like that somewhere. A woman never saw the man she loved. If she couldn't see me, only know me as I am, my voice, my thoughts, my dreams, ambitions. If she couldn't see. Dangerous dreams, daydreams that brought me to a gun in my hand. But I was lonely. I had nothing. So I had dreams of her. Blind, not knowing my face. And her lips. If she were only blind. If she were only blind. Wish, father to the deed. That day, working in the grain, looked up, She was riding by. So early. Why so early? Her little hand waving at me. Then the rush of an auto. I ran, the grain tearing at me, holding me back in a moment. She was in my arms.
Help me. Please help me. I can't see. I can't see.
Can't see. I dreamed it, prayed it, and now...
I can't see.
Oh, what have I done? What have I done?
Concussion, nerve.
No, I had nothing to do with it. Just a thought. I had only a thought. But now she couldn't see me as I was. Couldn't see me. Couldn't see me.
You've been very kind to me, Mr. Martin. Oh.
Music. Everlasting music in my ears.
It's so good having you to talk to. You've made these wonderful days, Paul.
Music. Everlasting music. Her voice, being with her, knowing her.
You've such a good mind, Paul. The best I've ever known. I needed a mind like yours. Oh, Paul. I'm laughing because you've made me happy again. You, Paul. And I bless you for it.
Happy days, endless days, quicksilver days. Then, the day.
Paul, I've been waiting for you.
I wanted to be here sooner, but the grain...
The grain? Is it very tall and bold now, Paul?
Very.
Remember how the grain used to keep us apart? Before I even knew you.
Before you...
I'd wave and the grain was between us, and I never knew you.
Is knowing me important?
Paul.
Do you know me now?
You're the only one I've wanted to be with.
Do you know me now?
Oh, Paul. Paul, listen to me. I know you better than I could if my eyes were open and twice as wide as they ever could have been.
You're lovely.
And so are you.
You've never seen me.
When people have talked together as much as you and I, every little hope and hurt, dream and plan, don't they know more than if they looked at faces? What do you look like, Paul? No. Let me guess. I've sat here in the dark and seen your face so many times before me.
My face?
Yes. Let me tell you. It's a large, virile face. A face that matches all the strength of you. Strong, straight mouth. A firm chin. Skin brown yet soft. A straight nose that's not too small, but not too large. And then your eyes.
Eyes?
Oh, yes, your eyes. They're large and dark and gentle. Gentle is the way of you, Paul. How close was I to knowing you?
Give me your hand.
Oh, no. I don't want to touch your face.
You can't.
Later. Not now, Paul. I want you to read me something.
Read?
Yes, so strange. We were talking about faces, and I've had this book for you to read. Look. Do you know the book, Paul?
Cyrano de...
Yes. Brave Cyrano de Bergerac. You read the play, of course.
I never have.
Oh, then I envy you. I wish I'd never read it so that I could hear it all over again. Please read it for me. Start any place. Read it, Paul.
Thou lovest her? Tell her. For I do surmise thou art a hero in her eyes.
That was Lebray, Cyrano's friend. Now go on, read Cyrano's speech.
Shall I woo the loveliest maid in France? Look at me, friend, with my poor big devil of a nose. I dream, even I, of walking neath that beam, loving, beloved.
Paul, you read it with your heart.
He was ugly.
Well, the rest of him was beauty. Just his nose. Read Cyrano's lines, and I'll try to remember Roxane's. She was a woman he loved, and he never dared tell her of his love because of his ugliness. Read, Paul. The top of the page. Roxane calls, "Sister! Oh, sister!" Read, Paul.
No, call no one here. You come back, I should have gone away. I longed for harmony to end my day.
I love you. Live.
In fairy tales, long since, the princess said that. And the ugly prince lost all his plainness in that sudden sun. But see, I finished as I was begun.
I made your grief. I.
You made my bliss. I lacked all woman's kindness. Even this. My mother found me ugly. And I had no sister. Lest they mark an ugly lad, I shunned all women. You became my friend. One soft gown brushed my path before the end.
Paul, you cry.
Cry? What is there to cry about?
That's true. There's no reason to cry. It's just a play in life. No man could be such a fool.
Goodbye.
Oh, Paul, no. Don't go yet. I haven't had a chance to tell you. Paul, we've talked so much of anything and everything, but never of this. My eyes. An operation. I'll see again. That's why I didn't want to see your face with my hands. I'll see you with my eyes, Paul. See you with my eyes. See you with my eyes.
See again. See what? A face to laugh at.
Ugliest man in the world.
A face to jeer at.
What's the time?
A face to shout at, but not to love. Not to love. Cyrano, the author, gave you a paper nose, but my ugliness is flesh and blood to see, to hate. She'll never see me, never. Lift the muzzle, press the trigger cold against my finger, cold as death, but life is cold as thoughts in my mind like a whirling circle. Press the trigger, press the trigger.
Paul.
Who is it?
Paul, where's the light?
You see?
It's been weeks I've been searching. Where's the light, Paul?
Forget me.
So dark. In your hand. Oh, Paul.
I wasted too much time thinking.
My dearest.
Forget me, I tell you. You knew me in the dark. Well, now it's light for you, and I'm not meant for the light. Forget me.
I want to know you. In the light, your ugliness. Yes, Paul. I've known. First when you cried with Cyrano, then I asked the others, and they told me.
But you don't know. My face, a thing
apart, as my blindness was apart from me. I love you.
You...
Love you, yes, I love you.
You don't know.
But I will know. Turn on the light, Paul. I'm not afraid. Turn on the light. I love you. Live for me.
In fairy tales, long since, the princess said that. And the ugly prince lost all his plainness in that sudden sun.
In just a moment, CBS will present its weekly program of the world's outstanding thrillers, Suspense. Before we begin, the producer feels it incumbent upon him to reply herewith to the many inquiries concerning the solution of last week's story of the woman on the telephone called Sorry, Wrong Number. Due to a momentary confusion in the studio, an important line cue was delivered at the wrong time, and some of our listeners were uncertain as to the outcome of the story. For them, be it known that the woman, so remarkably played by Miss Agnes Moorehead, was murdered by a man whom her husband had hired to do the job. We should also like to announce that in response to many hundreds of requests, this suspense play will be repeated within a few weeks.
And now, this is the Man in Black, here again to introduce our performance tonight of Suspense. Our stars this evening are two distinguished gentlemen from the Hollywood sound stages, Mr. Donald Crisp and Mr. John Loder. Mr. Crisp and Mr. Loder are here to enact for us a strange and startling drama in which they, in the interest of justice, made use of an unusual method to wring a confession of guilt from a criminal. The story is by Rupert Croft Cook and is called Banquo's Chair. And so with Banquo's Chair and the performances of Donald Crisp as Sir William Brent and John Loder as Arthur Grange, Sir William's friend who relates the story to us, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
I would like you to look at this photograph. It's the picture of Sir William Brent, ex-head of the English Criminal Investigation. I knew Sir William well, and he always terrified me. Not in the sense that he was brutal or evil, he was none of that. But look at that cold face, particularly his eyes. When he looked at you, you flushed with guilt. Every misdeed you ever committed in your life floated over your face. A glance from him made you feel as if you were stark naked. He saw you with all your defenses down. Sir William was the scourge of criminals, coldly unemotional, utterly without fear or passion. He tracked them down mercilessly and never lost a case. There was no feeling in him, no pity, no hate, nothing but terrifying, cold intelligence. And he was deadly to everyone he went after. I'm going to tell you about his last case. A case that, well, even recalling it sends real shudders through me. I swear it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. I wish I never had. I witnessed it in all its dreadful details. One night at the club, about 11 o'clock, a boy came up to me.
Telegram for you, sir.
I ripped open the envelope and read the telegram. Dear Arthur, will you come and dine with me at Turret House, Sydenham on Thursday? There will be several guests, and I think I can promise you an unforgettable evening. It was signed by Sir William Brent. I was annoyed. I don't like to receive telegrams so late in the evening, when Sir William could easily have phoned, unless he didn't want to go into details with me. I decided to phone him.
Hello? Hello?
This is Arthur Grange calling.
Yes, I know. Did you receive my telegram?
Yes, Sir William. What's all the mystery about?
Well, I'll tell you about it on Thursday. Are you coming?
Yes, I'll be there.
Very good. I particularly want you to be there.
You sound so mysterious, I'm thinking of coming armed or bringing several bodyguards.
No, it won't be necessary to bring any bodyguards. But you'd better come armed. Well armed. Yes, bring a revolver. Good night.
Early Thursday evening, I made my way to Turret House. A windy November rain slashed at the streets. Turret House is a huge red brick, unpleasantly somber mansion, an ugly product of Queen Victoria's time. There it squatted, back of the road, almost hidden to view by several dripping pine trees. The neighborhood had known better days. I walked up along the unkept path until I reached the great oaken door. I let the knocker fall once or twice, and the door opened.
Good evening, Mr. Grange. I was waiting for you.
Hello, Lane.
Nasty night, sir, isn't it?
There's not much warmer in here.
There's a fire in the dining room, sir.
Whatever made Sir William move into this drafty dungeon?
Oh, we haven't moved in, sir. It's only temporary. Sir William just rented. We still live in the West End.
Oh, I see. Have any of the other guests arrived?
Yes, Mr. Grange. Miss Stone is here.
Miss Stone?
Yes, the mystery writer. This way, Mr. Grange. I'll show you to the dining room. Sir William will be down shortly.
Oh, hello. I'm Roberta Stone.
How'd you do? I'm Arthur Grange, an old friend of Sir William.
Yes, I know.
I've read some of your mystery stories and enjoyed them very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grange.
Just what is going on here tonight?
I don't know. Sir William sounded awfully mysterious. But then, I've known Sir William for a long time. He never lets anyone down. If anything, he understates.
I know. He told me to come armed.
He told me the same thing. Here's my gun. I must admit, I've never fired it in my life.
This house is certainly a proper background for anything unpleasant.
It's already been the scene of a crime.
Oh? What crime?
Murder. A particularly unpleasant one.
Really? I must say the murderer couldn't have picked a more ideal spot.
Isn't it a fact? You know, I once wrote a story of...
Good evening, Roberta. Arthur, I'm glad you're both on time.
Hello, Sir William.
Hello. A nice apartment you have here. A sort of mausoleum and dining room combined.
You're a bit afraid, aren't you?
Of course not. Why should I be?
Your eyes give you away.
What's all this about? You invite us to this godforsaken dungeon and tell us to come armed?
Don't be upset, Arthur. I'm sure you'll come out of this all right.
You mean we may be in some danger?
Naturally, I wouldn't tell you to come armed otherwise.
Who is this other guest, Sir William?
There are 2 more guests. But first we'll have a drink, and then I'll tell you both all about it. Lane.
Yes, Sir William?
Will you serve the drinks?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'll tell you what's going to happen tonight. This house, Turret House, was the scene of the Sydenham murder. A very famous case.
Yes, I know about it.
That's right. No offense, old man, but wasn't it the only case you never solved?
You're wrong, Arthur. I solved the Sydenham case, but I couldn't bring the criminal to justice because of insufficient evidence.
You mean you knew who the murderer was?
Oh, yes, of course. It was the nephew. The police knew it, too.
Then why in the world didn't you bring the case to a conclusion?
Because the nephew had an absolute and unimpeachable alibi. To have arrested him would have meant a waste of time and money and a release in the end. Besides, according to English law, a man discharged can never be arrested again on the same murder charge.
Well, this is all very fascinating. Has it anything to do with our being here tonight?
Yes, Roberta, it has. In a short while, the nephew, John Bedford, will be here to dine with us. And, oh yes, the victim, Miss Ferguson.
What? Well, wait. You mean Miss Ferguson wasn't actually murdered?
Miss Ferguson is quite dead. Has been dead these 2 years.
You mean you're going to have the body of Miss Ferguson here at dinner? Oh, this is a little too much. If you'll excuse me, I'll dine elsewhere tonight.
Not so fast, Roberta. Perhaps you'd better wait until you hear the rest of the story.
This promises to be a very gay dinner.
Oh, yes.
Now, as you both know, I've never lost a case, except the Sydenham murder, which will be finished tonight. Now, I'm an egotist. I don't believe there's a criminal in all England that can outwit me. As a matter of fact, I've resigned from the criminal investigation for the sole reason of trapping Mr. John Bedford.
It's hard to believe.
Well, I told you I was an egotist. No criminal has beaten me yet, and no one ever will.
You have an awful lot of patience.
Infinite patience. I devoted 2 years to this case, and now that my moment of triumph has arrived, I wanted to have some witnesses. A writer who will record the event, and an admirer who will applaud with awe the trickiness of my scheme.
Well, if it's as gruesome as I think it is, I won't be here to watch it.
Oh, yes, you will. Horror has a way of fascinating and hypnotizing people. Besides, Arthur, you'd be ashamed to run out now.
No, I'll stay, of course.
So will I.
Good. Now, before I tell you my scheme, let me first acquaint you with the details of the murder. Exactly 2 years ago tonight, old Miss Ferguson.
Where is that foolish maid?
Yes, Miss Ferguson.
Why don't you answer when I call?
I was in the kitchen, ma'am.
It's after 10 o'clock. You should be on your way home.
I was just about to leave.
Has my nephew called?
No, ma'am. Mr. Bedford hasn't called since yesterday. I told him he couldn't come in, just like you said.
I don't ever want to see him again. He's no good. He's an evil man who will come to an evil end. You're never to let him in here, Hilda.
He won't ever come in this house if I can help it. No, Mum.
Now you'd better run along and make sure all the doors are bolted.
Yes, ma'am. Good night, Miss Ferguson.
Good night, Hilda. A pity about that nephew of mine. I'll change my will. Won't leave him a penny, I won't. In the morning, I'll change the will. That's... Who's there? Who is it?
It's I, Aunt Martha, your own affectionate nephew.
What are you doing in my house?
Oh, you're not at all pleased to see me. Your only living relative, too.
I'd like you to leave at once or call the police, I've called.
I'd rather not, Auntie. I want to have a talk with you.
You don't want to talk to me. All you want is money.
Yes, Auntie, I do want money. And lots of it.
You've got all the money you'll ever get out of me. You won't even get a penny after I die. I'll see to that. Perhaps you'll appreciate the value of money after you've worked for it.
You know, Auntie...
You're wearing gloves. What are you up to?
I've made up my mind.
What are you doing? Keep away.
You're an old woman. All that money's no good for you. You can never use it. I'm young, and money means life to me. A rich and gay life. You're old, and you're going to die soon anyway.
No, it can't be. You're not going to do that.
Yes, Auntie, I am. You don't want to live anywhere. You're lonely, you're sick, and you're old. I'm going to do you a favor. Nobody can hear you now. I'm your heir. Your only heir, Auntie. Your next of kin. The estate is going to be mine. All of it. Now, don't you worry, Auntie. We'll have a fine funeral for you.
That's pretty much the way old Miss Ferguson was murdered.
Oh, how ghastly.
Hilda found the body the next morning. I immediately went to work on the case. All the evidence pointed to John Bedford. Everyone believed he committed the crime. He almost admitted it himself. I had him brought to my office for questioning. Oh, hello, Bedford. Come in.
Thank you, Tom. How'd you do, Sir William?
Cigarette?
Oh, thank you.
Well, how does it feel to kill your own aunt?
May I have a light, please?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I wouldn't know, Sir William. You see, I never killed anyone. Have you?
I have, Mr. Bedford. And I've sent quite a few to the gallows.
Yes, so I understand.
What was your relationship to Miss Ferguson?
She was my aunt.
Don't be flippant. Flippancy only proves your guilt.
Well, to tell you the truth, sir, my aunt didn't like me. She thought I was a spendthrift and a useless parasite, and she was quite right.
Would you mind telling me where you were the night your aunt was murdered?
Oh, not at all. In jail. I had drunk a little too much and gotten into a bit of a tiff with someone, that's all.
Have you ever been arrested for drunkenness before?
Never, Sir William. This was my first offense.
It's quite an alibi.
Quite a fact. It would hardly be possible for me to be in jail and kill my aunt at the same time, you know. Unless, of course, my aunt came into my cell and allowed me to murder her, after which she walked back to Turret House as a ghost, dragging her body behind her.
According to my reports, Mr. Bedford, you drink very little. No one who knows you has ever seen you drunk before. You probably got drunk in joyful anticipation of murdering your aunt.
As a thoroughgoing criminal investigator, don't you think you ought to check my story?
I already have. You've done a very skillful job. Too bad you couldn't use your talents for something constructive.
Well, why don't you arrest me, Sir William?
No, Mr. Bedford. I have time. Plenty of time.
Well, you'd better work fast. By the time you get around to me, I'll have spent all of my aunt's beautiful money.
It's not the money we're after. It's you. Your beautiful life. Good day, Mr. Bedford. That's how matters stood. I refused to let any of my men arrest him.
But how in the world could he have murdered his aunt while he was in jail?
Perhaps he bribed the prison guard to let him out for an hour.
Yes, Roberto, I believe he did. Unfortunately, the guard died of pneumonia soon afterwards, which left us no further source of evidence.
As far as I can see at the moment, Sir William, you haven't a leg to stand on.
You're quite right, Arthur, I haven't. Except that every man, particularly a criminal, has an Achilles heel. I discovered John Bedford's weakness.
What is it?
He's superstitious. And it annoyed me tremendously that John Bedford was my first failure. Here was a clever, calloused criminal who laughed at me. No one had ever done that before. Bedford knew I could do him no harm, and he made the most of it. Carefully and patiently, I thought it over. I looked upon Bedford as you would look on a Chinese puzzle. There is no such thing as an impregnable defense. A few months later, I went to visit Bedford.
Well, Sir William Brent. What a surprise. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you, Mr. Bedford.
Well, I'm honored to have the great Sir William Brent pay me a visit. You're not after any more clues, I hope. It gets rather tedious, you know.
No, not at all. I know when I'm licked.
Well, I don't want to appear smug, sir, but everyone has his Waterloo. Would you have a drink?
No, thanks. I suppose you're curious about why I came here.
Well, I'd hardly imagined it was a friendly visit.
On the contrary, it is. You see, I admire brilliant people, no matter what they're calling.
Oh, you're very flattering, Sir William.
I've resigned from the criminal investigation. I'm a private citizen now.
Yes, I've heard about that.
Most people misunderstand me. It wasn't my love for justice that made me pursue my profession with such tenacity and...
Success?
With the sole exception of your case, of course. It was a game of skill to me. My wits against all comers. I lost in your case. But then we've all got to lose sometime, haven't we?
I don't believe you, Sir William. You're still out to get me.
Well, there isn't much of a chance, is there?
I'm afraid not, Sir William. I've kept out of trouble so far. Knock wood.
That's an odd habit for a man like you, knocking on wood. You're not superstitious, are you?
Huh? Of course not. Just a habit since I was a child.
I see. Well, now to the reason for my visit. I noticed in the papers that you're looking for a tenant for Turret House.
Oh, yes, I am.
I'd like to rent it.
Well, the scene of the crime, huh? Well, of course, why not? There's no harm in it. As a matter of fact, I'll let you have it very cheaply.
And that's how I rented this house. The house where the murder was committed.
Well, what's your plan?
It had better be a good one. Mr. Bedford sounds like a hard customer.
Yes, it's a strange plan, but an effective one. I saw Bedford frequently. Our acquaintance blossomed into a kind of friendship, an armed friendship, of course. He knew I was out to get him, and I wanted him to know that. He's vain, very vain. And this game intrigued him. I also learned that he was very superstitious, although he denied it vigorously. Tonight is the anniversary of the murder, and tonight Mr. Bedford dines with us at 8 o'clock.
It's nearly 8 now.
Now, this is the plan. You know May Wakefield?
Of course. She's the famous Shakespearean actress.
That's right. During dinner, she will enter the room in the precise likeness of Miss Ferguson, the murdered woman. We, of course, will pretend not to see her. We remain outwardly unconscious of her. Only Bedford will be aware of her presence. I believe Bedford will confess.
I'd imagine he'd keep away on this night, especially if it's the anniversary.
He's giddy with success. And also, the fact that Roberta Stone, the famous writer, is here with us tweaks his vanity. He'll be here promptly.
Oh, I don't like this.
Well, this is just like one of your stories. It doesn't become you to be frightened.
Oh, I won't run away.
Well, there's one more thing. During dinner, the electric lights will be switched off at the main, and candles will be lit.
Oh.
We must have the correct atmosphere. You understand now? You're not to see May Wakefield. She doesn't exist for us. Is that clear?
I'll look right through her.
Oh, it gives me the creeps.
That, I am sure, is our Mr. Bedford.
The appearance of John Bedford suddenly made the whole scene grimly real. He was a tall, well-built man in his late 30s, immaculately dressed and perfectly groomed. At first sight, his face seemed pleasant enough, but on closer scrutiny, his gray eyes were hard and cold. He looked us over, all of us, with arrogance and superiority. I heartily wished I was elsewhere. This was one scene I had no desire to witness. After the introductions were over, we sat down to dinner.
Is it still nasty outside, Mr. Bedford?
Yes, and getting worse. Looks like we're in for a few days of this.
Too bad. I was going to do some riding tomorrow.
The soup is excellent.
Yes, your cook should be congratulated, son. The soup's a masterpiece.
Poor Alice. She's been my cook for 20 years. But she's given me notice, absolutely refuses to stay here. Says this house is haunted.
So?
Roberta, this might make an interesting story for you.
Yes, Sir William.
You should speak to her. Alice swears that she has seen the figure of an elderly lady with finger marks on her throat walking about this house.
Oh, come now, Sir William. This is too good. Such an obvious attempt to frighten me. Sir William is convinced that I murdered my aunt. Please, Sir William, a little more subtlety. Surely I deserve it.
Perhaps the cook did see the figure.
As you very well know, Mr. Bedford, I don't believe in ghosts, and I'm sure my cook never saw this elderly figure. It's all in her mind.
Well, I'm afraid your little attempt didn't work, sir, but I must admire your graceful admittance of its failure.
Yes, I suppose I'd better give up, shouldn't I?
Oh, no, never give up. If at first you don't succeed, you know.
Do you live very far from here, Mr. Bedford?
Thank you, Miss Stone, but there's no need to change the topic. I hope you find this game as amusing as I do.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bedford, but this isn't my idea of pleasant dinner conversation.
Oh, we'll talk of pleasant things then.
I saw a very exciting play last night.
Excuse me a moment. It's really fearfully hot in here. Do you mind if we get a little air, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is rather warm. Lane, open one of the windows, please.
Yes, sir.
Awful weather, isn't it?
Yes. I don't know how we're going to get home, really.
It's a bad month of the year. I'd intended to go to the Riviera for...
What's the matter?
Honest.
Lane, what on earth is wrong with the lights?
I don't know, sir.
Well, don't stand there. Light the candles. We can't sit here in the darkness. And get the chauffeur. He knows something about electric lights.
I'll call the chauffeur right away, sir.
I'm terribly sorry about this. We've had trouble with the wiring before. The chauffeur will have it fixed in a few moments. Now, let's get on with our dinner.
If this is one of your tricks, Sir William,
Oh, have some more wine, Mr. Bedford.
It was a tense and terrible moment. I looked at Roberta. She was pale and frightened. Bedford, for all his poise, was uneasy. He didn't know whether Sir William was planning anything or whether this was really an accident. My heart was pounding away, and my palms were moist with perspiration. Only Sir William appeared cool. There was not a trace of emotion in his face.
Oh, Mr. Bedford, you were saying about visiting the Riviera.
Eh?
It's quite a change from England at this time of year.
Well, I suppose I'll make the trip next month when I...
What's the matter, Mr. Bedford?
Nothing at all. I wish we could have some light. Rather difficult to see.
Yes, I'm terribly sorry this had to happen just at dinner. Have a little more wine, Mr. Bedford.
Yes, thank you.
The figure of a woman had entered the room. She had come in silently, like a ghost. We all saw her, but not one of us moved or made a sign of recognition. In the dim candlelight, she looked ghostly and unreal. Bedford looked at all of us to see if we also had seen the figure, but we ate our dinner grimly. He looked again, then shook his head and gulped more wine.
Don't any of you see anything?
See what, Mr. Bedford?
This is another one of your tricks. Can't any of you see her?
What's got into you, Bedford?
It's my aunt. My aunt.
Perhaps you've had too much to drink. Huh? Your aunt's dead, Mr. Bedford. You're not seeing ghosts, I hope.
Perhaps I drank too much.
Yes, of course.
She's coming toward me.
Now, calm yourself. I've never seen you like this.
What?
There's no one else here. Do you see anyone, Roberta?
No, Sir William.
I don't either.
I'm leaving.
I can't make you out, Bedford. You don't seem to be drunk.
You're not wearing your gloves today, John.
She's real. Can't any of you see her? Can't you hear her?
What's come over you, Bedford?
I'm leaving here. She's at the door. She won't let me out now.
I'm an old woman. Money is no good for me. I'm lonely, John. I'm lonely.
Let me fly on mouth out of my way.
There's no one in your way, Bedford. Come, sit down.
Get away from that door. I'll murder you again. Give me your mother. I'll murder you again, you old witch. I'll murder you again.
All right, switch on the lights. Now, Officer Graham. Come along.
What?
Arrest him. You've heard the confession. Put the handcuffs on him.
I've got him, sir.
Heavens. Oh, I have never seen anything so horrible.
Well, Bedford, it seems that I've finally caught up with you.
I'll kill her again. I'll kill her again.
That wasn't your aunt. It was May Wakefield, the actress.
I'll kill her again. I'll kill her again.
Take him away, Graham. He's in a state of shock. Well, shall we continue with our dinner?
I hope you're fully satisfied, Sir William.
Quite. It's been a long job, But it has ended as I knew it would. I'm most grateful to you both for your help.
I thought it was a pretty grim affair.
Oh, your methods repel me. But I suppose you know your job. May Wakefield certainly knew hers. That was the finest piece of acting I've ever seen.
Her makeup was incredibly good. We must congratulate her. She's probably gone to her room. Lane.
Yes, sir.
Please call Miss Wakefield.
Miss Wakefield, sir?
Yes, the lady who's been assisting us this evening.
Well, I'll look for her, sir.
Yes, tell her to come down and join us. We have a fine dinner waiting for her.
Excuse me, sir. This telegram came a little while ago. I didn't want to disturb you during dinner.
Oh, yes, let me have it. Good heavens.
Sir William, what's wrong?
I'll read it to you. Severe influenza makes it impossible for me to leave my bed tonight. Will tomorrow night do? Signed, May Wakefield.
Lord help us. If it wasn't May Wakefield, then who was that figure here tonight?
There was no answer. I looked at Sir William, staring at the telegram. His face was grey and stony. On his left temple, a crooked blue vein stood out. It twitched once or twice, and then was motionless. He looked as though he'd seen a ghost.
And so closes Banquo's Chair, starring Donald Crisp and John Loder. Tonight's tale of Suspense. Now you may want to make a note of a change of time in these programs. Beginning next Tuesday, Suspense will be heard a half hour later, or 10 to 10:30 Eastern War Time. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us at our new time next Tuesday, when Vincent Price, Ona Munson, and Osa Masson will star in the suspense play 5 Canaries in the Room. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, with Ted Bliss, the director, Lud Gluskin, and Lucien Morawick, conductor and composer, and Sigmund Miller, the radio author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Faster, boy, faster! Hail, Silver! Away!
The adobe and stone walls of Territorial Prison were cold and foreboding in the gray light of early dawn. In a few moments, the sun would rise and flood the scene with stifling, glassy heat. But now the coldness seemed to penetrate even to a small room off the open courtyard. It was the room where condemned prisoners waited for the firing squad to assemble. It was the room where Bragg Potter had reached the end of a long and lawless trail. Now, only one thing remained between Bragg Potter and eternity. A few words with Fred, his son.
He's right in here.
Freddie.
Oh. Sorry I can't leave you two alone. There's not much time. It's against the rules.
It's all right. We understand. I'm sure glad to see you, son.
Glad to see you, Pa. I don't know what to say.
You don't have to say anything, Freddie. Just being able to see you is good enough for me.
Got here as quick as I could. When do they... when does...
Sunrise. That's liable to be any minute now.
It ain't fair, Pa. Why should they kill you when Frank Bisbee and Chuck are still free?
Because the law got me. They haven't got Frank and Chuck. And it won't be a killing, Fred. When I walk in front of that firing squad, it's a legal execution.
I don't figure it that way. You were double-crossed into this thing. And I'm going to see that the Bisbees get what's coming to them.
No, son. That's the law's job, not yours.
Oh, you must be loco.
I'm talking sense, Freddie, for the first and last time in my life.
Well, that's not my kind of sense.
I knew you'd feel this way, son. That's the main reason I wanted to see you before I check out.
What do you mean?
In the few minutes that are left to me, I'm going to try and change a mistake I've made ever since you were born.
No, Pa,
Now, listen to me, son. Your mother died when you came into the world. That was something I didn't expect. Made me a little bit crazy, I guess. I was broke, so I rustled money any way I could.
You raised me all right.
No, I didn't. I raised you to be an outlaw, a thief and a killer just like I am.
Oh,
I rode the Alhu trail together all these years. Now I've reached the end of it.
Talk like that ain't making this any easier.
I don't want to make it easy. I want you to remember.
Well, all I can think of is Frank and Chuck Bisbee and how they crossed.
I was as guilty as they were.
They got away.
The law will get them sometime. Freddie, don't you understand what I'm trying to tell you?
No, I don't.
Get right with the law, son, or you'll end up just like me.
I'll get along all right.
Since I've been out of circulation, you've been running with Matt Clausen's gang, haven't you?
Maybe.
Please, Freddie, give it up. Get an honest job. Punching cows, mining, anything. So the law's not trailing you. Otherwise, you can't win.
Oh, I've never heard you preach.
I'm not preaching. I'm telling you the truth. Promise me you'll quit, Freddie. Please.
You're my pa. But I can't make any promise like that. Not as long as the Bisbees are alive.
All right. If you won't change for my sake, maybe you'll do it for yourself.
Well, how do you figure?
I've done a lot of thinking since I've been in here, Freddie. And this is the way it all adds up. You, me, all outlaws are always in the middle of gunplay. We live by bullets and we die by bullets. If we changed our way of living, we might improve our way of dying.
Paul,
Don't ever forget that, Freddie. No matter how long you live.
Time's up, Bragg.
All right. I'm ready. Bye, Freddie.
Bye, Pa.
Come on, Bragg. Sure. Why not?
Squad, forward, march!
We live by bullets, and we die by bullets. If we changed our way of living, we might improve our way of dying.
Yo, Curly, where's the kid? Where's Freddie?
Ain't seen hide nor hair of him, Matt. He lit out for somewhere last night. He hasn't come back.
Should be here by now. I know where he went.
Yeah? Where?
Over to Territorial Prison. Bragg Potter, the kid's old man, had a date with a firing squad this morning.
Oh, that's right. I'd clean forgot that Bragg's number was coming up. The law didn't forget.
Too bad, too. Bragg was a handy old codger with his guns. So was the kid. I wish he'd hurry up and get here. We've got a big job due before the day's over.
Now, how about the Bisbee boys? They working with us?
Yeah.
You might have some trouble there, Matt. I don't think Freddie will cotton to the idea of working with Frank and Chuck Bisbee.
He'll do whatever I say.
Why cut the kid in at all? Can't 5 of us handle a stage hold-up?
Sure. Freddie's the only one who can handle a team of horses. We need him.
They're splitting this thing too many ways.
Now, wait, the job ain't over yet.
What do you mean?
We're bossing it, ain't we?
Hey, somebody coming. That's Freddie.
Both of you keep shut now. I'll do the talking.
Whoa there. Whoa, steady.
Hello, Freddie.
Hello.
Curly kept some coffee hot for you. Figured you'd want breakfast when you got back.
Thanks.
Guess you don't feel so good, do you, kid? That's a tough jolt to see your old man...
I didn't see it. Just heard it.
Too bad. Well, that's the way it goes. None of us ever know when...
Yeah, that's what Pa told me. Said we live by bullets and we die by bullets.
I guess your pa had it figured about right, Freddie. Our job is to see that we're the ones who do the living.
Yeah.
Got something lined up for this afternoon, kid.
What is it?
Wells Fargo stage. Carrying 50,000 in gold.
Sounds all right to me. When do we do it?
About sundown. It's a regular stage run. Comes through town here, then heads for Gunnison Pass to Hartville.
Oh, shouldn't be much trouble.
A little more than usual. There'll be 2 extra guards riding saddle horses.
What do we do?
I got it all figured out. Listen. Curly and Duke and me will ride over to Clear Creek. Board the stage there like ordinary passengers.
What do I do?
Wait a minute. When we're about a mile out of Clear Creek, we'll take care of the driver, the guards, and any other passengers that might be along. No killings. We'll just tie them up and leave them by the road.
Sure.
Then we meet you. You being the only one who can handle a 6-horse stage team. From there, we line out for Gunnison Pass. When we get to the top, where the big drop-off is, we take the gold, push the stage over the cliff, and head for the timber breaks.
How about the 2 extra guards riding saddle horses? Stage goes through 2 towns between here and Gunnison. The law knows about the guards, and they're not with it.
That's where we need help. Got that figured, too. Bisbee boys are going to work with us.
Bisbee? You mean Frank and Chuck?
Who else?
Boy, those low-down...
Now, wait, Freddie. I know what's eating you. You figure the Bisbee should have gotten the same thing your pa got this
Well,
morning.
they're just as guilty as Pa
Why
was.
don't you forget it? Just doing one job with Frank and Chuck don't mean they'll be with us from now on.
Well, I don't like those hombres, and I don't want any part of them.
They're going to be with us.
But then I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are. You ain't forgetting I'm running this outfit, are you?
No, Matt, but
You're
I'm
going to
not...
ride over to the canyon east of town. Frank and Chuck are holed up in a shack out there. You'll meet Curly, Duke, and me on the main road right out of Clear Creek at sundown.
All right, Matt, I'll do it.
Well, that's better.
Mind if I start now?
Start whenever you want to. I saw the Bisbee boys last night. They'll be expecting you.
Then I'll see you later.
On the Clear Creek Road at sundown.
Yeah.
I told you the kid wouldn't think much of the idea working with Frank and Chuck. Got kind of hot, didn't he?
All I'm interested in is getting that stage to the top of Gunnison Pass. After that, I don't care what the kid does to the Bisbees or what they do to him.
You know, Matt, it'd be a lot simpler splitting that gold 3 ways instead of 6.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
In a small trailside camp near the Clear Creek Road, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan were preparing their midday meal.
You need some more water, Dan.
Sure.
Their mountain spring near canyon.
Give me the canteens. I'll fill them up.
Get back as soon as you can, Dan.
I'll hurry.
As Freddie Potter rode toward the shack where Frank and Chuck Bisbee were waiting, there was no doubt in his mind as to what he was going to do. He would finally come face to face with the men whom he felt were responsible for his father's death. The minute he sighted the shack, he reined up sharply.
Oh, boy. Oh, there. Steady. Steady, boy. Better leave the horse here so they won't spot me before I see them. Wait here, boy. I'll be back just as soon as I get rid of a couple of rattlesnakes.
Where Dan is, Tonto. Shouldn't take him this long to walk to the spring and back.
Well, maybe water heavy. Him walk slow.
It's unusual for him to take so long.
Have Dan come now.
Oh, golly, I ran almost all the way back. Here's the water, Tonto.
What were you running for, Dan?
Right over there in that field behind the poplar trees, there's a little shack. Just a minute ago, a man rode almost up to it. Then he got off his horse and started toward the shack.
There's nothing wrong in that.
Yeah, but he's walking awful slow. And he has a gun in each hand.
Oh. Come on. We'll see what it's all about.
There. See, there he is. He's almost reached the shack.
We'll wait here for a minute. Listen.
All right, you Bisbee skunks. Put your hands and come out shooting. You heard me. I said come out shooting.
Golly, he's
Wait,
going...
Dan.
All right, if you're too yellow to come out in the open, I'm coming in after you. They're moosed. I might have known they'd be too yellow to stick around.
Gosh,
Watch out, Dan. Don't make any noise.
All I want to do is stand up on this log so I... Oh, gee, I slipped.
It's too late to worry. He heard it.
Well, maybe...
You over there. Are you trying to dry gulch me, huh? Come out from behind that tree. And you'd better come a-shooting.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now, to continue our story. Fred Potter didn't know that the Bisbee brothers had lost no time in dashing from the neighborhood and were at the moment far away and going farther to avoid being shot. He didn't know that they'd fled that part of the country for good. He thought the men he heard in hiding were the Bisbees. He shouted a challenge at the Lone Ranger, Dan, and Tonto.
Come on, I tell you. Come out of there. I got you covered.
Before the Lone Ranger answered Fred Potter's challenge, he spoke quickly to Dan and Tonto.
Down, both of you. Hug the ground.
I said to come shooting. All right, I'll shoot. Oh! My gun!
I just shot it out of your hand. Don't try to use the other one. I have you covered.
Masked. You Bisbees are too yellow to shoot. All right, you've got me. Go ahead and shoot.
I don't want to kill you.
You're a Bisbee, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
And who are you?
Maybe you'd better answer the same question.
It ain't any secret. Fred Potter.
And who are these men you wanted to shoot?
Frank and Chuck Bisbee.
Any reason for it?
Because a double-crossing scum turned my pa over to the law.
I see.
He was executed this morning at Territorial Prison.
You and your father were outlaws, huh?
Well, what of it? So are you, or you wouldn't be wearing that mask.
Maybe. There's one thing you can be sure of. My name isn't Bisbee.
No, you don't talk like one of them. You could have shot me. I owe you something for not plugging me.
No, you don't.
Say, I know what I can do. Do you want to grab some money? A lot of money?
Grab?
Well, if you're playing a lone hand, you'll fit right into this thing.
What is it?
Wells Fargo stagecoach. Carrying $50,000 in gold. We're going to take it over tonight.
Oh, who's we?
Matt Clausen's gang. I've been working with him ever since Paul was sent away.
You've been an outlaw quite a while, haven't you, Fred?
All my life.
You must not want to live very long. A bullet will get you sooner or later.
What's that?
I say every outlaw should know that a bullet will get him sooner or later.
Oh, that's funny. Pa told me almost the same thing this morning, just before they...
Now, what did he say?
He said, we live by bullets and we die by bullets. And then he said, if we'd change our way of living, we might improve our way of dying.
Your father must have been a very smart man, Fred.
Yeah, I guess he was, but... Well, what do you say? Do you want to be dealt in on the stagecoach job?
When's it going to happen?
Tonight, right after sundown, on the Clear Creek Road about a mile west of here. You see, Matt and Duke and Curly are going to take over first. They'll get rid of the driver and the guards. Then I drive the stage up to Gunnison Pass.
Why go up there?
Well, so we can have plenty of time to get the gold out of the strongbox. And then get rid of the stage. Over the cliff.
Why can't you and I reach the stage before Matt Clausen and his gang take over?
You mean cross him up? No, it's too late for that now. They've already met it.
Then we'll have to wait till later.
Yeah. Say, you'll fit right into this thing.
Oh, you think so?
Sure. You see, I was supposed to get these two hombres, Frank and Chuck, to go in with us. But I figured my business with them was more important than this.
How are they going to help you?
Well, they're two saddle guards traveling with the stage. That's what they were going to do. You can do it alone just as well.
I have a friend who can ride with me.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's better. Matt's riding the stage, so he won't see you. No need of telling him till we get to the pass.
All right.
Get your friend and meet me on the Clear Creek Road in about an hour.
We'll be there. Adios.
Hey, wait. You still haven't told me your name.
Does it make any difference?
No, but you didn't shoot when you could have nailed me.
Forget it. If you want to remember anything, think of what your father told you. Now, we haven't much time. You ride into Clear Creek, Dan. See the sheriff. Tell him what we've found out and ask him to form a posse.
Sure. Here, Victor.
Otto and I'll meet the stagecoach and ride with it, just as Fred Potter wants us to.
It's a long way to Gunnison. Suppose you're gone when the sheriff gets there.
If there's any way possible, we'll hold them. Now hurry.
Come on, Victor.
What do we do now, Kemosabe?
Go down to the road and wait. Here it comes, Tonto.
Fellow that drive it. Him Fred Potter?
I think so. We'll know in just a minute. Yes, it's Potter, and he sees us.
Oh, you critters! What's the idea, kid? Well, this is where we pick up the Bisbee boys. They're right over there. Get up, you!
Oh, wait a minute. How do you know they're here?
Because I just saw them. They'll follow us. That's what you wanted, isn't it? Get up, boys!
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
How far to Gunnison Pass, Tonto?
Not plenty far. Take 4, maybe 5 hours.
So I'm sure, Sheriff, that if you'll take some men over to Gunnison Pass, you can head them off.
Now, wait a minute, son. You're telling a mighty big story here, and there's nothing to support it.
The stage came through town today, didn't it?
Sure it did, and there was nothing wrong then. Charlie Grimes, the driver, is a good friend of mine. I talked to him myself.
Yeah, but you don't know what might have happened after it left here.
No, but... Now, listen, Bub. I can't go running off on a wild goose chase just because you get...
Sheriff! Sheriff!
What's wrong?
Cal Pickett just rode into town. Found 4 men bound and gagged on the road west of here.
What's that?
The stage must have been held up. 3 of the men are Wells Fargo guards, and the other is Charlie Grimes.
Grimes? Get out of my way, son. I'm running some men to ride to Gunnison Pass.
And I'm riding with you, Sheriff.
We're almost at the top of the pass, Matt. I'm climbing steady for the last hour.
Curly, look out the side and see if those 2 hombres are still tailing us.
You mean the Bisbee boys? Yeah, they're still back there. About 100 yards behind.
Good. The only trouble with that is they're not Frank and Chuck Bisbee.
What? Not Frank and Chuck?
I got a good look at them when we picked them up. One's an engine, the other hombre's wearing a mask.
Well, how could they
Shut up and get smart. Can't you see what's happened? Our friend who's driving this rig is figuring a double cross.
You mean Potter? Why, I'll...
Wait, there's nothing we can do now. Have to wait until we stop on top of the pass.
I'll drill him the minute we get out of here.
No, you won't. You'll listen to me. This is what we'll do.
Oh, there. Hold up there. Well, we're here, Matt. This is a top.
All right, get a move on, boys. Let's get this over with.
All right, Matt.
Better set the brake on this thing, Freddie. She's mighty close to the edge.
The brake's set, all right.
Come on, Curly. You and me'll unhitch the horses. We'll use the best ones to ride out of here.
Wait, I'll help you.
Oh, you won't, Freddie. You'll sit right there.
What's the idea of pulling a gun on me?
When I get up there next to you, Freddie, I'll explain. Now, yell for those two hombres you passed off as Chuck and Frank Bisbee.
What do you mean?
I said yell. Tell them to come up here. And do what I say, you double-crossing coyote.
Frank! Chuck, come on!
Oh, Silver, oh, fella. Oh, well, Freddie, you made the trip all right.
Yes, Watch out! I know you're not Frank!
Figure that gun once more, I'll blow you into a million pieces.
Back of us, Tonto.
Drop your guns. Drop them.
What we do? Do what he says, Tonto. We've got to play for time and hope that Dan is bringing the sheriff.
Throw down them guns.
There they are.
Now climb off of them horses.
Steady, big fella.
Keep your hands up.
Team's unhitched, Matt.
Good. We only need one of them cayuses. You and me will ride this here stallion in the paint. Duke, did you get hurt?
Just my arm. I'll be all right.
I'll herd these critters off to this side of the road. Can you keep Freddie and them covered at the same time?
Sure.
Curly and me will unload the strong box. Come on, Curly.
For a moment, Freddie Potter was unable to realize what had happened. Then suddenly everything fitted into a sharp focus. He knew that Matt, Curly, and Duke intended to double-cross him. As soon as they'd taken the gold, they would shoot him and the masked stranger who never killed anyone, even when he had the chance. And Freddie knew he was powerless to prevent it. The blunt end of Duke's gun reminded him of that. He was going to die just as his father had told him he would. Just as he reached this conclusion, he noticed that his left hand still clutched the iron brake handle where he'd locked the wheels of the coach a few moments before. In that instant, Freddie Potter made a decision from which there was no turning back. He waited until Matt and Curly were inside the coach, lifting the heavy strongbox.
You bring that in, Duke.
Sure. Stop squirming, Freddie. There's no way you can dodge what's coming to you.
That's right, Duke. And neither can you or Matt or Curly.
Hey, what the... Turn loose of that brake. Don't!
Hey, what's going on?
It's gone over, Tonto. Listen. Did you see what happened? Freddie Potter purposely released the brake.
Me see it. Him outlaw, but him brave.
It took a lot of courage.
Many horse come. Dan bring posse.
They'll be able to recover the gold, all right. Here, Silver.
Here, Scout. You think Fred Potter saved your life because you didn't shoot him?
No, Tonto. I don't think that was the only reason, steady big fella. I think he might have been keeping a promise he made to his father. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
We live by bullets. We die by bullets. If we changed our way of living, we might improve our way of dying.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the Smile of Beauty and Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health, present It's Time to Smile with Rochester, Dinah Shore, Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian, Cookie Fairchild's Orchestra, the Ambassadors, yours truly, Harry Von Zell, and starring Eddie Cantor.
Down by the Ohio, I've got the cutest little oh my oh. There is nobody half as pretty as she, as sweet as can be, and jumping Jeepers Creeper, she's crazy for me, and what an oh my oh. The only one I've ever met who thrilled me so. She is the cutest thing that I've ever seen. Oh, milk and honey, if you know what I mean, with lots of oh my oh. Just wait till I get back to oh my oh. Down by the Ohio. She's just a simple little country girl, I know. She's raising chickens now, but you wait and see. Someday she's gonna raise a family for me when we are oh my oh. Just wait till I get back to oh my oh. Thank you, Harry Von Zell, and hello, everybody. Harry?
What?
Harry, do you know the famous book publishers, Simon & Schuster?
Sure.
What do you think?
What?
What do you think, Harry?
I don't know.
They've asked me to write the story of my life.
No.
There, they've asked me. I got to check them out. Yes, sir, everything.
Life. Oh, that's wonderful. What's the title of your book?
Mission to the Maternity Ward. or one of our stalks is missing.
Oh, Eddie, you...
Harry, why shouldn't I write the story of my life? Didn't Lincoln, didn't Adams, didn't Jefferson...
Well, just a minute, Eddie. All those men became presidents. You can't compare yourself to them.
Why not? It's tougher today. They didn't have to wait around for Roosevelt to move out. Well,
thought of that, but Eddie, your book should be very interesting. That is, if you do a thorough job.
Well, don't worry, I will, Harry. I'm going to start the story of my life from the very beginning.
Good.
1910.
Oh, wait, Eddie, you're not trying to tell me that your parents first set eyes on you in 1910.
Yes, they did. For the first 20 years, they were afraid to look.
Well, maybe I can help you with your book.
Who needs you? Who needs you?
Well, I just...
After all, didn't Gypsy Rose Lee wrote a book? Shouldn't she write a book all by herself?
Yeah.
And if she can do it, so can I. If Gypsy Rose Lee can reveal everything, so can I.
Maybe so, but nobody's going to whistle for an encore.
Harry, look, my book can't miss. You see, mine is a dramatic story of struggle. It's a typical American success. Think of it. As a boy, I often went hungry. I had no money to buy meat, but I worked hard. Inch by inch, I fought my way up the ladder of success. And now that I have enough money to buy meat,
yes,
who's got points? You know. Of course, Harry, I'm going to devote a large part of my book to radio.
Oh, sure.
Radio. We watched it grow, haven't we, Harry?
Like a mushroom.
Oh, gosh. From one little station into a giant industry. Every night I sit at my radio enthralled by the thought of its tremendous power, its billion-dollar networks, its thousands of employees working feverishly over the controls. I tune it in, and what do I hear?
What?
Give me a package of Beeman's Pepsi and chewing gum, please.
That's silly. Thrilling, ain't it?
Yeah, ain't it?
Well, Eddie, what else are you going to write about in your book?
Well, it's my ancestors. My
ancestors?
You know, a lot of Cantors have been famous, Harry.
I didn't...
Take my grandfather, Pancho Cantor. Pancho. He invented a movable victory garden.
A movable victory garden?
He was the first man to wheel a push cart. I'll give him a...
That was your grandfather.
Yeah, and let me tell you something else, Harry. If it wasn't for my uncle Sebastian Cantor, we wouldn't have the telephone or the electric light.
He invented them?
No, he paid our bills. You see, Harry? That was the rich one.
Well, Eddie, I really, you shouldn't mention that.
Oh, there'll be no secrets, Harry. In my book, I'm going to tell all. I'm going to reveal everything, Harry.
Everything?
I expect it. What?
No.
What's the matter?
Oh, no, you can't do that.
What's the matter, Harry? What are you...
Oh, listen, Eddie, be reasonable. You can't reveal the whole thing. You're not everything.
Harry, what do I have to be ashamed of, Harry?
My salary.
It's nothing to speak about. Listen, Harry, I'm anxious to start typing my book tonight, so I'm borrowing Jack Benny's typewriter. In fact, Rochester is on his way over with it now.
Oh, Rochester?
Yeah, I can't understand what's detaining him. He's reliable, he's trustworthy. I know
Hello, come right in.
Thanks. How much can I hawk this typewriter for?
You came to the right... Yes, sir, you came to the right pawn shop, buddy. Are you sure this typewriter belongs to you? What are these initials on the case? J.B.
That's me, Jefferson Benny.
All right, let me take a look at the machine. Seems to be in good condition. All except these two keys. How come the 1 and the A are worn out?
Last week we loaned it to a draft board.
The draft board, huh?
Yes, sir. Since then, this machine types by itself.
Types what by itself?
Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the country. And you're in, brother.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. Insofar as I'm overstocked with typewriters, I'll give you a $10 bill for it.
That ain't much for a typewriter, but insofar as I'm understocked with $10 bills, I'll take it.
Harry, I can't understand what's delaying Rochester. I hope he has money to get here.
Oh, well, don't worry about that, Eddie. Jack Benny told me that Rochester always manages to have $10 in his pocket.
When did Jack tell you that?
Yesterday, while he was looking around his living room for the piano.
Well, I guess there's nothing to worry about.
No.
Let's get back to my book.
Okay.
Now, the second chapter will start in 1914 when Ida and I were married. I'll never forget it. We had the plans for a cozy house. We even had blueprints for the nursery. Ida wanted a boy, and I wanted a girl, Harry. I wanted a girl.
Yeah, but Eddie, you had 5 girls.
Harry, is it my fault if the store can't read blueprints? What?
Well, anyway, I'll bet your proposal was romantic.
Oh, yes, I'll never forget it. I turned out the lights and slipped an engagement ring on her finger.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. In the dark, how could she see the diamond on the ring?
Listen, if it had a diamond, do you think I'd turn out the lights over there? Well, here's my orchestra leader, Cookie Fairchild. Come in, Cookie.
Congratulations on your book, Master. You know, last week I needed a little money, so I wrote the story of my life.
Really? Who did you write it for?
The Morris Plan.
Cookie, you wouldn't need money if you'd stop gambling in pool halls.
Oh, I'm not the only one. Just a minute ago in Kelly's billiard parlor, I saw Rochester lose $5.
Rochester? In Kelly's billiard parlor? Harry, get the number for me on the phone.
Yeah, okay.
So that's what's been delaying him. A pool hall, huh?
Kelly's pool and billiard parlor. Keep 'em rolling.
Let me talk to Rochester.
Okay. Hey, Rochester.
Just a minute. Let me take one more shot. Here goes. Good old Pepsi-Cola.
You want it on the phone?
Must be my gal. I'll take it. Hello, sugar. Hello, lammy pie. Hello, my little woo-woo.
Who?
Woo-woo.
Who?
Who's this that say woo-hoo-hoo every time I say woo-woo?
This is Eddie Cantor.
Uh-oh.
Rochester, you were supposed to bring me Mr. Benny's typewriter. What happened to it?
I had to honk it to buy medicine for my poor old grandmother. Poor old Granny.
Let me off your lap, honey.
Okay, Granny.
Rochester, if you know what's good for you, you'll get back the typewriter and get out of the pool hall before Mr. Benny catches you.
Don't worry, Mr. Benny only came here once and never again. I can still picture him flying back and forth.
Flying back and forth? What do you mean?
He dropped his toupee and his head wound up in a ping pong game.
You mean his toupee fell off? He must have been embarrassed.
No, sir, he just acted nonchalant. He took out a comb, parted his skin in the middle, and left. Lucky he stayed out of billiard range.
Oh, don't be silly. Nobody could mistake a man's head for a pool ball.
Then you think it's safe for me to take my hat off?
Of course it is. Take it off. Take off your hat.
Well, if you say so, okay.
Rochester. Rochester, answer. Rochester, where are you?
I'll call you back as soon as I can crawl out of this side pocket.
I suppose in your book you'll devote a great deal to your life in show business.
Harry, I'll probably devote 30 or 40 pages to the songs alone that I sang.
Oh, of course. Say, Eddie, what was that song you did in the Winter Garden? You made up like a girl?
Oh, gee, I felt like such a fool with a dress and a wig singing. Ma, he's making eyes at me. Ma, he's awful nice to me. Ma, he's simply breaking my heart. When such love hits you, a girl must know some jiu-jitsu. Ma, he wants to marry me, be my honey bee. Every minute he gets bolder. Now he's leaning on my shoulder. Ma, he's kissing me. Forget the song. Harry, what do you suppose is with that Rochester? Well, pool rooms he's got to visit while I go crazy waiting for him.
Well, listen, don't be too hard on him, Eddie. After all, a man likes to drop in for a game of pool now and then.
Oh, yeah? Well, you never caught me hanging around pool rooms. That's why I am what I am today.
That's how you get to be what you are? Not hanging around in pool rooms?
Exactly. And what are you tying that string around your finger for?
To remind me to hang around in pool rooms.
Great guy you turn out to be. Here I try to give our listeners a noble picture of myself, and you tear me down. You're no help to me.
Oh, well, maybe to you I'm not, Eddie, but each week I try to be helpful to our listeners.
How?
Well, by suggesting how they can feel better faster. And ladies and gentlemen, here is what I humbly suggest. The very next time you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and under the weather because you need a laxative, you will feel better faster if you just remember Sal Hepatica and take it right away. Because then Sal Hepatica brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that's important, for it means you don't have to wait until night to take the laxative you need in the morning. You don't need to risk feeling miserable the rest of the day. It's worth your while to remember this about sparkling Sal Hepatica, too.
This famous mineral salt laxative also helps counteract excess gastric acidity, helps turn a sour stomach sweet again.
So get a bottle of sparkling Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. Then any time you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
And I can't... Harry, Rochester should have called back by now. I'm worried about him.
Listen, don't worry, Eddie. He probably had to stop at his home and pick up.
Hello.
Back home again. Mister, I hocked my typewriter here for $10, and it's imperative I get it back for $5.
Oh, I can't afford that. I'd lose money. How can I stay in business doing that?
Don't come to me with your problems. I ain't Mr. Anthony.
I'm sorry, but it'll cost you $10 to get it back. However, if you can prove that you have a steady job with a steady income, maybe we can arrange payments. Tell me, who is your employer?
Jack Benny. That louses up everything, don't it?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Well, let's see what we have for your price. Here's a couple of beauties. A $3 typewriter and a $4 typewriter.
What's the difference?
Well, with a $4 typewriter, you don't have to kick the keys down with your feet. You see, you just have to kneel on them a little.
Luxurious, ain't it? Here's a $5 bill. Take out $4 for the typewriter, and how much is that bottle of perfume over there?
$1.
Okay. Pour it in a glass and we're even.
The perfume? Well, if you say so.
A Central Avenue zombie. Here goes. Wow! Say, mister.
Yeah?
Give me that $3 typewriter and set them up again.
Got an idea. Maybe Jack Benny knows where Rochester is. Why don't we call him up?
Well, you can't call Jack anymore. They took the phone booth out of his house, you know. They took out the booth and was renting it to boarders. So yeah. Gee, I wish that Rochester... Maybe that's him now. Come in. Why, it's Dinah Shore. I want to tell you that I'm writing the story of my life, and guess what? I'm writing the book in 2 weeks, from start to finish.
Ooh, a quickie from a Nicky. Mr. Cantor, I hope you mention me in your book.
Well, I certainly will, Dinah. I'm going to say that you're radio's most outstanding singer, and you can prove it now by singing People Will Say We're in Love.
Don't throw bouquets at me. Don't please my folks too much. Don't laugh at my jokes too much. People will say we're in love. Don't sigh and gaze at me. Your sighs are so like mine. Your eyes mustn't glow like mine. People will say we're in love. Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove. Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in love. Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove. Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in
That was wonderful, Dinah. Now, if only Rochester...
Looking for me, boss?
Why, yes. Now that you're here, I can go to work on my book. You know, Rochester, I spent all week making notes in the desert sun down in Palm Springs. What are you laughing at?
You've been in Palm Springs and not looking.
Stop that, will you? Now, where is the typewriter?
Right here. Where should I put it?
Oh, just drop it anywhere. Rochester, what kind of a broken-down machine is this? What happened to Mr. Benny's typewriter?
Ain't you heard about all the typewriters being called in by Uncle Sam?
Yes?
Well, Uncle Ben got that one.
Well, I guess it'll have to do Rochester. Why did you have to hock that new typewriter? Couldn't you have borrowed the money from Mr. Benny?
You don't know it, but you got your best joke right there.
I see what you mean. Rochester, did you ever try asking Mr. Benny for a raise?
My voice didn't get this way. Call him for Philip Morris.
Tell me, how much does he pay you?
Well, you wouldn't believe it.
Well, tell me anyway.
I can't believe it either.
Rochester, how much does Mr. Benny pay you?
You mind if I whisper it to you?
Go ahead, whisper. I'm listening.
There. Now you've heard what Mr. Benny pays me.
But Rochester, I heard nothing.
That's it.
Look, I want you to do me a favor. You see these encyclopedias?
Uh-huh.
Carry them down to Mr. Benny's car.
Okay, but who's going to carry me?
Look, just put them in the car and get them to my house.
Okay, but who's going to carry the car?
Never mind. Get going and I'll see you back at my house in a half an hour.
Okay. Work. He sure pushes me around. I wish Mr. Benny would get back on the air.
Rochester! Oh, he forgot the typewriter, Harry. Well, I'll take it home with me in the car.
Hey, Eddie, what is this gold picture frame for? It looks very expensive.
It is expensive. You see, to impress the publisher, I want to put his picture in it and hang it over my desk.
Oh, I see. Well, what is that picture in there now?
Well, I'm going to take that out, Harry. It's my first baby picture.
Oh.
Look at me lying on the rug with my beautiful eyes. Ain't I cute? What are you laughing at?
You look like an owl that's been plucked.
Oh, stop, will you? Gee, Harry, it's such a beautiful frame. I really should stop on the way home and get a glass to fix it.
Well, look, I know how rushed you are, Eddie. I'll do it for you.
Yeah, you will?
Sure.
Thanks, Harry. I have so many things to do if I want to impress my publishers. First, I'm going to fix up a big dinner.
Yeah, that's important. What are you going to have?
Well, we're going to have roast of succotash, fillet of creamed onions, brisket. Mind you, brisket of asparagus tips.
Oh, Eddie, that's bad.
What do you mean bad? No points, Harry.
No, I don't mean that. I mean they're soft foods that may not give your gums the stimulation they need for firmness and health. And that's true, ladies and gentlemen, of many of the foods we eat today. And that's why the faithful use of iPana toothpaste and gum massage is so important. Because iPana is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it is especially designed to help give gums the exercise and stimulation they need but may not get from creamy, well-cooked foods. And since healthy gums are so important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles, many dentists suggest this easy, helpful routine.
Brush your teeth regularly with iPana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra iPana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for firmer gums, brighter teeth, and more sparkling smiles, remember to massage with iPana toothpaste.
Say, driver, can't you slow this thing down a little? My gosh, what kind of a cab is this? 40, 50, 70, 80. Now it's up to $1.
Them's our rates, mister.
I know, but you see, I just remembered I left my wallet at the studio. You better pull over to the curb here. I'll have the money for you in a minute.
Hello.
How much can I get on this typewriter?
Again with that typewriter. Yeah, there's something fishy about this. Look, I just work here. Maybe you ought to speak to the owner.
Okay, who is the owner? Who?
How do you do?
Why, it's Great Gordon, the man owner.
That's me. Everybody's waking me up in the middle of the day. Cantor, excuse me while I put this Murphy bed back in the wall. Oh! Murphy is still in it.
Russian, just the man I want to see. Will you lend me $2 on this typewriter?
Cantor, darling, keep the typewriter. Put out your left hand, and here is $2.
Why don't you put the $2 in my right hand?
That one I'm keeping for security.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Implicitly, if not at all. But last week was the only time I ever let a man hock something without security.
What did he hock?
His wife.
His wife?
Yes, and I didn't make a nickel on the deal.
Wasn't there any interest?
No, she didn't appeal to me.
Russian, will you quit stalling? I've got to rush home and meet my publisher. You know, I'm writing the story of my life.
Do tell. You know, I would write the story of my life if it wasn't for one thing.
And what is that?
I'm living.
Yep, of course. Of course you're living. Of course you're living.
Not so loud. My draft is next door.
Wait a minute. Russian. Somebody's coming. Don't say anything. I'll duck behind this counter.
Okay. How much will you give me on these encyclopedias?
First, I'll have to check ownership. Did you buy these encyclopedias?
I didn't win them on inflammation, please.
Where did you get them?
Mr. Eddie Cantor gave them to me for a present.
Aha!
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Rochester, what's the idea of bringing my books to a pawn shop?
This a pawn shop? Them swinging doors fooled me. I thought it was a tea room.
Rochester, you've caused me so much trouble, I'll never be able to write the story of my life.
Then I'll write it. I'll write it. I've even got a great title.
What is the title?
Mein Cantor.
Oh, Russians. Wait a minute. Here comes another car. Rochester, get behind the counter with me.
Say, how much will you give me on this gold picture frame?
Where did you get it?
Eddie Cantor gave it to me for a present.
Aha!
Oh.
Harry, why did you bring my picture frame here? I told you to hang it over my desk.
Then he came to the right place.
Why do you say that?
Yesterday he hucked your desk.
What goes on here? Harry hucks my desk. Rochester hucks the typewriter, my encyclopedias. I've got a book to write. I've got to write a...
Hello? Who? Yes. All right. The deal. Kemper, you don't have to worry about writing your book.
Why?
That was your publisher. He just hacked his printing press.
Oh!
Aha!
Thank you, Rochester, for being with us tonight, and I want you to know that next Wednesday night, your boss, Jack Benny, will be on this program, and also Burns and Allen. Oh, yes. Big doings. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to know that Jack Benny and Burns and Allen, Rochester, the whole gang of us, have been going around to various camps entertaining our men in service. One of the songs they particularly liked is a song actually written about them. Cookie, if you please. Who's sailing the ships? Who's flying the planes? Who's manning the tanks and the guns? It's the Smiths and the Jones and the Kellys and Cones. They're all America's sons. Who fights in the North? Who fights in the South? Who fights in the East and the West? It's the Smiths and the Jones and the Kellys and Cones. They're all America's best. Oh, they won't come back till they attack a job that must be done. Whose sweethearts will yearn until they return, then who'll be the happiest ones? It's the Smiths and the Jones and the Kellys and Cones. They're all America's sons. Get a load of this, just a partial list of these fighting sons of guns. There's Pancini, Fristori, Turetsky, Rebetsky, Sonata and Schultz and McMahon, Hathawait and McGork, Overbeck and O'Rourke, Didinsky, Sobransky, McMorrow, Olansky, Bohannon, Janelli, McGushin and Kelly. I'd like to announce more, but I can't pronounce more. They're all American. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us tonight. And listen to next week. Don't forget, we have Jack Benny, Burns and Allen. And in the meantime, don't forget the two products that make our Wednesdays together possible. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. And so remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. Good night.
boys. This is Gerry's Front calling. This program is specially dedicated to Uncle Sam's Boys. Goes on the air every night from 6:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. on the medium wave 221 and 391 meters and short wave 28 and 39.6 meters.
Played by Bruno and his Tiger. Tomorrow is another day. The romantic tune sung by Harry Orson.
The day is through, the sun descending has brought to you no happy ending, but you can face the setting sun and say tomorrow is another day. You've had your share of tears and trouble, but every care will be a bubble if you can face the setting sun and say tomorrow is another day. Someday
world behind you. Head right and down, we're sure to find you. If you can face the setting sun and change, tomorrow is another day.
Little words. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. There are but few of you soldiers who today are off fighting duty, who can relax and spend a quiet day far away in the rear. So privileged, your pals can devote a few minutes to sober reflection, to a review of what prompted you to come over here, to Italy, to a foreign land. Our motto is service for servicemen. Consequently, we should like to help those in a reflective mood to reconstruct the prehistory of the coming of the American forces to Italy, to this continent.
I shall pass unnumbered hours thinking and planning how war may be kept from the United States. I can at least make certain that no act of the United States helps to produce or promote war. A word-for-word quotation from President Roosevelt's speech delivered at Chautauqua on the 14th of August, 1936.
Called Franklin D. Franklin D. Roosevelt, D. Roosevelt, Franklin D. Roosevelt.
It is my determination to pursue a policy of peace and to adopt every practical measure to avoid involvement in war. President Roosevelt on the 5th of October, 1937. America hates war. America hopes for peace. Therefore, America engages in search for peace. President Roosevelt on the 13th of October, 1937.
Called Franklin D. Franklin D. Roosevelt, D. Roosevelt, Franklin D. Roosevelt.
There will be no blackout of peace, not in the United States. At this moment, there is being prepared a proclamation of American neutrality. Excerpts from President Roosevelt's speech broadcast on the 4th of September, 1939. Send for copies of this proclamation by applying to the Chief Executive Secretary, the White House.
Call Franklin D. Franklin D. Roosevelt, D. Roosevelt, Franklin D. Roosevelt.
I hate war now more than ever. I have one supreme determination: to do all I can to keep war from these shores for all time. We will not participate in foreign wars. We will not send our army, naval, or air forces to fight in foreign lands outside of America. Quotations from Mr. Roosevelt's presidential election campaign speech made on the 12th day of September, 1940, a little more than 1 year before America officially went to war.
Call Franklin D. Franklin D. Roosevelt, D. Roosevelt, Franklin D. Roosevelt.
I have said this before, but I shall say it again and again. You boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars. For Mr. Roosevelt's election campaign speech, delivered on the 31st of October, 1940. Shortly after his re-election on the 31st of December, 1940, President Roosevelt made the following speech. Quote, "Our strategy today is to provoke the Axis powers to declare war upon us. It is the first time in American history that we have sacrificed honor to get into the war." Unquote.
Call Franklin D. Franklin D. Roosevelt, D. Roosevelt, Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Powerful and offensive actions must and will be taken in proper time. American armed forces must be used at any place in all the world. We Americans are able to engage spiritually as well as physically in the total waging of a total war. Highlights of two speeches delivered in January 1942 before Congress by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, President of the United States. After your favorite Lily Marlene, Bruno is going to play a swing number called Peckin'.
Gerry's front calling. Here are the names of some of the boys taken prisoner on the fighting front in Italy. Private James R. Edwards, EDWARDS, service number 34705-950. His relative, Mrs. Myrtle Edwards, lives at Lacey's Spring, Alabama. Private Gordon W. Yost, YOST, service number 38192-424. His relative, Mrs. J. M. Yost, lives at Rural Route number 3, Chetopa, Kansas. Private James K. Gregory, GREGORY, service number 34735-264. His mother, Mrs. J. D. Gregory, lives at 1108 Sterling Avenue, Maryville, Tennessee. Private Lawrence W. Clark, CLARK, service number 31351-918. His wife, Mrs. L. W. Clark, lives at 23 Davis Street, Dover, Foxcroft, Maine. Private Charles A. Chapin, CHAPIN, service number 31371-743. His mother, Mrs. Catherine Chapin, lives at Central Street, Holliston, Massachusetts. And Private Sampy Quisenberry, QUESENBERRY, service number 35428-512. His wife, Mrs. Thelma Quisenberry, lives at Princeton, West Virginia, and the address, Box 388.
What the heck's the weekend? Help, the game's out here. What the heck's the weekend now?
Till the day
to the south there. I'll be waiting, I'll be getting lost. Have the days of here. Want to have the weekend, want to have the weekend. Have the days of here. Want to have the weekend now.
And here's Bruno and his Swinging Tigers again, ready to play for you the old favorite, China Boy. Playing Whizzing the Wind.
Hello, fellas. Hello, you men from a country where selfishness and greed on the part of many exists at the expense of the injury, suffering, and death of the boys on the fighting lines.
Sally is quoting Captain Eddie Rickenbacker,
the World War ace and aviation expert.
Well, what made Captain Rickenbacker say that?
He said so after visiting every fighting front throughout the world. When he came home to the States, he was shocked by the nation failing to recognize and understand the tremendous sacrifice made by fellows on the fighting front.
With thousands of them making the supreme sacrifice, paying a terrific price.
In this rich man's war and poor man's fight, which the boys have to go through without even knowing why they are in it.
Well, it's all right kicking about the American home front. Still, the people over in the States are having a lot of restrictions, too. No gas for cars. The necessities to keep the old bus running because new models are not being turned out. The rationing, the other restrictions, the lack of many commodities, the absence of a lot of things which go to make life easy in God's own country.
But what is that compared to the untold hardships the boys have to go through? People in the States really have nothing to gripe about compared to what the populations in the other countries have to suffer.
Yes, but you see, the root of the whole trouble is that the American nation has not become accustomed to a war which was never and will never be popular over there.
Well, but now that there is war, the Americans might as well get used to the idea.
Well, that's what they don't do. And that's why the boys on the fighting lines gripe about the home front.
But don't the people in other countries at war gripe too?
Of course they do. Everybody gripes. That's human nature. But the people in other countries are sacrificing much more than the Americans.
The fundamental object of these broadcasts being to provide entertainment and information for the boys on the front, we'd better stop talking about this subject. In the first place, we're not entertaining them. And in the second, we're not giving them any information. They know all about it. So let's switch over to some music.
A tune played by Bruno and the Swinging Tigers called Strictly Formal.
What's on the program now?
Well, George, haven't you got another one of those charming Western tales of our friend Bob?
Oh, yes. Let's hear another one of them. Okay, here it is. To most people, a piece of moss is just a parasitic plant that clings to rocks and trees, making a little more of Mother Nature's landscape. But to me, moss or a lichen is on the same par as any other precious stone. My appreciation of the green stuff came about while attempting to scale the Sheep's Head, a large rock formation in the Pike National Forest, Colorado. Most of our climbing party had elected to take the beaten path and make a safe trip of it. However, scorning the easy way up, I was determined to try the face of the rock and make a name for myself as a daredevil or a damn fool. So putting on a pair of sneakers and gathering up a few pitons, I took off. The first part of the climb was quite easy, and I made excellent time. Then, 3/4 of the way to the top, I found myself staring an overhang into the face. Now, an overhang is a part of the face that juts out from the rest of the rock. And the only way to scale it is to drive a piton in and cling to it, while driving another piton above it, and by so doing, ladder your way up. I drove my first 4 pitons, and I progressed well up on the face of the overhang, when to my consternation and dismay, I found that the rest of the rock was sand rock. I would not hold a piton with my weight added. There was nothing I could do. I had withdrawn the pitons after me, and there I was, 600 feet up and pressed against the face of the rock. It was then I made a big mistake. I looked down. There were people below watching us, but they looked more like a bunch of ants standing there. The movement of turning to look started me slipping. I clawed at the rock, but to no avail. I was slowly sliding back to the edge of the overhang. I tried to press, flattening my body as close to the rock as I could, and bringing my legs up a little, but I still kept sliding. Then I started praying. The air was blue with prayers and promises. About 3 feet from the lip of the overhang, my descent was checked. My foot had come into contact with a little piece of lichen or moss that one finds on all rock formations, and it was just enough to check me. But how long? I began to bellow like a stuck hog. The party that had gone ahead up the beaten path heard my thunder and looked over, wondering what the devil I was singing about. One glance assured them that all was not well with the daredevil or damned fool. A rope was soon thrown over the summit, and never did a piece of hemp look so beautiful. I made the rest of the rock okay by the inglorious method of being dragged up. But right then, it was the hell with dignity and all climbing in general. And as I said earlier, don't frown on the lowly moss. There's some reason for everything. And I found out what part in the scheme of things that moss plays.
Thank you, George. And now we'll have a beautiful old song, Home on the Range, sung by Joe Morrison.
Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the sky is not cloudy all day. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the sky is not cloudy all day. How often at night, when the heavens are bright with the light from the glittering stars, have I stood there amazed and asked as I gazed if their glory exceeds that of ours.
What a wonderful song.
Yes, and Joe Morrison certainly knows how to put it across. Well, that was a record. And now for some real live music played by Bruno and his Swing Tigers.
A romantic tune called Blue Orchid.
I dreamed of two blue orchids, two beautiful one orchids, one night, one in my lonely room. I dreamed of two blue orchids, so full of love and light, that I want to possess each tender bloom. Then my dream took wings and flew a thousand strings. Blue orchids seemed in a world apart. But when I met you, something pale and blue came stealing from the meadows of my heart. I saw my two blue orchids, my beautiful blue orchids last night, and what a sweet surprise. When you looked at me, it was plain to see blue orchids all abloom in your eyes. My beautiful blue orchid last night, and what a sweet surprise. When you looked at me, it was plain to see blue orchids all abloom in your eyes.
And now Sally will read some messages from boys taken prisoner on the fighting fronts in Italy. The first message is from Staff Sergeant Walter Shisko, S-H-I-S-K-O, service number 32387-552. I'll repeat that, Staff Sergeant Walter Shisko, service number 32387-552. It goes to Mr. and Mrs. Simon Shisko, 20 Frederick Street, Ashley, Pennsylvania.
I am feeling fine and being treated well, so do not worry about me. Will write as soon as possible. Best love from Walter.
Walter is Staff Sergeant Walter Shisko, service number 32387-552. And here's a message from First Sergeant Curtis H. Lawhorn, Lawhrne, service number 68-99396. I'll repeat that. First Sergeant Curtis H. Lawhorn, service number 68-99396. It goes to Mrs. Curtis H. Lawhorn, Box 474, Rockwell, North Carolina.
Dearest, a few words so that you know that I am okay, and that there is no need to worry. With all my love, Curtis.
Curtis is First Sergeant Curtis H. Lawhorn, service number 68-99396. And here is a message from Sergeant Alfredo Vincenti, Vincenti, service number 32-397-131. I repeat that, Sergeant Alfredo Vincenti, service number 32-397-131. 397-131. It goes to Mrs. Isabel L. Vincenti, Santurce, Puerto Rico.
Dear Mother, please don't worry about me. I am feeling fine and being treated well. Your loving Freddie.
Freddie is Sergeant Alfredo Vincenti, service number 32-397-131. And here's a message from Sergeant Joseph P. Dura, Jr. Dura is spelled D-U-R-A. His service number is 32-375-437. I repeat that, Sergeant Joseph P. Dura, Jr., service number 32-375-437. The message goes to Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Dura, 102 Center Street, Lackawanna, New York.
Dear folks, just a few words to let you know that I am okay. Don't worry. Let Jean know. Your loving son, Joseph.
Joseph is Sergeant Joseph P. Dura, Jr., service number 32-375-437.
And now we want to remind you that more names of prisoners and messages from them will be read in our later broadcast.
Another tune of sprightly dance music will now be played by Bruno and his orchestra.
And then you see
must say that these messages which are being transmitted regularly in our broadcasts are a splendid idea. Just think of it. In a few seconds, families of men taken prisoner over here know that their sons, husbands, or sweethearts are alive and in good health.
Well, that's the reason why I like to read these messages. Every time I read these words sent by the boys to their people, I feel happy because I know that I'm doing somebody a good turn.
Now that's the spirit. And now let's hear what Bruno and his swinging tigers can do for us.
The name of the tune they're going to play now is My Walking Stick.
I'd go insane. Can't look my best, I'd feel undressed without my cane. Must have my walking stick, 'cause it may rain. And when it pours, can't be outdoors without my cane. If I ever left my house without my walking stick, it would just be something I could never explain. There's things that make me click on Lover's Lane. Would go for naught if I were caught without my cane.
Well, it's time for us to close down. You'll now hear our beautiful close down tune, When Day is Done.
So long, fellas. See you later, and keep your chins up.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you a very pleasant evening.
Goodbye to all of you. Good night, everybody. The best of luck to you fighting Yankees.
And a sweet kiss from Sally.
arms when day's done. The grass is wet with twilight dew. My lonely heart is sinking with a song. Although I miss your tender kiss the whole day through, I miss you most of all when day is done.